Section 24 of the American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The American Book of the Dog, G.O. Shields, editor. Section 24, The Irish Terrier, by Dr. J. S. Niven. Like all things Hibernian, the history of this dog is somewhat mixed. In fact, very little is known about it. From very old men with whom I talked 20 years ago, some of whom could recollect back 60 years or more, I have learned that terriers of a red or badger color were numerous in the days of their boyhood, and were largely used for all kinds of field sports, both on land and water. From what I could learn, these dogs were at that time of a much larger type than those bred nowadays. It is only within the last few years that any prominence has been given to the Irish Terrier by fanciers. Formerly they were kept for sport alone, and very little attention was paid to breeding for any special type, the object being simply to get good hard workers, which were able to endure a great amount of fatigue and exposure to severe weather. The principal uses to which these dogs were put in olden days were hunting the water rat in rivers, drawing badgers in the mountains, and killing rabbits as they were bolted by ferrets from the warrens. They were also used as watchdogs about the cotter houses of Ireland. About 15 years ago, the breed had become very much degenerated by the admixture of Scotch Terriers, which were being largely imported into Ireland as ratters. The gentlemen who were chiefly interested in bringing this same breed of terriers up again to an established type were Messrs. Morton, Irwin, Ridgway, Montgomery, Jameson, Crosby, Smith, and Marks, and later Messrs. Krell, Despard, Graham, Pym, Carey, Waterhouse, and others. In rescuing the breed from utter destruction, these gentlemen used every means within their reach and have been well rewarded. Yet their work has not been done without the national characteristic of contrariness being strongly exhibited. A most bitter and still undecided controversy has been the consequence. The principal cause of all the trouble has been the anomalous decisions of the judges at the various bench shows. The question of size has been the bitterest one between the different factions. There can be no doubt that many of the finest and purest specimens of the breed were of large size, weighing 30 to 40 pounds and even more, but the desire of the most genuine fanciers of this breed has been to reduce the weight to 25 pounds and under. Another vexed question is that of cropping, and this subject had been coming up from time to time until in 1888, when the Irish Terrier Club passed a resolution emphatically condemning the custom. Consequently, the croppers are in high dudgeon, and it will take years yet of careful breeding to get the ears of the Irish Terrier to conform to the uniform drop of those of its contemporary, the Fox Terrier. At present, the anti-croppers have the best of the argument as far as usefulness and cruelty are concerned, but the advocates of cropping have some strong arguments on their side also, as only a small percentage of Irish Terriers as now bred are born with perfect ears, and nothing is such an eyesore to a terrier man as a badly carried ear, which judicious cropping does away with in a great measure. The English Kennel Club has also taken this question up, and its latest decree is to the effect that all Irish Terriers born after December 31st, 1889, must be shown uncropped at all shows held under their auspices. To show that there are still some of the large specimens, I copy the following from the Whispers of the Stock Keeper, which may be attributed to the editor, Mr. Krell. It is one of our pet theories that the Irish Terrier, as he existed in the Emerald Isle before the cunning hand of the exhibitor had been run over him, was the descendant of the Irish Wolfhound. We still consider a miniature Irish Wolfhound a good description of what we should like the Irish Terrier to be. Look at the picture of that grand old bitch Spuds in Stonehenge. There you have the Wolfhound head and outline. Spuds was a rare type. She had her faults, and we all know them, but her memory is more pleasant to our mind than the sight of the modern prize winners. To call the Irish Terriers of today miniature Wolfhounds would be sarcastic. The majority of them are sour-faced, yellow-eyed, black-muzzled, chumpy-headed, and thickly built, and with bone enough for a Clydesdale horse. In fact, these overbred creatures are utterly unlike anything else so ugly as themselves. Of course, this is only our own simple and inexperienced opinion, which judges and connoisseurs of the breed are at liberty to dismiss with contempt. They may prefer the thick-legged clodhoppers. We still linger on the memory of the graceful and symmetrical terriers, rather light in build, and with only proportionate bone to carry their weight. Spuds and her kind, though, were already cultivated descendants of the big, rough, and shaggy dogs that the peasants kept for work. These Irish Terriers were brimful of the splendid character that is attributed to the breed. There was a world of love in their expressive brown eyes. Their natures were gentle with children and women. In fact, so timid even did they appear that strangers have been misled into thinking them without courage. But what a mistake! The caress-inviting and quiet creature in a moment, if a blow were aimed at its master, was transformed into a fury. We could tell some wonderful tales of the tractability, and the prowess, too, of the old sort, but we fear to grow garrulous on a favorite and much-loved theme. Our thoughts were led back to the old sort by the sight of a dog that Mr. Frank Aspinall, the brother of the Kennel Club secretary, lately brought to show us. This was one of them, and a fine wolfhound he would have made if he had continued to grow. He stood as high as a collie, and looked to weigh 50 pounds or more. His coat was rough and hard. Each hair was wheaten from the body to the tip, which was red. The undercoat was woolly and dense. The head looked all of 10 inches long, rather narrow across the skull, and the muzzle powerful. And when he opened his mouth and showed his graveyard, well, we felt relieved that we were not an Irish landlord. Mr. Aspinall told us his jaw power was enormous, and that he could pull up solid planks and bite through half-inch boards. More joy that we are not a half-inch board. But to return to our Irishman, and by the way, we should say that this dog looked Irish, and we like to see character in a national dog. Mr. Aspinall told us that he purchased him from a Waterford man who said he came from Connemara on the west coast. Mr. Aspinall told us several instances of his staunchness. He has seen him swim a mile in a fast and swollen stream, which was thick with floating logs, and as he swam, turning from one bank to the other, after the rats that shot in and out. The history of the present Irish Terrier may be said to date from 1875, several dogs having that year been exhibited at Belfast, Ireland, the home of Mr. G. Jamieson. The first Irish Terriers that were ever exhibited in England were at the Brighton Show in October 1876, Banshee and Spuds, owned by Mr. Jamieson, winning first and second. Since then, the class of Irish Terriers has increased so much that they almost equal in numbers the Fox Terrier, and surpass the Scotch Terrier classes, showing how popular the breed has become in a few years. The Irish Terrier Club was formed in Ireland about the beginning of 1879, and since that date the Irish have been well represented, both on the bench and in the public press. Vero Shaw has devoted more attention to this breed than any other modern writer, and little more can be said of it than is found in his works. The information he gives was obtained principally from Mr. G. H. Krell, one of the most enthusiastic admirers of the breed. The Irish Terrier is a true and distinct breed indigenous to Ireland, and no man can trace its origin, which is lost in antiquity. Mr. Ridgway of Waterford, whose name is familiar in Irish Terrier circles from having drawn up the first code of points, states that they have been known in Ireland as long as that country has been an island, and I ground my faith in their age and purity on the fact that there exist old manuscripts in Irish, mentioning the existence of the breed at a very remote period. In old pictures representing scenes of Irish life, an Irish Terrier or two are often to be descried. Ballymena and County Wicklow may almost claim to be the birthplaces of the breed. Most of the best specimens hail from Ballymena and the neighborhood, where Mr. Thomas Irwin, of Irish setter fame, boasts an extensive experience of this breed, and has always kept a few of the right old working sort for sporting purposes. And in County Wicklow, Mr. Murray says, it is well known that the pure breed of Irish Terriers has been carefully kept distinct and highly prized for more than a century. Mr. E. F. Despard, whose name is well known in Irish Terrier circles as a very successful breeder and exhibitor, claims an acquaintance of over 40 years with the breed. Mr. George Jamison, too, has known and kept them many years, and up till a little while ago had won more prizes than all the rest of the breeders put together. I mention these proofs of the age of the breed to show those who have lately come to admire them that it is not a made-up, composite, or mushroom breed. They are part of Ireland's national economy and are worthily embodied in the sportsman's toast, Irish women, Irish horses, and Irish dogs, which means Irish Terriers, Setters, and Spaniels. One's first acquaintance with this prehistoric terrier is apt to be disappointing, except to a really doggy terrier man. That is because there is no meretricious flash about them. But there is that about them which you learn to like. They grow upon you. They supply the want so often expressed for a smart-looking dog with something in him. There is that about their rough and ready appearance which can only be described as genuine terrier, or more emphatically, terrier character. They are facile princeps the sportsman's terrier, and having never yet been made fashion's darlings, still retain in all its purity their instinctive love of hard work. Their characters do not suit them for ladies' pets, but render them the best dogs out for the man that loves his gun and quiet sport. Amongst the wise old fellows that one comes across in the country, who like a dog with something in him, and a terrier, of course, the Irishman is prime favorite. And they know what they are about, those old fellows, and are sportsmen too, in their own sort of way, when the sun has gone down. This reminds me of a discreditable fact in the history of Irish Terriers, that they were not always only the poor man's sentinel, but oftentimes something more, when, by the aid of their marvelous noses and long legs, they, when the shades of night had fallen, provided the pot with that which gave forth the savory smell and imparted a flavor to the spuds. This, however, if it injured their moral principles, certainly sustained their love and capability for rabbiting. In olden times, too, the larger sizes were bred and used for fighting, and there is still a dash of the old fighting blood in their descendants. They dearly love a mill, and though it would be calumny to say that they are quarrelsome, yet it must be admitted that the male portion of the breed are perhaps a little too ready to resent any attempt at interfering with their coats. But are they not Irish? And when did an Irishman shirk a shindy? My dog Sporter is very true to character in this respect. Small dogs, or even those of his own size, he never deigns to notice, but if some large specimen of the genus Canis approaches him, putting on side and airs, Sporter immediately stiffens up visibly. His tail assumes a defiant angle above the horizontal, his ears are cocked forward alertly, and there is an ominous twitching of his upper lips, which says as plain as looks can speak, "Leave me alone, ye spalpeen." Should his warning not be accepted, a scrimmage ensues, which I speedily terminate by whipping him up under my arm by his tail and marching him off. En passant, I recommend this as a very effectual and safe manner of putting a stop to a canine melee. Hitting off Irish Terriers when fighting I have found useless. They think the pain comes from their opponent, and this only serves to rouse them to fresh efforts. This description, although written several years ago, is still held to be correct, and nothing need be added to it. All that the Irish Terrier breeders now have to bewail, and the Irish always have a grievance of some kind, is the want of judges who will adhere to some one type. I was told not long since, by one of the most prominent exhibitors in England, that all he needed to know before exhibiting at a show, in order to take a prize, was the name of the judge, and that he could then choose from his kennel the dog that would be sure to win. This must be very nearly correct, as I see his name often, and always among the first flight. This is not right, and as the Irish Terrier Club has adopted a standard which is accepted by all the most prominent breeders, it ought to be adhered to. The standard being established, all that is necessary is for judges to abide by it and disqualify all dogs that go over the recognized weight of 24 pounds. If this were done, and the cropping question permanently disposed of, there would then be a bright future for the Irish Terrier and his breeder. The Irish Terrier now stands third or fourth in numbers at all shows in England and Ireland, being outnumbered only by Fox Terriers, Collies, and St. Bernards. This is a good showing, considering how short a time the modern Irish Terrier has been before the public. The illustrations which accompany this article are for the information of breeders and the public. Nora represents the old type, She is built on the lines of the Irish Wolfhound, and her weight was 22 pounds when in condition. The same model could have carried very well 30 to 40 pounds, but her day is past, and the Irish Terrier of today is modeled after the second illustration, which represents a dog that weighed about 20 pounds. From his shape and build, it is clearly impossible that a dog of his type would be of any use at much over that weight, being lower on legs and shorter ribbed. If he were heavy, he could not get over the ground as easily as a lighter-built dog. Perhaps the best all-round dog that has been before the public lately is Playday, whose death we have lately seen recorded. He was the first uncropped dog that was ever awarded a prize, and was successful under almost all the judges at the English shows. He is proving himself a typical dog, although as an immediate sire he has not made a good record, but his grandsons and granddaughters are coming well to the front. There's one point that cannot be passed over in favor of the Irish Terrier, and that is his ability to adapt himself to any climate or any surroundings. In this respect he is a long way ahead of either the Fox Terrier or the Scotch Terrier. He is daily in request for India, China, and the Antipodes, where the other breeds fail to acclimatize. He is just as happy in the closed-up den of the peasant as he is in the kennel of the millionaire. He is, par excellence, the dog of the people. In this connection, the notes of Mr. Ridgway and Mr. Jamieson, both prominent Irish fanciers of the breed in question, are well worthy of study, and are given below, as well as the scale of points which has been adopted by the Irish Terrier Club, and is now accepted by all breeders. Mr. Ridgway says that the Irish Terrier is and has been a pure breed of dogs indigenous to Ireland is a fact undoubted and undisputed by the oldest fanciers and breeders still living, who can well remember the dog 50 or 60 years ago, and at a time before the introduction to this country of the Skye, Yorkshire, or English Bull Terrier, now so fashionable in many parts. No doubt this breed has of late years been allowed to degenerate sadly, from want of proper interest having been taken in it. But notwithstanding this, we can still bring forward specimens of our Irish Terriers, such as have been seen at several of our leading Irish shows, which for usefulness, intelligence, and gameness, as well as general appearance, are second to no breed of terriers in the kingdom. As a breed, they are peculiarly adapted to the country, being particularly hardy, and able to bear any amount of wet, cold, and hardship without showing the slightest symptoms of fatigue. Their coat also being a hard and wiry one, they can hunt the thickest gorse or furze cover without the slightest inconvenience. As for the capabilities of these dogs for taking the water, and hunting in it as well as on land, I may mention, as one instance, that a gentleman in the adjoining county of Tipperary keeps a pack of these terriers, and has done so for years, with which he will hunt otters as successfully as anyone can with any pack of pure otter hounds. Within the last few years, and since the introduction of dog shows into Ireland, a far greater interest than heretofore has been taken in this breed, and consequently a greater amount of care is evinced now in selecting the proper specimens to breed from, so that in a short time we may look forward to see the Irish Terrier just as fashionable and as much sought for in England as the English Fox Terrier is at present. Mr. Jamieson says, "The Irish Terrier, as his name denotes, is the representative of the Emerald Isle, and especially suitable for his native damp country, being able to stand much more wet, cold, and fatigue than most other terriers. The coat is so hard and flat on the body that water cannot penetrate it, and not being too long does not hinder the dog in cover work. This breed is more used as vermin destroyers than for any other purpose, which principally accounts for breeding for size being neglected. However, within the last 15 years, the breed has been much closer looked after, and at the present time, there are a number of these dogs that in point of show qualities will vie as near perfection as most breeds. There are certain enthusiasts who have been writing this breed up in fancier papers as the only genuine working terrier. This, of course, is nonsense. At the same time, it is a recognized fact that from their peculiar hardy, active habits, they at least are deserving of a front rank among working terriers. The Irish Terrier Club has recently been the means of the breed being brought something more prominently before the public, but some of the prominent members will require to exercise a little more patience and forbearance, or the object of the club will be frustrated. The Irish Terrier Club's scale of points and description of the true Irish Terrier are here given. Positive points. Head, jaw, teeth, and eyes, value 15. Ears, 5. Legs and feet, 10. Neck, 5. Shoulders and chest, 10. Back and loin, 10. Hindquarters and stern, 10. Coat, 15. Color, 10. Size and symmetry, 10. Total, 100. Negative points. White nails, toes, and feet. Value, -10. Much white on chest, -10. Ears cropped, -5. Mouth undershot or cankered, -10. Coat shaggy, curly, or soft, -10. Uneven in color, -5. Total, 50. Disqualifying points. Nose, cherry or red, brindle color. Head. Long, skull flat and rather narrow between ears, getting slightly narrower toward the eyes, free from wrinkle. Stop hardly visible except in profile. The jaw must be strong and muscular, but not too full in the cheek, and of a good punishing length, but not so fine as a White English Terrier's. There should be a slight falling away below the eye, so as not to have a greyhound appearance. Hair on face of the same description as on body, but short, about 1/4 inch long, in appearance almost smooth and straight. A slight beard is the only longish hair, and it is only long in comparison with the rest, that is permissible, and that is characteristic. Teeth should be strong and level. Lips not so tight as a Bull Terrier's, but well fitting, showing through the hair their black lining. Nose must be black. Eyes a dark hazel color, small, not prominent, and full of life, fire, and intelligence. Ears, when uncut, small and V-shaped, of moderate thickness, set well up on head and dropping forward closely to the cheek. The ear must be free of fringe, and the hair thereon shorter and generally darker in color than the body. Neck should be of a fair length and gradually widening towards the shoulders, well carried, and free of throatiness. There is generally a slight sort of frill visible at each side of the neck, running nearly to the corner of the ear, which is looked on as very characteristic. Shoulders and chest. Shoulders must be fine, long, and sloping well into the back, the chest deep and muscular, but neither full nor wide. Back and loin. Body moderately long, back should be strong and straight, with no appearance of slackness behind the shoulders. The loin broad and powerful and slightly arched, ribs fairly sprung, rather deep than round, and well ribbed back. Hindquarters, well under the dog, should be strong and muscular, the thighs powerful, hocks near the ground, stifles not much bent. Stern, generally docked, should be free of fringe or feather, set on pretty high, carried gaily but not over the back or curled. Feet and legs. Feet should be strong, tolerably round and moderately small. Toes arched and neither turned out nor in. Black toenails are preferable and most desirable. Legs moderately long, well set from the shoulders, perfectly straight, with plenty of bone and muscle. The elbows working free clear of the sides, pasterns short and straight, hardly noticeable. Both fore and hind legs should be moved straight forward when traveling, the stifles not turned outward. The legs free of feather and covered, like the head, with as hard a texture of coat as body, but not so long. Coat hard and wiry, free of softness or silkiness, not so long as to hide the outlines of the body, particularly in the hindquarters, straight and flat, no shagginess, and free of lock or curl. Color should be whole colored, the most preferable being bright red, next wheaten, yellow, and gray. Brindle disqualifying. White sometimes appears on chest and feet. It is more objectionable on the latter than on the chest, as a speck of white on chest is frequently to be seen in all self-colored breeds. Size and symmetry. Weight in show condition from 16 pounds to 24 pounds. Say 16 pounds to 22 pounds for bitches and 18 pounds to 24 pounds for dogs. The most desirable weight is 22 pounds or under, which is a nice, stylish, and useful size. The dog must present an active, lively, lithe, and wiry appearance, lots of substance, at the same time free of clumsiness, as speed and endurance, as well as power, are very essential. They must be neither cloddy nor cobby, but should be framed on the lines of speed, showing a graceful racing outline. Temperament. Dogs that are very game are usually surly or snappish. The Irish Terrier as a breed is an exception, being remarkably good-tempered, notably so with mankind, it being admitted, however, that he is perhaps a little too ready to resent interference on the part of other dogs. There is a heedless, reckless pluck about the Irish Terrier, which is characteristic, and coupled with the headlong dash blind to all consequences with which he rushes at his adversary, has earned for the breed the proud epithet of the daredevils. When off duty, they are characterized by a quiet, caress-inviting appearance, and when one sees them endearingly, timidly pushing their heads into their master's hands, it is difficult to realize that on occasion, at the set-on, they can prove they have the courage of a lion, and will fight on to the last breath in their bodies. They develop an extraordinary devotion to, and have been known to track their masters almost incredible distances. As a matter of information for those interested, I give below the names and addresses of a few of the prominent breeders and owners of Irish Terriers in this country. Chestnut Hill Kennels, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. J.F. McFadden, 121 Chestnut Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Thomas Pulverstaft, 47 Sands Street, Brooklyn, New York. F.P. Kirby, 135 South 8th Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. E. Wetmore, 343 Lexington Avenue, New York City. Associated Fanciers, 140 South 8th Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Ogden Gowlett, 608 5th Avenue, New York City. Somerset Kennels, Bernardsville, New Jersey. W.J. Comstock, 220 Canal Street, Providence, Rhode Island. W.S. Clark, Linden, Massachusetts. H. Denning, 474 6th Avenue, New York City. P.F. Clancy, 440 2nd Street, South Boston, Massachusetts. Charles F. Leland, 7 Beck Hall, Cambridge, Massachusetts. W.L. and H.A. Harris, North Wilmington, Massachusetts. Edward Lever, 707 Walnut Street, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. E.P. Saltonstall, Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts. William A. Dupee, Chestnut Hill, Massachusetts. Lawrence Timpson, Red Hook, New Jersey. H. A. Allan, Montreal, Canada. And Joseph Lindsay, Montreal, Canada. End of section 24. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 25 of the American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tommack, Tucson, Arizona. The American Book of the Dog. G. O. Shields, editor. Section 25, The Bull Terrier, by Frank F. Doyle. Generally speaking, the Bull Terrier is the result, as the term indicates, of a cross between a Bulldog and a Terrier. The specimens first used in propagating it are believed to have been of the old type of Bulldog and the White Terrier of the Middle Counties of England. Since its origin, however, various side crosses have been resorted to, as with the Mastiff, the Foxhound, Greyhound, etc. The breed is not believed to be an old one, the earliest authentic records we have of it dating back only to about 1843, though it doubtless originated some years earlier. The Bull Terrier is essentially a fighting dog, and was not always made up of these two constituent parts, as Hound, Pointer, Greyhound, and Mastiff blood have at times been introduced into his veins, but without materially improving the breed. Whether considered from a genealogical point of view, or with reference only to his bodily formation and general character, he is as smartly built as a terrier, but with substance inherited from the Bulldog. He is quick and clever in his actions, and possesses the courage, resolution, and endurance of the Bulldog. He is naturally inclined to be good-tempered and amiable with his associates in the kennel, yet he is possessed of a wonderful amount of courage, and when provoked to anger, will hold his own in the most approved style. Always with a bright expression, he never sulks when punished, if his training has been of the proper sort. Vero Shaw tersely indicates the character of the breed in these words: "Treat him kindly, don't knock him about, and no dog will have greater love for his master than the game, handsome, and affectionate Bull Terrier. By nature, he is especially fitted for a companion for either a gentleman, a lady, or children, while as a house dog he has no superior, for besides being kind and affectionate to children, he is an excellent watch dog and an expert ratter." In breeding the Bull Terrier to the best possible advantage, care should be taken in selecting the sire, which should be a dog of strong terrier character. In nearly every litter there are some puppies that are marked either with brown, brindle, or black. Most breeders destroy these, which I think is entirely wrong, for often in this way we lose some of our best specimens. Although mark-eyed Victor took his name from the brindle patch around his eye, he won numerous prizes and was undoubtedly the best dog of his day. Champion Trentham Dutch, winner and sire of winners, has a marked ear. This dog was bred by Mr. J.R. Pratt of Stoke-upon-Trent, England, whose name will be handed down among the Bull Terrier fanciers the world over as the breeder of the greatest litter of Bull Terriers ever known. This litter was by Dutch, out of Champion Maggie May. In the litter was Champion Queen of the May, Harvester, and Champion Trentham Dutch. Mr. Pratt retained the two former, which were pure white, and sold the marked dog for $7.50. The purchaser sold him again to Mr. Simon Fielding, the well-known Bull Terrier fancier, who kept him and had the satisfaction of beating the other two. While in England, I would have bought Trentham Dutch, but I was influenced by a disciple of another school not to do so, which I have always regretted, as he has proved himself a worthy sire. The prize-winning strain in the breed of Bull Terriers assumes the same regularity as in the case of celebrated horses. Maggie May, whom I imported in 1886, supplied the show bench in England for several years with winners. Although at the time I bought her she was over 8 years old, I gave £50 for her. She was supposed to be in whelp to Dutch, but did not prove to be. At the Jubilee Show in 1887, I met Mr. J.R. Pratt, from whom I purchased her, and in speaking of Bull Terriers, he said, "If Maggie May will breed, you will have the best Bull Terrier in the world." Before leaving America, I had bred her to Grand Duke, and his remark made me suspicious of her condition. I immediately cabled to America, and found to my relief that she was in whelp. This litter produced 3 bitches and 1 dog. Shortly after birth, the dog died, but of the 3 bitches I sold 1, who has since died. The 2 I retained are well-known winners: Starlight, the subject of our illustration, and My Queen. Starlight had been bred 3 times and is the dam of Don Pedro, who has won 2nd in Open and 1st in puppy class at Toledo in 1889, and 1st in Open and 1st in puppy class at Toronto in the same year. When only 9 months old, Sensation, the sire of Don Pedro, was a 20-pound dog. Don Pedro weighed 53 pounds at 1 year of age. I merely mention this instance to show that one cannot breed for size with certainty, as small dogs are liable to get large ones, and vice versa. I next bred her to Hinks, and have 2 6-month-old puppies, the best I ever saw, and if nothing unforeseen happens, they will do themselves and their progenitors great credit. In the rapid advances of show dogs to popularity, few breeds have made the great strides that the Bull Terrier has. This advance has undoubtedly been brought about largely by the importation into this country of some of the finest specimens obtainable in England. Among the most prominent dogs of this breed that have been imported to this country, I would mention the following: Grand Duke and Little Maggie, owned by Messrs. R. and W. Livingston; Dutch Jr., owned by T. R. Varick; Champion Victoria, owned by E. S. Porter; Champion Cairo, Grabber, Bonnie Princess, Enterprise, and Spotless Prince, owned by W. F. Hobby; Champion Jubilee, owned by W. F. Comstock; Champion Count, Champion Maggie May, Lady in White, Lady Tarquin, Little Dorrit, the Earl, King Patrick, Queen Bendigo, Hinks, Lady Melville, and Bendigo, owned by the writer. Anyone at all familiar with Bull Terriers in England or America will readily see that this breed of dog has good backing, as it takes a great amount of time, patience, and money to import, breed, and show them. The late Mr. James Hinks of Birmingham, England, will long be remembered as one who did more than any other individual to improve the Bull Terrier, and many of our best specimens bear testimony to that fact, as they date to his strain. Since Mr. Hinks' death, his son Frederick has brought out more good Bull Terriers than anyone else. Most all of the leading breeders have dipped deeply into Hinks' Old Victor strain. Of the more modern strains, the Marquis and Dutch are the most prominent. The former gets the shorter body and better tails, while the latter gets better eyes and longer heads. But the dogs have not the terrier character of the Marquis strain. Many who own Bull Terriers and find the name of Dutch in their pedigree think, no doubt, that he was a great winner. Such was not the case, I can assure them, as I had the pleasure of seeing Dutch in Birmingham, England, during the summer of 1887. When Dutch was a mere puppy, he was sent out to keep, and the man who had charge of him was fond of telling the elder Mr. Hinks how well he was getting on, and particularly of his wonderful chest development. When about 9 months old, he was brought in and was found to be completely ruined for the show bench, as he had been kept on a chain for so long a time that he was so far out at the elbows, in front and behind, as to be declared deformed. Having been ruined for the show bench, he was put at stud, and made a name greater than any prize winner. While speaking of stud dogs, I may say that my stud dog, Bendigo, would not rank high as a show dog, being too much out at the elbows, but his record as a sire of prize winners bids fair to eclipse Dutch's. From this fact, it will be seen that a dog, in order to get winners, need not necessarily himself be a winner. Many people are prejudiced against Bull Terriers on account of their alleged temper, but I have owned in the neighborhood of 100 of these dogs in the past 6 years, and while I acknowledge that there is some foundation for this prejudice, still I unhesitatingly affirm that it is greatly exaggerated. For, if properly brought up, the Bull Terrier has more affection for his master than any other dog. The Bull Terrier is at a greater disadvantage when shown out of condition than any other dog, and the following points in regard to putting specimens of this breed in proper condition, gleaned from my own experience, should be of great service to the novice. It usually takes at least 6 weeks to put a dog of this breed into good form, and to do it in that time, the dog must be physically well at the start. The first thing to do is to give him a dose of opening medicine. Syrup of buckthorn and castor oil are my preference, and should be given the last thing at night. The dog's food for a day or two should consist of oatmeal, gruel, and a little meat, and he should be given gentle exercise. After that, the work begins in earnest. His exercise should be gradually increased from a slow walk of from 2 to 5 miles in the morning, and the same distance should be given him in the afternoon. After returning from exercise, he should be thoroughly dried with a coarse towel, then well groomed with a hair glove, which in my estimation is the best method of grooming. After this, the dog should be given a good hand rubbing. All grooming should be done one way, running with the hair. The dog should then be put in a kennel supplied with clean straw, which should be changed daily. As the exercise is increased, the meat portion of the food should also be increased. 1 Spratt's biscuit, given dry for breakfast, and meat and vegetables for supper, with plenty of the former, are in my opinion the best diet. The washing of a Bull Terrier for exhibition is an important matter, and the following is my method. First, remove the long smellers, eyelashes, and all of the hair inside of the ear. This will sharpen his appearance wonderfully. Next, place the dog in a shallow tub with a little lukewarm water and thoroughly wet him with clean water. Beginning at his head, he should be well lathered with white Castile soap and then rinsed with clean water. Afterward, repeat the operation on all parts of his body, leaving the tail till last. After the bath, he should be well dried with plenty of clean towels, and then a thorough hand rubbing should be given him. He should then be returned to his kennel of clean straw and kept there for several hours. The illustration on page 427 is of the well-known Bull Terrier bitch Starlight, bred by the writer, without doubt the best specimen ever bred in America. In the opinion of Mr. Charles H. Mason, she is fit to win at any show. She was whelped July 28, 1887, is by Champion Grand Duke out of Champion Maggie May, who was called in England the pillar of the Kennel Club stud book. Starlight is the winner of the following prizes: First Puppy Class Boston 1888, first in both Open and Puppy Class New Haven 1888, first Troy 1889, first Toledo 1889, first and Special Toronto 1889, first and Special Danbury 1889. Below will be found the points of the Bull Terrier adopted by the Bull Terrier Club of England. General appearance. The general appearance of the Bull Terrier is that of a symmetrical animal, an embodiment of agility, grace, elegance, and determination. Head. The head should be long, flat, and wide between the ears, tapering to the nose, without cheek muscles. There should be a slight indentation down the face, without a stop between the eyes. The jaws should be long and very powerful, with a large black nose and open nostrils. Eyes small and very black. The lips should meet as tightly as possible without a fold. The teeth should be regular in shape and should meet exactly. Any deviation, such as a pig jaw or being underhung, is a great fault. Ears. The ears are always cropped for the show bench and should be done scientifically and according to fashion. Neck. The neck should be long and slightly arched, nicely set into the shoulders, tapering to the head, without any loose skin, as found in the Bulldog. Shoulders. The shoulders should be strong, muscular, and slanting. The chest wide and deep, with ribs well rounded. Back. The back short and muscular, but not out of proportion to the general contour of the animal. Legs. The forelegs should be perfectly straight, with well-developed muscles not out at the shoulder, but set on the racing lines and very strong at the pastern. The hind legs are long and in proportion to the forelegs, muscular, with good, strong, straight hocks, well let down near the ground. Feet. The feet are not those resembling a cat or the greyhound, but more after the style of the hare, compact with well-arched toes. Color, white. Coat, short, close, and stiff to the touch, with a fine gloss. Tail. This should be from 10 to 12 inches long according to the size of the dog. Set on very low down, thick where it joins the body and tapering to a fine point. It should be carried at an angle of about 45 degrees without curl, and never over the back. Weight from 15 to 50 pounds. End of section 25. Recording by Tom Mack, Tucson, Arizona.
Section 26 of the American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hayley McCardle. The American Book of the Dog, G.O. Shields, editor. Section 26, The White English Terrier, by E. F. Burns. This is an old breed and a very popular one in England, but is as yet little known in this country. It is destined to become more widely distributed and more popular here, however, for its bright, merry, sprightly, affectionate disposition, its elegant and symmetrical shape, its undaunted courage, its brilliant white coat, its sparkling black eye, and its generally handsome appearance are such as to commend it to everyone who may want a small dog for the house or for a companion. It is fond of human society, either of children or adults, and is never more highly delighted than when petted by master or mistress, young or old. The White Terrier, while by no means quarrelsome, is game from the tip of his nose to the end of his tail. He will brook no intrusion on his domain, and will assail a dog 5 times his own size as savagely and as confidently as he would a rat, if the stranger but approach his master or mistress. He has an excellent nose, is the natural enemy of vermin, and no dog is more eager in its pursuit or more successful in exterminating it. It is as utterly impossible for a rat to live on the premises where a White Terrier is kept as for water to run upstream. This breed differs from the Black and Tan Terrier, principally in the matter of colour. In many other respects, the two breeds are nearly identical. Concerning the status of the White Terrier in England, Idstone says, "The English smooth-coated terrier is a dog seldom seen except in the possession of dog traders and fanciers, as they call themselves, being bred for show more than for use. 10 or 12 years ago it was at most of our dog shows, and the breed commanded considerable attention, especially when the dog had plenty of courage and intelligence, but this was the exception. As a rule, the show terrier is not a hardy nor a courageous dog. Most of his life has been passed in a highly varnished mahogany kennel, by a bar parlour fire, or in the arms of some opulent or quasi-opulent dog breeder, whose chief vocation is to show his stud of terriers for cups and collars. 25 years ago, the coloured or partly coloured dog, fallow or even brindled, or with head and body markings, would have had a chance of a prize at these public house meetings. But since the exhibition of dogs has been a prominent feature in the fashionable amusement of large cities, the dog has been so cultivated that white dogs only are admissible. I have little doubt that these London and Manchester Terriers were the pick of what are now commonly received as fox terriers, purchased up and down the country by those agents who have a roving commission to snap up anything which they can find which is neat and sellable. These smart country terriers were collected in London by the keen-eyed fancy, and from these the White Terrier was gradually produced. None of these breeders can trace their breed for many years, and all the best white dogs were the sons of one known in London as King Dick. He was succeeded by his son, known as young King Dick. But neither of these dogs, so far as I remember, were equal to some dogs exhibited in 1863 by Frederick White of Crescent Lane, Clapham Common, named Fly, Laddie, Nettle, and Teddy. 20 dogs were entered in the class, but Mr. White's were the only specimens which had any business there. Birmingham alone produces a good class in a general way, and the rarity of the best sort may be inferred from the fact that the same dogs won year after year without fearing rivalry. This is the case with Mr. Walker's Tim, which has won 56 first prizes and champion cups." End quote. The weight of the White Terrier may vary from 9 to 20 pounds. The description and points for judging are as follows. Head, value of 10. Legs, 5. Feet, 5. Body, 5. Colour, 10. General appearance, 10. Action, 5. Total, value of 50. Head, narrow, long and flat. Skull narrow between the ears. Muzzle must be fine, tapering, sharp and foxy. Jaw, muscular. Mouth must not be undershot. Better the upper jaw slightly over if there is any deviation from a level mouth. The stop or indent between the eyes must be evident and pronounced. Eye must be sparkling bright, but not large. The ears must be round, flat to the head, in repose raised, although falling over when the dog is aroused. A tulip or prick ear is a great deformity and shows mongrel blood. It is customary to crop the ears. Neck long, tapering and muscular, and clean where it joins the lower jaw. Ribs must be well rounded. Shoulders deep and well set back, powerful as possible. Loins strong and back ribs deep. In conformation, the body must be neither high nor wide. Forelegs should be straight as arrows. Hind legs moderately straight. Feet strong and muscular. Toes slightly arched and well split. Form of foot round and fox-like. Thigh large and muscular. Hock in a straight line. The tail should be fine at the point and thick at the root, with a low carriage, but not bare. When the dog is excited, it should be carried gaily. Colour should be white, coat smooth and hard, yet free from roughness. Temperament, same as in Bull Terrier. Anything approaching coarseness of coat about the muzzle, thighs, eyebrows, or any part of the profile is objectionable. Recently, some good specimens of the White Terrier have been imported from England. Several American breeders and fanciers are becoming aware of the good qualities of this dog, and are turning their attention to the development of the breed in this country, and the White Terrier is destined to win his way to popular favour here at no distant day. White Prince, AKCSB, 16733, Volume 7, the property of the writer, is one of the best representatives of his breed in this country. He was imported in 1888 by Mr. Routley of Providence, RI, and was bred by Mr. Bergen of Birmingham, England. Sire, Turk, dam, slender, registered in English stud book. End of section 26. Recording by Hayley McCardle.
Section 27 of the American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Colleen McMahon. The American Book of the Dog, G.O. Shields, editor. Section 27, The Yorkshire Terrier, by P.H. Coombs. This little knight of the carpet is eminently an English production or manufacture, if we may use the term, and occupies a most prominent position in the canine world, being considered by many the handsomest of all long-haired terriers, and has been appropriately termed by one writer the Little Yorkshire Swell. Standing out in bold relief from most other toy varieties by his picturesque arrangement of coat, his color, his diminutive size, and his stylish form, and being preeminently the lady's pet, he has a reasonable claim to the distinction of being the most fashionable toy breed of the day in this country, as well as in England, where he originated. We are fortunate in being able to quote from various writers relating to the origin of the breed, and before committing ourselves to any opinion concerning this important subject, it is desirable to read what such writers have learned from their experience and investigation. Mr. Vero Shaw, in his Illustrated Book of the Dog, says on this point, "The origin of the breed is most obscure, for its originators, Yorkshire-like, were discreet enough to hold their own counsel, and kept their secrets to themselves. Whether this reticence on their part has had the effect of stifling the inquiries of curious persons, or whether the merits of the breed have hitherto been sufficiently unappreciated by the public, we cannot pretend to say, but we are aware of no correspondence or particular interest having been taken on the subject of the Yorkshire Terrier's origin. In certain works on the dog, however, deductions have been drawn, which no doubt are more or less worthy of respect. The Black and Tan Terrier, the Skye, and the Maltese are all credited with the paternity of the Yorkshire Terrier. That the breed in question resembles the Skye in certain details is evident, but in many important points the two varieties vary widely. For instance, the back of the Yorkshire Terrier must be short and the back of a Skye Terrier long. So, as regards shape at least, the Yorkshire man cannot be accused of a great resemblance to his northern neighbor. In our eyes, the breed much more closely resembles the Maltese dog, save in color, but there is no doubt that some of our more typical breeds of terriers have been also drawn upon for his production. Many persons who are ignorant on doggy subjects persistently confuse the Yorkshire with what they term the Scotch Terrier, thereby meaning the Skye, we presume. There is, however, no visible ground or reason ever given for their opinions, which are certainly based on error and ignorance of the subject. Before leaving the subject of the Yorkshire Terrier's origin, it may be remarked that the puppies are born black in color, as are Dandie Dinmonts, and do not obtain their proper shade of coat until they are some months old. Searchers after the truth may here discover some connection, which we ourselves confess we do not, between the Yorkshire and Dandie Dinmont Terriers, in consequence of this peculiarity in the young of both varieties. Mr. Hugh Dalziel, in his British Dogs, says of this breed, "This dog long went by the name of Rough or Scotch Terrier, and many dog show committees, in issuing their schedules, still include them under that heading, but to call them Scotch is quite a misnomer, the true Scotch Terrier being a much rougher, shorter, and harder-coated dog, of greater size and hardiness, and altogether a rough and tumble vermin dog. That the Yorkshire Terrier should have been called Scotch by those who, although they may have the credit of producing this dog, probably did not know of the existence of the real Scotch Terrier as a breed, suggests that at least a Terrier of Scotland has had something to do with his manufacture. Now, among Terriers recognized as Scotch, if not now peculiar to the country, we have the old hard, short-coated Scotch Terrier par excellence, the short-legged and mixed-coated Dandie, the Skyes with long weasel-like bodies and long, hard coat, and the perky little prick-eared, hard and short-coated Aberdonian, and in addition the Glasgow or Paisley Skye, a more toyish dog, shorter in back and comparatively soft and silky in coat, which it probably inherits from a Maltese Terrier cross. My theory, then, respecting the origin of the Yorkshire Terriers, and I admit it is only a theory, for the most diligent and repeated inquiries on my part in all likely or promising quarters have failed in elucidating reliable facts, and none certainly contradictory to my views, is that the dog is what gardeners call a sport from some lucky combination of one of the Scotch Terriers, either the genuine Skye or Paisley toy, and one of the old soft and longish-coated Black and Tan English Terriers, at one time common enough, and probably a dash of Maltese blood in it. Mr. G. H. Wilkinson says, in his article published in the English Stock Keeper in 1887, and we shall quote from this quite extensively throughout this chapter, for the reason that it contains some valuable information relating to the breed that has not, we believe, appeared in book form concerning the history as learned by him. In commencing an article on the Yorkshire Terrier, it is necessary to trace back its origin as far as possible. With this object in view, I have been at some trouble in looking up several old fanciers, one of whom, John Richardson of Halifax, is now in his 67th year. And very interesting it was to hear this aged man go back to the good old days of over half a century ago. I regret, however, that although we can find men who have been in the fancy so long, the origin of the Yorkshire Terrier is somewhat obscure. 50 years ago, there was in Halifax and the immediate neighborhood a type of dog called at that time, and even within these last 20 years, a waterside terrier, a little game dog, varying in weight from 6 to 20 pounds, mostly about 10 pounds weight, a dog resembling very much the present Welsh and Airedale Terrier on a small scale. At this period, these dogs were bred for the purpose of hunting and killing rats. They would go into the river and work with a ferret, and were just in their element when put into a rat pit. An almost daily occurrence at that time was to back them to kill a given number of rats in a given time. It seems almost a pity that such a breed should have become extinct. Mr. Richardson himself owned a little bitch called Polly, who weighed 6 pounds, and she was frequently put into a rat pit with a dozen rats, the whole of which she would speedily kill against time. She would also swim the river and hunt with the ferret. This little bitch, I am told, had 4 or 5 inches of coat on each side of her body, with a white or silver head. At that time, however, the average specimen was a shorter-coated dog with grizzle-gray, hardish coat. It, however, seems to me, and is also the opinion of many old fanciers whom I have consulted, that they were the ancestors for the present breed. There is no doubt also that the blood of the Skye Terrier was introduced at some remote period, which may account for the longer coat and long body that existed some 10 or 15 years later. No care or definite object, however, seems to have been aimed at in breeding at this time beyond getting a dog thoroughly game. It seems that it was more by good luck than management that about 20 or 30 years ago a longer and softer-coated dog became known. It must also be borne in mind that at this time their coats were not cultivated as they were later on. Dog shows were almost unknown in those days, and even later were scarce. From these and other earlier writers, we would be led to infer that the origin of this breed was of the greatest uncertainty and of a most mysterious nature. That such writers were, however, highly qualified to offer sound and most valuable opinions on the subject generally, is proved by the admirable manner in which they have treated the principal characteristics descriptive of the breed, and all specially interested in the breed should read the entire subject as treated by such writers as Shaw, Dalziel, Wilkinson, Bootman, Watson, and others. No doubt much difficulty has been experienced in obtaining information relating to its early history, and one opinion, as expressed by Shaw, seems to be that substantially the history was known, but that it was kept a secret. It would be manifestly unjust to deprive the Yorkshire Terrier of the title to a pedigree running back to the progenitors of the breed, and the continued correspondence on and investigation into the subject by those most deeply interested, together with their better acquaintance with old breeders and fanciers, a condition undoubtedly brought about through the agency of the improved quality and increased number of dog shows, and the intense desire on the part of such people to arrive at an accurate, intelligent explanation of the origin of such a popular breed, relieves us from adding any further testimony relating to the mystery of the origin of this breed. In an interesting article on this breed, published in the Century magazine in 1886, and written by Mr. James Watson of Philadelphia, is given about the first public information tending to positively identify its origin, to a certain extent at least. The writer says, "Some of our authorities have attempted to throw a great deal of mystery about the origin of the Yorkshire Terrier, where none really exists. If we consider that the mill operatives who originated the breed by careful selection of the best long-coated small terriers they could find, were nearly all ignorant men, unaccustomed to imparting information for public use, we may see some reason why reliable facts have not been easily attained. Those early writers show but little knowledge of the possibilities of selection. Stonehenge, for instance, in his early editions, speaks of it being impossible for a dog with a 3-inch coat and 7-inch beard to be a descendant of the soft-coated Scotch Terrier without a cross of some kind. The absurdity of this is seen when we remember that within a few years of the date of his history, Yorkshire Terriers were shown with 12 inches of coat. Then again, he speaks of the King Charles Spaniel as being employed to give the blue and tan, than which a more ridiculous statement could not have been penned. To get a blue and tan, long, straight, silky coat, breeders were not likely to employ a black and tan dog with a wide chest, tucked-up loin, a round bullet head, large protruding eyes, and heavy spaniel ears. The idea is too absurd to be entertained for a moment. As a raid against all the conjectures of theorists, I have in my possession a letter from Mrs. M. A. Foster, of Bradford, England, who, in writing of the dog Bradford Hero, the winner of 97 first prizes, says, "The pedigree of Bradford Hero includes all the best dogs for 35 years back, and they were all originally bred from Scotch Terriers and shown as such until a few years back. The name of Yorkshire Terrier was given to them on account of their being improved so much in Yorkshire." Following this, and about a year later, Mr. Ed Bootman of Halifax, England, furnished an article on the origin of the breed for publication in the English Stock Keeper, which that journal, feeling the importance of all facts relating to the origin of the breed, published as follows: Swift's Old Crab, a crossbred Scotch Terrier, Kershaw's Kitty, a Skye, and an old English Terrier bitch kept by J. Whittam, then residing in Hatter's Fold, Halifax, were the progenitors of the present race of Yorkshire Terriers. These dogs were in the zenith of their fame 40 years ago. The owner of Old Crab was a native of Halifax and a joiner by trade. He worked at Oldham for some time as a journeyman, and then removed to Manchester, where he kept a public house. Whether he got Crab at Oldham or Manchester I have not been able to ascertain. He had him when in Manchester, and from there sent him several times to Halifax on a visit to Kitty. The last visit would be about 1850. Crab was a dog of about 8 or 9 pounds weight, with a good terrier head and eye, but with a long body, resembling the Scotch Terrier. The legs and muzzle only were tanned, and the hair on the body would be about 3 or 4 inches in length. He has stood for years in a case in a room of the Westgate Hotel, a public house which his owner kept when he returned to his native town, where I believe the dog may be seen today. Kitty was a bitch different in type from Crab. She was a drop-eared Skye, with plenty of coat of a blue shade, but destitute of tan on any part of the body. Like Crab, she had no pedigree. She was originally stolen from Manchester and sent to a man named Jackson, a saddler in Huddersfield, who, when it became known that a £5 reward was offered in Manchester for her recovery, sent her to a person named Harrison, then a waiter at the White Swan Hotel, Halifax, to escape detection, and from Harrison she passed into the hands of Mr. J. Kershaw of Bishop Blaze, a public house which once stood on the Old North Bridge, Halifax. Prior to 1851, Kitty had 6 litters, all of which, I believe, were by Crab. In these 6 litters she had 36 puppies, 28 of which were dogs, and served to stock the district with rising sires. After 1851, when she passed into the possession of Mr. F. Jagger, she had 44 puppies, making a total of 80. Mr. Whittam's bitch, whose name I cannot get to know, was an old English Terrier, with tanned head, ears, and legs, and a sort of grizzle back. She was built on the lines of speed. Like the others, she had no pedigree. She was sent when a puppy to the late Bernard Hartley of Allan Gate, Halifax, by a friend residing in Scotland. When Mr. Hartley had got tired of her, he gave her to his coachman, Mason, who in turn gave her to his friend Whittam, and Whittam used her years for breeding purposes. Although this bitch came from Scotland, it is believed that the parents were from this district. The last named writer has so fully identified the 3 dogs first employed to manufacture the breed, together with their names, ownership, characteristics, and other facts concerning them, that there can be no doubt as to the authenticity of the history of the origin of the breed. His history, although published in the Stock Keeper in 1887, has never been publicly contradicted, and it is evident that there can now be no grounds for following the reasoning of writers who claim that the origin is a mystery. The development since that time, judging from an examination of the pedigrees of the most prominent dogs of the breed, has been the result of judicious selection from and breeding with dogs that most nearly approached what fanciers and breeders thought ought to be the type, and it is probable that so long as a dog of this breed was known to have some of the blood of the original Old Crab, Kershaw's Kitty, and Whittam's Bitch, the sole progenitors of the breed, former breeders did not inquire too curiously into the pedigree of all the dogs used. This seems to be a reasonable supposition, and should fully account, in the case of some prominent dogs, for a lack of a complete pedigree running back to the 3 dogs above named. It is a well-established fact that the principal strains have been most jealously guarded by the people in the north of England. In noting the development of the breed up to its present standard, it may be stated, to commence with, that it has been principally accomplished by the people, mostly operatives in cotton and woolen mills, in the counties of Yorkshire and Lancashire, England, where it originated. Unfortunately, at its first appearance at our shows, almost anything in the shape of a terrier having a long coat, with some shade or effect of blue on the body, fawn or silver, more frequently the latter, colored head and legs, with tail docked and ears trimmed, was received and admired as a Yorkshire Terrier by most everyone except the few competent judges, and the breed, fashionable as it is still much neglected in this country, for the reasons that its care is not so well understood as that of many other breeds, and a good specimen soon loses its fine show condition by reason of lack of that regular and well-directed care necessary to cultivate and keep the coat looking right. Dog shows have, however, had the same effect on this as on other breeds. With the annual improvement in quality of the dogs exhibited, people have learned more about the points required of a well-bred specimen, and the worst type of dogs claiming title to the name has almost disappeared from our shows. Terrier properties should be, and are, considered by competent judges, for although toys, they are essentially terriers and called terriers. Consequently, there is no valid reason why they should not be recognized as such. More competent judges are also now to be obtained by the managers of our shows, although it must not be taken for granted that all acting in this capacity are thoroughly educated, or united on the standard as established for the breed, to recognize one regular type. But it is pleasant to note that much improvement has been made within the past few years in this direction, and that the rapid increase in number of typical specimens has served to educate fanciers to a better idea of what the breed ought to be, and the Yorkshire Terrier classes are now, in the majority of instances, well represented, in point of numbers as well as quality, at most of our important shows. The Yorkshire, like other terriers, is naturally remarkable for its sagacity, alertness, courage, and eagerness in the pursuit of vermin, although many of the small, weak, inbred specimens have undoubtedly lost much of the terrier instinct. The natural courage of the breed is such, however, that it will readily resist attacks from dogs much larger than itself, and, as a ratter, would quickly obey the natural instinct if allowed to do so. But wisdom on the part of the owner usually prevents a small, valuable dog from enjoying such recreation. They are essentially toys, and as a rule are most interesting and cunning as companions and house dogs, and the large number of ladies and children attracted to their cages wherever they are shown indicates, to some extent, their popularity. All previous writers, except Mr. Bootman, state that the color of puppies when born is black and tan, but the latter states that mouse color and tan, and even fawn, are not unfrequently seen. Blue or mouse-colored puppies have also been observed to some extent in my experience, and they being bred from the best stock obtainable, I can corroborate the statement made by Mr. Bootman. We also learn, through some of the English fanciers, that some of the first prize winners of that country were born blue and tan, but it is generally understood that most of the good ones are born black and tan. In managing, breeding, and exhibiting Yorkshire Terriers, a good and regular amount of exercise is most essential to their general health, as to that of any toy dog. The means by which the necessary amount of exercise is given must be determined by the owner, the condition of the weather having an important bearing upon the question owing to the length of its coat, and the absolute necessity of preserving it if one expects to be successful in the show ring. A great deal of a dog's appearance depends upon whether or not he be well groomed, and this important operation has probably never been practiced with skill and regularity by many exhibitors, who, on showing their dogs, are surprised to find that they compare unfavorably with others as to their coats. Grooming, to be effective, must be thorough, but it is hard to convince some people of its benefit. Many appliances are more or less used as aids to the Yorkshire Terrier's toilet, and perhaps no better description of the process necessary to be employed in the management and care of these terriers' coats can be given than that by Mr. G. H. Wilkinson, before referred to. He says, "Beyond taking care of them and keeping their beds dry and warm, very little notice is taken of them till about 3 or 4 months old, when the hair has got rough and begins to show signs of altering color on the skull and down the center of the back. Then begins a long and tedious preparation of daily brushing, to cultivate a parting in the coat. I then slightly grease them all over with the following, which I have always used: 6 ounces of neatsfoot oil, 6 drachms of tincture of cantharides, 6 drops of oil of rosemary. Put into a bottle and always shake well before applying. This is certain to make the hair grow. One of the main causes why we always keep them greased is to keep the coat straight and free from clots or matting together. They are usually washed once a week and greased again the same day. I also keep each foot tied up in a small stocking or bag to prevent them from scratching or catching their claws in the coat and dragging it out. It is really wonderful the great change and improvement that can be seen each week. When washing, I use a bit of good plain soap. Dog soaps, as advertised, are too strong for their delicate skins. After washing, they should be well dried with a soft towel, placed on a stool in front of a good warm fire, and afterward carefully combed and brushed. I say carefully combed because it is easy to pull off more hair at one time than can be grown again in many weeks, and they should always be combed and brushed till every hair is thoroughly free. If any small clots are left, it will only be so much worse to get out next time. This weekly process must be continued through life if one desires to have the dog's coat perfect. Some dogs grow much more coat than others, however, and all the care and attention in the world won't make some dogs carry more than a moderate amount. It is not advisable to give a small dog of this breed much meat, but a small quantity, well cooked and cut up, mixed with cooked vegetables or bread and gravy, may be fed to advantage occasionally. Their diet should consist mainly of plain food, of a farinaceous and not heating quality, and while some feed but once a day, it is believed to be better to feed them twice. Care should always be taken not to overfeed. The long hair on the head should be carefully tied back on top of the head, especially while feeding, for if allowed to become dirty, it will rot and break at the ends until it is eventually spoiled. For their treatment in sickness and disease, the general subject by Ashmont, contained in another part of this work, should be carefully studied. They require very little medicine, however, and proper care and nursing will frequently do more good in case of sickness than any other treatment. If a laxative is needed, there is nothing safer than a teaspoonful of castor oil. It is likely that some suffering is endured by puppies in shedding their milk or deciduous teeth, and in the Yorkshire Terrier, like most other toy breeds, this begins about the 5th month, and is several months before the permanent set is established. The complete possession of the permanent set should occur before they are 9 months old, but this is only the rule. It is considered necessary by some to extract the milk teeth with instruments as soon as they show signs of loosening, but usually it is best to let nature perform its work in this respect, and lamb or other soft bones may be given at this time. A tooth may be extracted with the finger and thumb if loose enough, but as they are very sensitive about an operation of this kind, it is better not to apply the instrument except in a case where a tooth has remained so long as to become refixed and affects the regular and even growth of permanent teeth. After the permanent set has been established, it is necessary that they be kept clean and white by the same method employed in cleansing human teeth, and the mouth should always be carefully looked after. Also avoid giving whole bones if it is desired to keep the permanent set. Ground or broken bone will do as well, and save the annoyance of a missing tooth, which some people, lacking in experience, may regard as a blemish. Teeth extracted to destroy the evidence of an uneven, defective mouth should not deceive an experienced judge, but the loss of a tooth or two from accidental causes, or even age, should not be considered as a fault or blemish when quality otherwise really exists. The remedies used for preventing and exterminating vermin are numerous, and a Yorkshire must be kept absolutely free from such torments, or its coat will soon be ruined. Some of the disinfectants in common use are very effective and convenient for use in exterminating vermin, and should be used for keeping the surroundings clean as well as on the dog. The practice of docking the tail and cropping the ears of Yorkshire Terriers is almost universal, and while the former operation is accompanied with very little pain, being usually performed at from 4 to 6 weeks after birth, there are good grounds for questioning the practice of cropping the ears, an operation which cannot be performed without pain, for even if anesthetics are employed and proper astringents applied to the wound as soon as possible, there must necessarily be considerable suffering during the process of healing, and while it is generally admitted that an uncropped specimen would stand a small chance of winning under most judges, yet it is sincerely hoped that the sentiment against the practice will prevail, and that the fashion of cropped dogs will be ultimately abolished. In preparing and keeping a Yorkshire Terrier in condition for exhibiting, considerable skill is necessary that it may be properly presented in the show ring. No breed of dogs owes more to condition for show purposes than the Yorkshire, and a dog of this variety exhibited in bad order or unskillfully brushed, when presented to the judge, has a good chance of being beaten by an inferior dog in good hands. Where they are kept exclusively for the house, of course less care is required, but the coat should be kept free and well brushed at all times. It is quite an undertaking to breed a Yorkshire, combining the proper color, texture of coat, and correct terrier type, and no amount of care or attention on the part of the owner can turn a badly bred, ill-formed specimen into a good one. Owing to the fact that the female, like that of other animals, is quite as important an element in breeding as the male, it is necessary to be as careful in selecting the dam as the sire. A faulty specimen of either sex should be avoided for breeding purposes. The theory some people hold that the breeding of a bitch possessing certain faults to a dog that is less faulty where the bitch fails, but possesses opposite ones, is likely to result in the production of a litter of world beaters, is simply but quite forcibly answered by the remark of one of our oldest breeders and judges, who, in discussing the point at one of our shows, said, "I never yet discovered that 2 wrongs would make 1 right." In breeding these dogs, experienced advice should be sought, for injudicious mating is likely to cause the ultimate destruction of type, and it is impossible for the breeder to bestow too much attention in this direction. A good-looking, well-bred dog is more likely to produce stock resembling itself than a good-looking one of unknown or even limited pedigree, and by patient care and attention, intelligent breeders have succeeded in eliminating faults and developing desired qualities in all breeds. The result of the most approved mating will not always prove satisfactory to the breeder, for, as Mr. Wilkinson says, no matter how well bred, there will always be good, bad, and indifferent, and more by far of the last. But there is no doubt that the only foundation for success and for obtaining good ones, whether it be few or many, lies in the most careful attention to mating. These remarks are not intended for those who, by extended experience, are perfectly competent to manage affairs of this kind skillfully, but to those who have not had experience in such matters, it is important to point out the necessity of informing themselves as to the standard type, and of adhering rigidly to it. It is doubtful if any attempt to establish large breeding kennels of Yorkshire Terriers would prove successful. For while there is, and always has been, a steady demand for first-class specimens, yet, owing to their peculiar and regular care, it would be a good day's work for any person, no matter how competent, to keep such a number of specimens constantly in show condition as would be required to maintain a reputation of the kennel necessary to its ultimate financial success. It is a matter of quality, not quantity, that tells in this respect, and the aggregate amount possible to be realized from the business of a large kennel would hardly be commensurate to the cost of its maintenance. The dealer may, and in some cases probably does, conduct a profitable business, derived from the efforts of small breeders, and there is no doubt that those who engage in breeding to a reasonable extent, combining business with pleasure, will be rewarded with success in proportion to their efforts. The following detailed description and valuation of the principal points or characteristics of the breed is from the standard prepared and established by the Yorkshire Terrier Club of England. Standard and points of judging the Yorkshire Terrier. Quantity and color of hair on back, value 25. Quality of coat, 15. Tan, 15. Head, 10. Eyes, 5. Mouth, 5. Ears, 5. Legs and feet, 5. Body and general appearance, 10. Tail, 5. Total, 100. General appearance. This should be of a long-coated pet dog, the coat hanging quite straight and evenly down each side, a parting extending from the nose to the end of the tail. The animal should be compact and neat, the carriage being very sprightly, bearing an important air. Although the frame is hidden beneath a mantle of hair, the general outline should be such as to suggest the existence of a vigorous and well-proportioned body. Head. This should be rather small and flat, not too prominent or round in skull, rather broad at the muzzle, with a perfectly black nose. The hair on the muzzle very long, which should be a rich, deep tan, not sooty or gray. Under the chin, long hair about the same color as the center of the head, which should be a bright golden tan, and not on any account intermingled with dark or sooty hairs. Hair on the sides of the head should be very long, and a few shades deeper than the center of the head, especially about the ear roots. The eyes should be of medium size, dark in color, having a sharp, intelligent expression, and placed so as to look directly forward, but should not be prominent. The edges of the eyelids should also be of a darker color. Ears, cut or uncut. If cut, quite erect. Uncut, small, V-shaped, and carried semi-erect, covered with short hair. Color to be a deep, dark tan. The mouth should be good and even. Teeth as sound as possible. A dog having lost a tooth or two through accident, not the least objectionable, providing the jaws are even. The body should be very compact, with a good loin and level on the top of the back. Coat. The hair as long and straight as possible, not wavy, which should be flossy, not woolly. It should extend from the back of the head to the root of tail. Color a bright steel blue, and on no account intermingled with fawn, light, or dark hairs. Legs quite straight, of a bright golden tan color, and well covered with hair, a few shades lighter at the ends than at the roots. Feet as round as possible, toenails black. Weight divided into two classes, viz. Under 5 pounds and over 5 pounds, but not to exceed 12 pounds. Referring to this standard, Mr. Wilkinson says, "Personally, I confess a weakness for color over quantity of coat, as I contend it is quite possible to produce a vast quantity of coat on a specimen otherwise indifferent. From boyhood, I remember my father, now deceased, being a great breeder and fancier of Yorkshire Terriers, and he could not tolerate a dog without the rich golden tan, and I certainly inherit his weakness and think the points most difficult to obtain should be thought most highly of when they are produced. I am rather afraid that of late years too much thought has been given to length of coat in preference to good color and moderate coat combined. A lot of hair with dog attached does not constitute a perfect Yorkshire Terrier." Mr. Bootman also says with relation to this point, "Richness of tan on head and legs should, to my mind, be more cultivated than at present. This property was highly prized by the old breeders. The craze for length of coat has in a great measure been the means of reducing the quality of tan." In connection with the subject of standard, should be mentioned some of the most common faults noticed in specimens of the breed exhibited at our shows. The most important of these are too round skull, apple head, pointed muzzle, silver-colored body instead of blue, fawn-colored head and legs instead of tan, mixed-coated body made of 2 or more colors, curly or wavy coat, lack of animation and expression, natural drop instead of semi-erect ears, roached back, light or Dudley nose, uneven mouth, long hair on ears, hind legs heavily coated below hocks, 2 prominent eyes, and cropped front legs. All these and some other faults should be guarded against in breeding or selecting Yorkshire Terriers, but to find a specimen technically up to the established standard is a practical impossibility. As most of the future prize and other good dogs of this breed in America may reasonably be expected to spring, at least in part, from the best-known winners which have been exhibited at our shows, a brief summary of the principal first prize winners of late years is here given, as far as we are familiar with them, and most of which are well known to the fancy. They are as follows: Champion Bradford Harry, Bradford Lil, Bradford Leah, and Lancashire Ben, Campbell's Prince, Dolly, Spink, Sir Colin, and Dandie, Northfield's Kennels Harry, Fishpool Gem, Toons Royal, Daisy, Little Sister, Jenny, and Floss, Sen's Teddy and Jessie, Cassidy's Ben, Prince, and Jersey Lily, Clancy's Bill and Ben, Carlton's Armand and Bravo, Sylvie's Whiskers and Leo, Borrowscale's Dandie, Daly's Daisy, Sullivan's Lucy, Englehart's Patty, Dull's Una, Healy's Ebor, Rose Patty, Kramer's Midge, Cabot's Lancashire Star, Harrison's Mossy, Meadowthorpe Fairy, Jessie, Damificare, Actor, and Spider. The following persons also own and exhibit good Yorkshires: John F. Campbell, Custom House, Montreal, Canada; Northfield's Yorkshire Kennels, Salem, Massachusetts; P. H. Coombs, 1 Exchange Block, Bangor, Maine; Mrs. J. S. Borer, 3263 Groveland Avenue, Chicago, Illinois; J. C. Cullen, Pittsfield, Massachusetts; Dr. George W. Dixon, 406 Main Street, Worcester, Massachusetts; R. P. H. Durkee, 10 Ashland Block, Chicago, Illinois; E. E. Dodge, Pittsfield, Massachusetts; Michael Goggardy, 71 Gough Street, New Haven, Connecticut; John J. Hooley, Troy, New York; John Hackett, 23 Barton Street, Hamilton, Ontario; John L. Lincoln, Jr., 2 and 4 Wabash Avenue, Chicago, Illinois; R. S. F. Montgomery, 217 South 14th Street, Omaha, Nebraska; W. R. Mack, Rochester, New York; W. D. Reed, Elmira, New York; E. J. Lilly, 53 to 59 Water Street, Cleveland, Ohio; Mrs. E. A. Lincoln, 14 Parker Street, New Bedford, Massachusetts; J. H. Stotts, 3 and 4 Hodge Opera House, Lockport, New York; R. J. McLaughlin, 1762 Euclid Avenue, Cleveland, Ohio; F. G. Anthony, New Haven, Connecticut; E. G. Carlton, 38 Court Square, Boston, Massachusetts; Henry Smith, Buffalo, New York; John McKee, 323 Marcy Avenue, Brooklyn, New York; Mrs. L. D. Cutler, 262 West 34th Street, New York City; George Bell, Walker House, Toronto, Canada; Fred Sen, 278 West 11th Street, New York City; Peter Cassidy, 135 Varick Street, New York City; Bernard Cummings, 340 West 25th Street, New York City; Mrs. W. D. Stewart, Malden, Massachusetts; George McDonnelly, 77th Street, South Boston, Massachusetts; W. A. Pinkerton, 191 Fifth Avenue, Chicago, Illinois; Meadowthorpe Kennels, Lexington, Kentucky; J. Maddox, 4 West 66th Street, New York City; William A. Bragg, 21 Park Street, Bangor, Maine; and Mrs. A. H. Minier, Saranac Lake, New York. The dogs selected by the editor for illustration in connection with this chapter are certainly among the best ever seen in this country, and are distinguished as first prize winners at some of the principal shows in the north of England, where the breed originated, and where the best specimens in the world meet in competition. They are of especial interest in connection with this work as being prominent prize winners at American shows. Bradford Harry is at present, 1890, the only champion of record of his breed in America. He was first exhibited here in 1888 and has appeared in Boston, New York, Troy, Lynn, Buffalo, and New Bedford, where he won 9 first prizes in succession. And in addition, he has made the remarkable record of which few dogs of any breed can boast, viz. That of winning every special prize for which a Yorkshire Terrier was eligible to compete at the shows where he has appeared. In one show alone, he won the specials for Best Yorkshire Terrier, Best Rough-Coated Terrier, any breed, and Smallest Dog in the Show. His pedigree is as follows: Sire, Crawshaw's Bruce, Dam, Beale's Lady. Bruce by Hodson's Sandy, Patterson's Minnie. Sandy by Bateman's Sandy, Venus. Bateman's Sandy by Spring. Venus by Music. Spring by Huddersfield Ben. Beale's Lady by Tyler Lady. Tyler by Huddersfield Ben, Bolton's Kitty. Kitty by Bolton's Wonder. The Yorkshire Terrier Mozart, bred and owned by Mr. James Alderson of Leeds, England, won for the breed the name Yorkshire Terrier in 1874 or 1875. He lived to the age of 14 years and 10 months and won during his show career 164 prizes, including 36 cups, according to Mr. Bootman's history. Mozart was by Huddersfield Ben out of Alderson's Frisk, both of which run directly back to the original Old Crab, Kitty, and Whittam Bitch. Huddersfield Ben was the best stud dog of his breed during his lifetime, and one of the most remarkable dogs of any pet breed that ever lived, and most of the show specimens of the present day have one or more crosses of his blood in their pedigree. Before leaving this engaging breed, we would suggest to the managers of shows that they hardly do justice to its advancement and improvement when, in arranging premium lists, only one class is provided for dogs and bitches, and frequently without regard to weight. It can hardly be expected of breeders and fanciers to bear the necessary expenses consequent to a 4 days' show, often being obliged to ship their dogs long distances for the purpose, to make full entries, when classes are not as liberal as for other prominent breeds, and we do not hesitate to say that it would benefit the show as well as the exhibitor if managers would divide the classes by weight, under 5 pounds and over 5 pounds, as established by standard, and also by sex. But we must condemn the practice of providing puppy classes, if for no other reason than the liability of the puppies contracting distemper, and thus serving as agents, through which it may be distributed promiscuously. Furthermore, the Yorkshire Terrier does not mature in coat and color until 3 to 4 years old, and it must be obvious to all that a first prize puppy may be thoroughly unfit for show when matured, and the honor of winning such a prize can therefore be of but little practical benefit to the owner. End of section 27. Recording by Colleen McMahon.
Section 28 of the American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Mack, Tucson, Arizona. The American Book of the Dog. G. O. Shields, editor. Section 28. The Airedale Terrier, by F. H. F. Mercer. It requires no slight stretching of the term to include this giant in the same category with the midgets of his genus. It seems unnatural to call a dog standing higher at the shoulder than many foxhounds and weighing 50 to 60 pounds by the same generic title as the 3-pound Black and Tan, or the sprightly Fox Terrier. Yet, though he cannot go to earth, the Airedale is an inveterate verminer, and if we call him not a terrier, how else can he be known? Hugh Dalziel, Corsincon, claims the distinction of having christened this rough-and-ready tyke with the pretty name he bears. In the earlier dog shows of the northern counties of England, where specimens first appeared, they were scheduled as broken-haired or working terriers, or as waterside terriers, by which latter name they were known at home. I suggested, writes Mr. Dalziel, that the name Bingley Terrier would be a much more distinctive cognomen and applicable inasmuch as Bingley seemed to me to be the center around which this terrier was to be met in the greatest numbers. Several of my correspondents who were breeders and exhibitors suggested to me that Airedale better represented the home of the terrier. This I adopted, and the name Airedale Terrier has attached to the breed ever since." Close quote. My information, it may be well to mention, derived from a Yorkshireman who has had to do with these terriers all his life. He is now upward of 50. Fully bears out what Mr. Dalziel has written. As the Airedale was bred by the Yorkshireman simply with a view to getting a rough and ready dog, useful both as a watchdog and by riverside and moor, naturally little or no attention was paid to scientific breeding. A useful dog was bred to a clever bitch, and for years no records were kept of any kind. Consequently, it is impossible to trace the origin of the variety. I am inclined to the belief that there is a strong dash of the Otterhound in their composition, backed perhaps with some Bedlington, Scotch, and Irish Terrier blood. I know, too, that a dash of the Bull Terrier is frequently introduced to get additional courage. From my small experience of the Airedale, I have found that they possess the highest courage, and my mentor in Airedale matters tells me that they will lick more Bull Terriers than Bull Terriers lick them. Indeed, only the other day I received a letter from him saying that the dam of Weaver, the subject of the illustration, when suckling a litter of 2-week-old puppies, fought a bull and terrier bitch for 3/4 of an hour. The bull had the upper hand for the first 30 minutes, but then Floss, the Airedale, set to and killed her. His men told him that she wagged her tail all the time and never made a sound, though receiving frightful punishment. The bull and terrier weighed half as much again as she did. Stonehenge gives the breed a very bad name, but I cannot help thinking that the specimens he had to do with were not typical, in disposition at least. And Airedale is not a pretty dog. No one can accuse him of being beautiful, but he is such a rough and ready-looking customer, with such a weird head and face, and such human-looking eyes, that one cannot help liking him. I have heard people insist that the Airedale had monkey blood, as he looks more like our ancestor than a dog, and undoubtedly there is a resemblance. When my first Airedale arrived by express, the box in which he was delivered during my absence from home was carefully deposited in the kennel yard. On my return, I was met at the door by the friend who keeps house with me, and was told excitedly that an awful-looking brute had come, and that he had left it in the box, being afraid to take it out. I went into the kennel yard, and there saw this terror-inspiring creature, whom I at once pronounced to be the champion ugly dog of Canada. I let him out, and he was as affectionate a little, or rather big fellow, as you could find anywhere. My friends all ridiculed and laughed at him for the first few weeks, but now their feelings have changed, and I am fairly besieged with applications for one of those Airedales. As I am a devoted Spaniel man, I have not yet tested Airedales afield, but I understand they are a most invaluable all-around dog. They can run a deer, a fox, or a hare, beat for feathered game and kill a rat, retrieve a duck, and draw a coon. They are the least quarrelsome of dogs, but when once their wrath is raised, look out for squalls. Something is going to suffer. They are much used by poachers in England, being an improvement on the lurchers of olden days, and moreover less likely to arouse suspicion in the gamekeepers, to whom a lurcher is as a red rag to a bull. He's a queer-looking coon, I overheard a visitor say of an Airedale at show, but he looks like a dandy for work, and I think this breed exemplifies the adage, handsome is as handsome does. They are grand watchdogs and excellent house dogs, kind and affectionate with children, and most intelligent. I am afraid, however, that they will never be popular, looks being so much against them. There are but few of them in the country, and very, very few good ones. The following extract from a letter received lately from an old friend will be of interest in this connection. I will try and write you what I know of Airedales. I think the breed originated from a cross between the Otterhound and the Bull Terrier. There used to be a pack of Otterhounds always kept at Bingley, England. I have often seen them hunting on the River Aire, which runs through Airedale, hence the name of the dog, I suppose. It is good sport to take 3 or 4 of these terriers down the banks of a river hunting rats. They will find the rats in their holes and stand back. Then you put in the ferret. The rat will jump into the water and the dogs will watch for this appearance, swim after and catch him 9 times out of 10. I think they and the Irish Terriers know more than all other breeds of terriers combined. I think the breed was first known about Salt Aire and Shipley Glen, Baildon, Bingley, and around Clegley. When I wished to get one, I never used to go any other places to look for it, and all the really good ones were well known. I never cared to own any but the best I could get, and £1.10 to £2 was then considered a high price. You could get the best to be had for that amount, if the owner would sell it all. I owned 3, Smuggler, Crack, and Ben, and they were all good dogs as I ever saw. Ben was the best and the largest of the 3. He would probably weigh some 40 to 45 pounds when in good condition. They breed them now much larger than they did then. When I had them, I was about 18 or 20 years old, now 30 years ago and over. Crack was first owned by a Leeds gentleman and weighed not more than 35 pounds when in fair condition. He was matched and fought in the pit in Leeds with a Bull Terrier, weight 33½ pounds. Crack was to come at any weight. Bull Terrier was to be 32 pounds only, but they let him in at above weight. I saw the fight and bought Crack for £2.10 as soon as it was over. Crack outfought him and killed him dead in 48 minutes, fought fully as quiet as the Bull Terrier. He was better grit, for if the Bull Terrier could, he would have jumped the pit, I think, but Crack pinned him and held him until he finished him. Either of the other 2, Ben or Smuggler, would fight just as keen. The Airedale fights much faster than a Bull Terrier. Their thick hair seems to sicken the dogs they fight with. They are the best watchdogs I know of, and will stand by you in a tight place. The dog Charlie that I now have in Maine sleeps in my bedroom on a mat at the door, and no foot can enter the yard but he knows it. No one can cross that threshold at night unless he sees fit to allow it. He is 3 years old now, and I think is a perfect type of the breed. He is surely game and will hunt rabbits and rats every minute he can get. I think if he was properly trained that few dogs would beat him. He knows no one but his master and completely ignores everyone else. You can teach the Airedale anything. When I was in Europe last time, I saw one that I would have brought over if he could have been bought, but it was of no use, for his owner said 50 pounds would not take him to America. I think he would weigh fully 55 to 60 pounds and knew about as much as you could think a dog could be taught. His owner told me he would dive after a rat like an otter. He could make him stop anywhere, and he said he thought he would stop there until dead or until hunger compelled him to leave. He could send him home with a note and tell him to bring back a reply, and he would do it. And if he said no reply, the dog would take the note and come right back. But if he said answer back, he would bring it or stop until they gave him a piece of paper. He would bring that or whatever they gave him that he could carry, and he would not lose it. He was a perfect pet with children and a regular guardian over his 3-year-old little boy when I sent him out with the child. He reminded me so much of my old Ben. I would have paid well for him, but the owner said no, My dog is one of my family and will stay with us as long as he lives. Crack, the Airedale I have alluded to before. I have seen point partridges and pheasants as stiff as any old pointer, and then he would look around for me as much as to say, "I have them here for you," and if one was wounded and run to the ground, he would trail it and bring it to you as sure as it dropped, and he would not injure it. If I wounded a hare or a rabbit, he would surely kill it and then bring it in, but a bird he would bring alive every time. He was brought up on the estate of Sir Busfield Ferrand of Bingley, a thorough sportsman if one ever lived, and Crack had to be sent off, as he would not make friends with the other dogs. He was jealous. He was nearly 6 years old when he came into my possession. I kept him some 3 years, and my brother-in-law kept him until his death. He was said to be about 14 years old when he died, and up to about 6 months of his death was quite lively. After that, he lost the use of his hindquarters partially, and his sight failed him. Smuggler was also a grand dog, but not so game as Ben or Crack. Now I will tell you another true story about another Airedale that my father owned as long as I can recollect anything. His name was Nelson. My father was on horseback and had to cross Spring Mill Brook, some 15 to 20 feet across, usually about a foot deep. Father used to cross it for a shortcut home. One night his horse stumbled, fell, and threw him, his back striking a rock. He was badly hurt and could not stand. The horse stood waiting for him, but he could not get up. He had lost the use of his lower parts. The dog tried all he could to lift him, but he could not. Then he went to a mill some 200 yards or more away and brought the night watchman and saved my father's life. He was in the cold water nearly an hour and had all he could do to raise himself on his hands to keep his head above water. The following is the standard for judging Airedale Terriers. Head, value 20. Ears, 8. Neck, shoulders, and chest, 12. Back and loin, 15. Hind quarters and stern, 5. Legs and feet, 15. Coat and color, 20. Weight, 5. Total, 100. Head. Skull flat and moderately narrow, tapering slightly to the eyes and free from wrinkle. No perceptible stop or indentation between the skull and the muzzle, except in the profile. Jaw long and powerful, free from flews, rather deep and moderately square at end. Nose black and nostrils large. Mouth level, teeth large and sound. Eyes small, bright, and dark in color, with terrier expression. Ears V-shaped, moderate in size and thickness, carried forward as in the case of the Fox Terrier, and free from long, silky hair. Neck fair length gradually widening to the shoulders, well carried and free from throatiness. Shoulders fine, long, and sloping moderately into the back. Chest should be deep and muscular, but neither full nor wide. Back and loin. The back should be short, straight, and strong, the ribs well sprung and rounded, the loin broad and powerful and well ribbed up. Hind quarters strong and powerful, thick through the hams, good muscular second thighs and stifles fairly bent, no tendency to cow hocks. Stern. The tail should be stout and docked, set on rather high but not raised to a right angle with the back. Legs and feet. The legs should be straight and well furnished with bone, the feet round and close with a thick sole. Coat. Rough or broken and dense and wiry in texture, free from lock or curl. Color. Dark grizzle back from occiput to end of tail, extending also down the sides of the body, with dark markings on the side of the skull. Rest of body a good tan, darker on ears than elsewhere. Weight. Dogs 40 to 45 pounds, bitches 35 to 40 pounds. Disqualifications: a Dudley nose, white on throat, face, or feet, white on any other part of the body, objectionable. A thoroughly bad mouth, that is, minus a number of teeth, and others cankered and undershot. Total blindness. Partial blindness objectionable. I may say parenthetically that Airedales of the best breeding sometimes weigh as much as 60 pounds. End of section 28. Recording by Tom Mack, Tucson, Arizona.
Section 29 of The American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. The American Book of the Dog. G. O. Shields, editor. Section 29. The Scottish Terrier by John H. Naylor. In no other breed of terriers have so many different types been shown as in the one commonly called the Scotch Terrier. Everything in the shape of a terrier is called Scotch by persons not versed in the proper types. Until about 10 years ago, the strain now recognized as the Scottish Terrier was scarcely known except by persons directly in contact with them, the breed being in the hands of gamekeepers and tod hunters. Fox hunters, who lived in remote parts of the Scottish Highlands, which were rarely visited by the outside public and where bench shows were unknown. These terriers were hunted in packs and used by their owners in destroying foxes, otters, badgers, and other vermin which infested the cairns or rocks of that part of Scotland. The hunters were paid for all vermin destroyed, and as the livelihood of these men mainly depended on the amount of vermin destroyed, great care was taken in mating to dogs which were noted for their hunting qualities and gameness. Written pedigrees were unknown at this time, yet great care was taken to mate for working qualities. The owners were, in many instances, opposed to going outside their own pack for new blood, for fear of introducing some inferior qualities in their packs. Special strains of these dogs have been kept in some families for almost 100 years without a cross. Several years ago the correct Scot was very scarce, even in their native districts. I myself having had great difficulty at one time in finding suitable dogs to import for use as breeders in my own kennels. Mine were at that time the only specimens of pure Scottish Terriers in America, and being desirous of keeping up my strains, I had to traverse the entire Highlands in my search for good specimens. These grand old Scottish or Highland Cairn Terriers are now shown in great numbers at all the principal shows in Scotland and England, and many fine specimens may often be seen at our American bench shows, but to the general public, who do not frequent shows, they are almost as yet unknown. As above stated, written pedigrees were not kept by the tod hunters, and even at the present a pedigree of one of our most celebrated dogs does not run far on paper until it finishes with such and such a dog from such and such a pack, well known as workmen in their native country. These terriers are also named diehards, a name reported to have been given them by George, 1st Earl of Dumbarton, who owned a famous pack of them celebrated for their gameness. It is said that he afterward named his favorite regiment the 1st Royal Scots, Dumbarton's Diehards, in compliment to his favorite terriers, and the regiment was afterward better known by that name than by any other. A terrier resembling the Scottish or diehard has been spoken of by some writers, and introduced in some works on the dog, as the Aberdeen Terrier, but it is easy for any one acquainted with the proper Scot to see at a glance the difference between it and the true Scot. The Aberdeen is of very uncertain breeding, and the long feather or fringe on his ear and the soft hair on his legs will always distinguish him from the correct Scottish Terrier, whose ears are covered with a short velvety coat, free from fringe at the top or sides, and whose legs are covered with hard, short hair. The carriage of ear in the Scottish Terrier is of two kinds, the semi-erect and the erect ear, either of which is correct, but a drop ear is not correct in any case. The semi-erect ear is now seldom met with, but is considered by many competent judges of the breed as the old style. My old semi-erect eared dog Glenlyon is the only one with this style of ear I have. He is now grey with years, being over 10 years old. He was born on the night of the Great Tay Bridge disaster in Scotland. Sired by Fossum, out of Wasp, Fossum of the King Gussie pack, Wasp by Botock, out of Fanny, Botock from Lady Mengice's kennels, and Fanny of the old chest-style Glenlyon stock, once so famous in the Scottish Highlands and which are now extinct. Glenlyon is said to be the very image of Fossum, who had also semi-erect ears, while Wasp, Botock, and Fanny all had erect ears. My Whinstone, half-brother of Glenlyon, had erect ears. He has been dead several years. I had him preserved, and keep him as a specimen of the correct stock. Many others of my terriers are well known to frequenters of American bench shows, having carried off almost all the prizes for many years, with Tam Glen, Bonnie Bell, Heather, Whinstone, Lowry Dunbar, Fanny Fern, Glenlyon, and others, and last but not least, that old favorite Rosie, who is now over 20 first prizes to her credit. The Scottish Terriers, I find, make good companions for either ladies or gentlemen, are good watchdogs, under good control, and are easily broken to cleanliness in the house. They are good on all kinds of game, are easily broken to ferret or gun, and some of them have proved the best of retrievers, either on fur or feather. They take to water readily, and retrieve a duck with any other dog. The following description and value of points for judging is generally recognized on both sides of the water. Skull, value 5. Muzzle 5, eyes 5, ears 10, neck 5, chest 5, body 10, legs and feet 10, tail 2.5, coat 20, size 10, color 2.5, general appearance 10, total 100. Skull, value 5, proportionately long, slightly domed, rather wide at the back, and tapering gradually to the eyes. The hair on skull should be hard and short, about 3/4 of an inch long or less, without any signs of silkiness or topknot. There should be a slight stop or drop between the eyes. Muzzle, value 5, long and powerful, gradually tapering from eyes to nose, which should always be black, of good size and well spread. The jaws level and the teeth fitting correctly. An overshot or undershot mouth should disqualify. The nose projects somewhat over the mouth, giving the impression of the upper jaw being slightly longer than the under jaw. Eyes, value 5, wide apart, medium size, dark brown or hazel in color, well sunk in head, piercing, very bright and intelligent, looking from under heavy eyebrows. Ears, value 10, small, erect or semi-erect, either are correct, but never dropping. They should be sharp-pointed, and the hair should be short, resembling fur, should be free from fringe at top and sides, and should not be cropped. Neck, value 5, short, thick, and muscular, strongly set on sloping shoulders. Chest, value 5, deep, broad in comparison to size of dog, but must not be out of proportion. Body, value 10, of moderate length, ribs flat, but well ribbed up, loin broad and strong, with no tendency to weakness in hind quarters. Legs and feet, value 10. Both fore and hind legs should be short and heavy in bone, the forelegs being straight or slightly bent, well set under body, out at elbows being a serious blemish. The hocks should be well bent, thighs muscular, and the feet strong, small, round, and well padded, the fore feet being larger than the hind feet, and well set down on the ground. Both feet and legs should be covered with short, hard hair. Any tendency to silkiness or feather on legs is a serious fault. Tail, value 2.5, about 7 inches in length, covered with hard hair and free from feather, carried with a slight bend and often gaily. Coat, value 20, should be rather short, about 2 or 3 inches, hard and wiry in texture, with dense undercoat. The outer coat should be free from any curl or waviness and very dense, an open coat being a serious blemish. Size, value 10, about 14 to 18 pounds for dogs, 12 to 17 pounds for bitches. Color, value 2.5, steel or iron gray, brindle, black, red, wheaten yellow, or mustard color. Mustard black and red not as popular. All white specimens have occurred and are greatly prized, but white markings such as forefeet and chest are objectionable, and if in large quantities should disqualify. General appearance, value 10. The face should have a sharp, bright, and active expression, head carried well up. The dog, owing to shortness of coat, appears to be higher on the legs than he really is. Viewed from all points, he should show a nice, compact little terrier, possessed of great strength and muscle, without any weak points or light bones, and without any waste or want of material. In fact, a Scottish Terrier, though essentially a terrier, cannot be put too powerfully together, and should have that happy-go-lucky vermin look about him that gives the impression he is ready for anything that comes along. He should be from 9 to 12 inches in height, and should have the appearance of being slightly higher on the hind legs than on the forelegs. Faults. Muzzle either undershot or overshot, eyes large or light colored, ears large, round at the point or drop. Too heavy a coat is a fault. Coat. Any silkiness, wave, or tendency to curl is a serious blemish, as is also an open coat. Specimens over 18 pounds should not be encouraged. End of section 29. Section 30 of The American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. The American Book of the Dog. G. O. Shields, Editor. Section 30. The Dandie Dinmont Terrier by John H. Naylor. The Dandie Dinmont Terrier is but little known in America to others than fanciers. It is difficult to understand why he is not more popular, for although not handsome, he is one of the brightest, most active, and vivacious of all the terrier family. The liking for him invariably grows as one becomes more acquainted with his good qualities, for he embodies all that goes to make up a good, workmanlike terrier, with an admirable disposition for a companion for a lady or gentleman, or as a playmate for children. In Europe, the breed is now one of the most fashionable, and the entries at bench shows excel those of most other breeds of terriers. Until the year 1814, when the great novelist Sir Walter Scott wrote Guy Mannering, the breed was unknown by its present name. The general opinion is that Scott drew the character of the hero in Guy Mannering from James Davidson, a farmer of Hindley in the foothills of the Teviotdale Mountains. Yet it is a question whether at the time Scott wrote Guy Mannering he really portrayed Davidson, or whether the identity was accidental. Be that as it may, the likeness was so perfect that Davidson was ever afterward known as Dandie Dinmont among his neighbors and acquaintances. James Davidson certainly fitted the character to perfection. He was a great hunter, especially of foxes and badgers, and his terriers, which became celebrated for their gameness, were generally named Pepper or Mustard, such as Old Pepper or Young Pepper, Old Mustard or Young Mustard, according as their color was. James Davidson died in January 1820, and his fondness for hunting was strong to the end. The hounds having started a fox, which ran near his window while he lay on his deathbed, he insisted on getting out of bed to enjoy the fun. as he called it. That Davidson was the originator of this now celebrated breed of dogs is not generally believed, but they have ever since borne his nickname. It is believed that they were in the hands of border gypsies and farmers many years before. Dr. Brown, writing of one of his dogs, says, "He came of the Piper Allan breed, who lived some 200 years ago in Coquet Water. Allan was a piper, like Homer, traveling from place to place and famous for his dogs, music, and songs. The Earl of Northumberland offered the piper a small farm for his dog. Allan remarked, 'Na, na, me lord, keep your firm. What will a piper do with a firm?'" It is said by Mr. Robert White that the father of Jamie Allan, Piper Allan, was named William, and was born in 1704. He was a player on the bagpipes, and repaired pots and pans, and made spoons and baskets. He was an excellent angler, and among his other pursuits he excelled in the hunting of otters, and kept 8 or 10 terriers for this sport. Peachum was William Allan's favourite, and such confidence had he in the animal that when hunting he would at times remark, "When my Peachum gies mouth, I durst always sell the otter skin." Charlie was also an excellent dog. William Allan had once been employed by Lord Ravensworth to kill otters on the estate, which he soon accomplished. His lordship wishing to buy Charlie at the piper's own price, Allan turned round haughtily and exclaimed, "By the wunds, this hale estate canna buy Charlie." William Allan died in 1779, aged 75 years. His son Jamie was born in 1734. Mr. J. Davidson, an old fancier of the breed, published a letter in the Field, London, of December 7, 1778, which sheds more light on the question as to how James Davidson, the original Dandie Dinmont, came into possession of his first dandies, than we have been able to obtain from any other source. He says, "The border muggers were great breeders of terriers, and in their wanderings the different tribes would meet once or twice a year at some of the border villages. If they could not get a badger, they would try their dogs on a foumart, wildcat, or a hedgehog. Jock Anderson, the head of the tribe, had a red bitch that for such work beat all the dogs that came over the borders. Gordy Fa had a wire-haired dog that was the terror of all the dogs in the district, and that was good at badger, fox, or foumart. A badger had been procured, and both the bitch and dog drew the badger every time. Gordy Fa said to Jock Anderson, 'Let's have a big drink, the man first down to lose his dog.' 'Done,' says Jock. Down they sat on the green, and in 18 hours Jock was laid out, and Gordy started off with the dogs. They were mated and produced the first pepper and mustard, which were presented by Gordy to James Davidson, Dandie Dinmont. Many years ago, E. Bradshaw Smith brought up all the good dandies he could lay his hands on, and even offered Mr. Milnes to cover old Jenny with £5 notes if he could have her, but the offer was refused. He, however, bought up many of the then famous kennels, and dandies whose pedigrees show them to contain this blood are eagerly sought after by breeders of the present day. The Dandie Dinmont is a very game dog. Some few specimens that have been spoiled in their puppyhood may show the white feather, and this may be true of any other breed, but this is far from being the rule with the Dandie. He is not a quarrelsome dog, but once aroused he goes in to win, and is sure to give a good account of himself. Many instances of dandies worrying each other in their kennels have been noted. I have suffered myself from this. My border clinker killed Bonnie Britton in midday, and neither made the least noise. That old breeder, Mr. Sumner, owned the famous Shem, whose father and brother are said to have been found dead in a drain in which the hounds had run a fox. The drain had 3 entrances. The father was put in at one hole, the son at another, and speedily the fox bolted out the third. But no appearance of the little terriers, and on digging they were found dead, locked in each other's jaws. They had met, and it being dark, and there being no time for explanations, they had throttled each other. In closing, I must say that anyone wishing a hardy terrier, one fit for all kinds of work, a companion for himself or children, cannot find anything better than a Dandie Dinmont. The more they become known, the more their merits will be appreciated. I speak from years of experience with this breed, having imported some of the finest blood known, and more Dandies have passed through my hands and more prizes have been won by my dogs than by those of all other breeders in America combined. Following is the standard of points of the Dandie Dinmont Terrier as defined and adopted by the South of Scotland Dandie Dinmont Terrier Society. The relative values of several points in the standard are apportioned as follows. Head, value 10, eyes 10, ears 10, neck 5, body 20, tail 5, legs and feet 10, coat 15, color 5, size and weight 5, general appearance 5. Total 100. Head, strongly made and large, not out of proportion to the dog's size, the muscles showing extraordinary development, more especially the maxillary. Skull broad between the ears, getting gradually less toward the eyes, and measuring about the same from the inner corner of the eye to back of skull as it does from ear to ear. The forehead well domed. The head is covered with very soft, silky hair, which should not be confined to a mere topknot, and the lighter in color and silkier it is, the better. The cheeks, starting from the ears proportionately with the skull, have a gradual taper toward the muzzle, which is deep and strongly made, and measures about 3 inches in length, or in proportion to skull as 3 is to 5. The muzzle is covered with hair of a little darker shade than the topknot, and of the same texture as the feather of the forelegs. The top of the muzzle is generally bare for about an inch from the back part of the nose, the bareness coming to a point toward the eye and being about 1 inch broad at the nose. The nose and inside of mouth black or dark colored. The teeth very strong, especially the canine, which are of extraordinary size for such a small dog. The canines fit well into each other so as to give the greatest available holding and punishing power, and the teeth are level in front, the upper ones very slightly overlapping the under ones. All undershot and overshot specimens will not be recognized by the Society. Eyes, set wide apart, large, full, round, bright, expressive of great determination, intelligence, and dignity, set low and prominent in front of the head, color a rich dark hazel. Ears, large and pendulous, set well back, wide apart, and low on the skull, hanging close to the cheek, with a very slight projection at the base, broad at the junction of the head, and tapering almost to a point, the fore part of the ear tapering very little, the taper being mostly on the back part, the fore part of the ear coming almost straight down from its junction with the head to the tip. They are covered with a soft, straight brown hair, in some cases almost black, and have a thin feather of light hair starting about 2 inches from the tip, and of nearly the same color and texture as the top knot, which gives the ear the appearance of a distinct point. The animal is often 1 or 2 years old before the feather is shown. The cartilage and skin of the ear should not be thick, but rather thin. Length of ear from 3 to 4 inches. Neck, very muscular, well developed, and strong, showing great power of resistance, being well set into the shoulders. Body, long, strong, and flexible. Ribs well sprung and round. Chest well developed, and let well down between the fore legs. The back rather low at the shoulder, having a slight downward curve and a corresponding arch over the loins, with a very slight gradual drop from top of loins to root of tail. Both sides of backbone well supplied with muscle. Tail, rather short, say from 8 to 10 inches, and covered on the upper side with wiry hair of darker color than that of the body, the hair on the underside being lighter in color and not so wiry, with a nice feather about 2 inches long, getting shorter as it nears the tip, rather thick at the root, getting thicker for about 4 inches, then tapering off to a point. It should not be twisted or curled in any way, but should come up with a regular curve like a scimitar, the tip, when excited, being in a perpendicular line with the root of the tail. It should neither be set on too high nor too low. When not excited, it is carried gaily and a little above the level of the body. Legs, the fore legs short, with immense muscular development and bone, set wide apart, the chest coming well down between them, the feet well formed and not flat, with very strong brown or dark-colored claws. Bandy legs and flat feet are objectionable, but may be avoided. The bandy legs by the use of splints when first noticed, and the flat feet by exercise, and a dry bed and floor to the kennel. The hair on the forelegs and feet of a blue dog should be tan, varying according to the body color from a rich tan to a pale fawn. Of a mustard dog they are of a darker shade than its head, which is a creamy white. In both colors there is a nice feather about 2 inches long, rather lighter in color than the hair on the forepart of the leg. The hind legs are a little longer than the fore ones, and are set rather wide apart, but not spread out in an unnatural manner, while the feet are much smaller. The thighs are well developed, and the hair of the same color and texture as the fore ones, but having no feather or dew claws. The whole claws should be dark, but the claws of all vary in shade according to the color of the dog's body. Coat. This is a very important point. The hair should be about 2 inches long, that from skull to root of tail a mixture of hardish and soft hair, which gives a sort of crisp feel to the hand. The hard should not be wiry. The coat is what is termed pily or penciled. The hair on the under part of the body is lighter in color and softer than on the top. The skin on the belly accords with the color of the dog. Color. The color is pepper or mustard. The pepper color ranges from a dark bluish black to a light silvery gray, the intermediate shades being preferred. The body color coming well down the shoulder and hips, gradually merging into the leg color. The mustards vary from a reddish brown to a pale fawn, the head being a creamy white, the legs and feet of a shade darker than the head. The claws are dark as in other colors. Nearly all Dandie Dinmont Terriers have some white on the chest, and some have also white claws. Size. The height should be from 8 to 11 inches at the top of the shoulder. Length from top of shoulder to root of tail should not be more than twice the dog's height, but preferably 1 or 2 inches less. Weight. From 14 pounds to 24 pounds. The best weight as near 18 pounds as possible. These weights are for dogs in good working order. End of section 30.
Section 31 of the American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tommack, Tucson, Arizona. The American Book of the Dog, G.O. Shields, editor, Section 31, The Skye Terrier, by Lawrence Timson. Probably no other subject in relation to doggy affairs has more written about or has given rise to more controversies, all more or less rancorous, in the past 20 years than the origin and true type of the Skye Terrier. At the same time, these controversies have left the subject in dispute pretty much as they found it, and although more or less light has been thrown on the different points at issue, no conclusion has ever yet been reached that was satisfactory to all fanciers of this breed. The disputants, after airing their theories and attacking their neighbors, ending as they began, each with his own opinion unaltered. I shall not attempt to notice and sum up these various controversies, even if an article such as this would admit of it, which it does not. The matter would be too tedious and unprofitable. I shall take the type of Skye Terrier that is recognized today and confine myself to a slight sketch of what is known of its origin and history, not entering any speculations on the subject. Scattered throughout the whole of Scotland are various strains of rough-coated terriers, the terriers of one district having a certain similarity to the type and differing more or less from those of other districts. Of these, there appears at present to be but two strains that are generally recognized as distinct breeds, the Skye and the Dandie Dinmont. Besides these, the hard-haired Scotch and the Airedale have lately come in for some notice in England, but have not yet attracted much attention in this country. Among other strains of more or less local celebrity are the Aberdeenshires, Drynocks, Mogstads, and others, whose day on the show bench may come sometimes when some circumstance or other has brought them to the notice of the public, and they will emerge from the obscurity of their native dales. The Dandie Dinmont would have been as little known. Perhaps such a breed would not have been in existence at all today if their praises and those of old James Davidson of Hindley, the stout old Liddesdale yeoman, had not been sung by Sir Walter Scott in his Guy Mannering. The Skye, though a native of the island whose name he bears and of the adjacent coast, like his cousin the Dandie Dinmont, who originally came from the borders of Liddesdale and the Teviot district, has left his native place and has been for so long a time established generally all through the Highlands that comparatively few come from or are to be found now at the original home of the breed. There is a story current to the effect that the strain of terriers on the island of Skye and the adjacent mainland got that silky texture of coat which distinguishes them from the other strains from some mythical white Spanish dogs that came ashore from the wreck of some ships of the Spanish Armada that were lost among the Hebrides. Whether this be true or not, we find the Skye Terrier possessed of a longer and comparatively more silky coat than the other strains. The breed is pretty generally divided into two classes, the drop-eared and the prick-eared, about the only difference between them being the carriage of the ears and tail, and in the drop-eared variety a smaller head, a longer body, and a somewhat longer and softer coat. They are practically the same, however, this difference in type being brought about merely by selection owing to the preference of some for the longer, silkier coated dog for a pet over his more workmanlike cousin. For the purposes of this article, I will treat them as one and the same, having at the outset pointed out what differences do exist between them. The Skye Terrier is a long, low, well-built, wiry little fellow with a good hard jacket, an intelligent, alert expression, and a sound constitution which enables him to go almost anywhere, do almost anything, and rough it with his master in any climate. He is a born sportsman, always ready for a quiet bit of sport in a barn or along the hedgerows, displaying the utmost keenness and sagacity in the pursuit of all sorts of vermin, and he is death to any animal of his own weight. Although always ready to defend himself or his master, and never showing the white feather, no matter what the odds may be against him, in size or numbers he, unlike the Fox, Dandie, and Irish Terrier, is not at all quarrelsome. The Skye is a peaceful, well-conducted little citizen, and attends strictly to his own affairs, unless those affairs are interfered with by others. This quarrelsome characteristic tells seriously against the other breeds mentioned, especially as ladies' companions. The Red Irishman, in particular, dearly loves a mill, and, figuratively speaking, is always trailing his coat-tails behind him and trying to have them walked on. The Skye's temper can always be relied on, and he can be implicitly trusted with children. No other breed is better adapted to going to earth, their long and low conformation resembling that of weasels and other earth-frequenting vermin, giving the greatest amount of size and strength possible for the small caliber required. Their disposition resembles very much that of the Highlanders themselves, in their love of home and in war by their dash, pluck, and dogged courage and endurance, and by a loyalty and devotion to their master through fair and foul weather, only equaled by that of the old Scotch Jacobites for the head of the House of Stuart. The Skye is an exceptionally good house dog, and his coat, though so long, is entirely free from any unpleasant odor. In spite of its length, too, It requires very little care to keep it in order. After a run in the country, or on a muddy road or over plowed land, he requires to be quarantined in the lower regions for a while before being allowed in the house. And in the autumn, whenever he gets his coat full of burrs, it requires a free use of the scissors and the sacrifice of considerable hair to remove them. Under ordinary conditions, however, in town or country, his coat requires no more attention than that of other breeds. All this applies to dogs with outer coats of the proper texture, straight and comparatively hard, parting down the center of the back naturally, without any tendency to kink or curl. Skye's, especially drop-eared ones, whose coats are too soft, approaching more nearly that of the Yorkshire, of course give much more trouble in this respect, requiring frequent thorough soakings in tepid water and considerable brushing and combing to keep their jackets straight. The Skye is a good water dog, taking to it without the least hesitation, be it ever so cold, and he is the best of watch dogs, a vigilant little Skye being the surest burglar alarm one can have. Of course, I am speaking now of the Skye as he naturally is, and as he should be. His natural disposition, his intelligence, and his love of sport are in many instances spoiled by his being made from puppyhood a pampered house pet, and his coat and constitution likewise suffer from warm quarters, overfeeding, and lack of proper exercise. He is deservedly popular among gamekeepers throughout both England and Scotland, and equally so about the stables or in the laborer's cottage. And for work and on country rambles or by his fireside, the squire can have no better companion than this friendly, cheerful little fellow. He is particularly well adapted for a town house, and on the whole is all around the most companionable of small dogs, and especially for ladies. It may appear to some, especially those who admire the unquestionable merits of other breeds, that I have been showing the Skye through rose-colored glasses. But I am speaking from experience. I have owned at one time or another terriers of about all the breeds, and none of my old friends are forgotten. As I write, I can see in fancy a row of wistful little faces, white ones and red ones, blue, tan, and grizzle, stretching away back to my schoolboy days. And apart from all the feelings for particular individuals, I can truly say that the Skye has proved himself to be, to me, the best, and I am glad to have an opportunity such as this of paying him the tribute he deserves. The history of the Skye Terrier in America commences, as does that of the majority of our breeds of dogs, with the institution by the Westminster Kennel Club of their first annual bench show in 1877. Previous to that time, almost any blue, rough-coated terrier was called in this country a Skye, and at the first few shows the exhibits were generally pretty much all of the nondescript order. But the winners were nearly all of the right stamp, and the dog-loving public soon learned in a general way what a Skye should really look like. Among the first exhibitors were Mr. W. P. Sanderson of Philadelphia, who showed Donald, and Mr. Robert McClelland of New York, with Tom. Later came Mr. Robert Sewell of Tarrytown with Tatters, and others. The most successful dog that has yet appeared on the bench over here is Mr. W. P. Sanderson's Jim, whose winnings are: first, Pittsburgh; champion, New York; champion, Cleveland, 1882; champion, New York; champion, Washington, 1883; champion, New York; champion, Philadelphia, 1884; champion, Philadelphia, 1885; champion, New York, 1886; first, Boston, 1887; first, Philadelphia, 1887. Boss, imported by Mr. George Peabody Wetmore of Newport, the best Skye that had up to then appeared on this side, with the exception of Mr. Sanderson's Jim, was shown at New York in 1884, and in the same year Mr. George Sanderson of Moncton, New Brunswick, entered the lists with Watty and Fanny. Among the principal breeders and exhibitors of the Skye in America, besides those already mentioned, are Mr. A. W. Powers of Lansingburg, New York, Dr. M. H. Cryer of Philadelphia, Mr. S. S. Howland of Mount Morris, New York, Mr. Cornelius Stevenson of Philadelphia, Messrs. Oldham and Wiley of Mamaroneck, New York, the Meadowthorpe Kennels of Lexington, Kentucky, and Mr. F. W. Flint of New York. The following is the standard and scale of points of the Skye Terrier. Head, value 15. Ears and eyes, 10. Body and neck, 15. Legs and feet, 10. Tail, 10. Coat, 20. Color, 5. Size and symmetry, 15. Total, 100 points. The head should be long, rather narrow between the ears, increasing in width between the eyes, with a flat skull, little or no brow, and a pointed nose. The teeth should be perfectly level and evenly set in good, strong jaws. Nose and roof of mouth black or very dark brown. Ears and eyes. The ears are set on rather high, not large, being less than 3 inches long, but the hair on them mixing in with that of the head, neck, and cheeks makes them look much larger. In the drop-eared variety, they should fall perpendicularly and lie close to the cheek. In the prick-eared variety, they should stand well up, without any outward inclination. The eyes should be dark, brown, or hazel, of medium size, and sharp in expression, though at the same time bespeaking wisdom and kindliness. Body and neck. The back is long, but strongly coated with muscle and perfectly straight, any tendency toward the roach back of the Dandie Dinmont being especially objectionable. The ribs are round, the chest barrel-like, and the back ribs should extend well toward the hips. The neck is long and well clothed with muscle, rising evenly out of the chest. Shoulders strong and rather upright. Legs and feet. The legs should be straight and the elbows and stifles not turned out. The thighs should be well clothed with muscle down to the hocks. Feet round and well covered with hair. There should be no dew claws. Tail. This should be carried low by the drop-eared variety and about level with the back by the prick-eared. Under excitement, it is sometimes carried gaily. Coat. The outer coat should consist of hard, long, straight hair, and the undercoat should be close, soft, and woolly in texture. On the back, the coat should be straight and free from curl, and should part naturally down the middle. This parting is usually assisted with the comb, but it cannot be so trained by this alone if the outer coat is naturally curly and of a woolly texture. Although the outer coat is hard and straight, the inner woolly coat is so thick on the body that when the dog is wet, it prevents the outer coat from collapsing and adhering to his sides. On the head and legs, this is not the case, and when the dog is wet, his head presents a very different aspect from that shown when in the natural state, it looking so much smaller and longer. The length of the coat on the body should be considerable, but should not be so great as to entirely hide the animal's shape or to touch the ground. On the head, it should be long, overhanging the eyes, often so as to completely conceal them. The tail should be well feathered, but not so as to make it appear bushy or woolly. The legs also should have a certain amount of feather, but without any approach to matting. The colors should be black and slate, or black with white hairs, silver gray, or fawn. Silver gray is certainly the handsomest for a lady's pet especially. This latter should be tipped with black, and the fawn with black or dark brown. Size and symmetry. The Skye Terrier should stand from 9 to 10 inches high at the shoulder, and his length from end of nose to tip of tail should be from 35 to 40 inches. The prick-eared variety a trifle shorter in proportion to his height. The weight should be from 16 to 20 pounds. He should display perfect symmetry in his proportions. In preparing the Skye for the bench, the all-important point to be looked after is the coat. No matter how good a dog may be otherwise, if his coat is in bad shape when he faces the judge, he has to go to the wall. The principal thing to do to get the coat in good shape is to keep the skin healthy by means of proper exercise and feeding. This, together with protecting the coat for the time from wet and dirt, and by proper washing and brushing, which, however, must not be overdone, will bring about the desired result. The subject of our illustration, Lovat, the property of Mr. Cornelius Stevenson of Philadelphia, was bred by Mr. A. Crombie of Edinburgh, and was whelped April 10, 1887. His sire is Sir William Wallace, Dam, Daisy. His winnings are 2nd Ayr, 2nd Glasgow, 2nd Greenock, 2nd Paisley, 1st and Special Dundee, 1st and Special Dunfermline, 1st New York 1889, and 1st and Special Philadelphia 1889. I hope that the Skye will continue to advance in popularity in the future as rapidly as he has in the past, and that I may have brought his merits to the notice of new friends, and have been instrumental in establishing him in a higher niche among the dogs of America. End of Chapter 31. Reading by Tom Mack. Section 32 of the American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Mack, Tucson, Arizona. The American Book of the Dog, G.O. Shields, editor. Section 32. The Black and Tan Terrier, by H.T. Foote, M.D., V.S. This breed has the distinction, if previous writers are correct, of being the source of nearly or quite all breeds of terriers. According to the earliest history of the dog, there existed in England a rough-haired Black and Tan Terrier, thicker in skull, shorter in head, and stockier in body. The tan of these dogs was extensive and of a lighter shade than usually seen on modern specimens. They went to earth after game and had great stamina and courage. According to Youatt, smooth-coated terriers came from crossing these dogs with hounds, and long-coated terriers from crossing with curs. From crossings with other pure breeds, the various fancy breeds of terriers have been established. So far as the Black and Tan is concerned, he has, during the past few centuries, evolved into a more delicately and gracefully built animal, with short, fine, smooth, and jet-black coat over the greater part of the body, and with a small amount of much darker tan. The thumb marks, penciling, and kissing spots have been developed. The head has lengthened, and, like his body, is narrower than formerly. With this change in his physical makeup, it is not surprising that he has, at the same time, lost some of his combativeness and courage. Yet one now occasionally sees a specimen that manifests all the fighting qualities and terrier instincts that the early terrier was so famous for, and, as a whole, no breed can surpass the modern Black and Tan for natural rat-killing abilities. He gives a sharp nip and turns from one rat to another without delay. Early in 1889, a great rat-baiting contest was held in Antwerp. The rats came from the sewers of Paris and were large and ferocious. The Black and Tan won, killing the most rats and in the shortest time. The competition was large, pretty much all breeds of terriers being represented. What the best record is for killing rats I do not know, but an example of the rapidity of movement of a Black and Tan Terrier is shown in the record of Shaw's Jacko, who killed 100 rats in less than 7 minutes. It is as a clean, alert house dog and a bright, handsome companion that the Black and Tan Terrier has gained a reputation equaled by no other breed, and this is one of the few points upon which all authorities on doggy matters seem to agree. His color and shortness of coat render the few hairs he may leave about unnoticeable. He is quickly housebroken, and as a burglar alarm, no modern electrical contrivance can compare with him. He is not quarrelsome and avoids trouble with other dogs or people so far as possible. But once he is aroused, the instinct of his ancestry gives him all the necessary courage and cunning to stay in the fight to finish. In the kennel, a number of this breed can be kept together regardless of sex, and it is rare that any ill nature crops out. On the bench, length and narrowness of head and correctness of markings have had great weight, and perhaps not enough attention has been given to other points, especially to terrier character in expression and to good legs and feet. The specimen I have selected for illustration, Meersbrook Maiden, is strong in these particulars and has not the extreme of length and narrowness of head. She has 20 wins to her credit in England, and during 1887 and 1888 competed successfully with the best specimens of the breed in that country. Since coming to America, she had added to her list of wins, and recent criticisms in our sporting papers giving reports of shows are like to the effect that she outclasses all other specimens in this country at present. This bitch has improved wonderfully since she came here, and I do not believe that she was ever shown in as good form when in England as she is now in, although at the time this photograph was taken she was too fat. Kaiser, owned by John F. Campbell of Montreal, and his little sister Rochelle Lass, are next in order of merit among those in this country. Both have manifested excellence in competition on the bench and are important acquisitions to the breed. Edward Lever was one of the earliest to introduce the breed here, and the blood of his champion Vortigern flows in the veins of about all good homebred ones that have been seen. Vortigern was a thoroughly game dog, and he held no fear in the drawing of a badger or a tussle with a Bull Terrier. Now that more perfect specimens are being imported, we may look for marked and rapid improvement in this breed, and it is to be hoped they will receive the recognition that they so much deserve. There have been but few successful breeders. Among those most prominent in England was Mr. Samuel Handley of Manchester. He developed the most perfect specimens of the breed in his time, and his kennels became so noted that the breed has since been known in England as the Manchester Terrier. As, however, it was known as the Black and Tan Terrier for a long period before Mr. Handley became prominent, it would be better to go on with the breed with its original name. Among later breeders and exhibitors, Mr. Henry Lacey and Mr. Thomas Ellis have been prominent. Among noted dogs that can be found in the pedigrees of most good specimens of the present day are Saff, Belcher, General, Sir Edward, Burke, Wallace, and General III, and the most notable of our present specimens are Lord George, Prince George, Kenwood Queen, Broomfield, Turk, Pearl, Vesper, and the subject of my illustration, Meersbrook Maiden. The idea that cropping is essential to the breed has been done much to retard its way into popular favor. Breeders have given no attention to natural ears, and have rather developed coarse ears that would carry well when cropped. There is no more reason for cropping the Black and Tan than there is for cropping the Fox Terrier, Pug, Bulldog, and other breeds that not many years ago were considered unsightly with their natural ears. It will take some time to breed the natural ears on the Black and Tan, but there will be every inducement for breeders to strive in this direction if owners will be satisfied to put up with and accustom themselves to the uncropped ears, and bench show judges will follow the example set by the judge of this breed at the New York show of 1890 in giving the uncropped dogs an equal chance, and perhaps showing them more favor than he did with the cropped dogs. At all events, a Black and Tan with good natural dropped ears, similar to those of a Fox Terrier, is just as sprightly in appearance as is this terrier. And once the cropped ears go out of fashion, we will wonder why cropping was ever tolerated. It is not surprising that in a breed that has depended so much on marks as has the Black and Tan, it is difficult to approach the goal of perfection. Few specimens develop with anything like perfect marks. The tendency is to one or more of the following faults: too much tan, too little tan, indistinctness of the outline between the tan and the black, tan on the outside of the hindquarters, tan on upper surface of the ears, and while tan may be too extensive on some parts, it may be wanting in others. Another and perhaps worse fault is white under the breast, and in spite of all efforts to breed them without such markings, it will appear on about one puppy every 6 or 8. Some puppies will show it when first born, and it will disappear with surprising rapidity within a fortnight, while others are thus blemished for life. It is a fault that is considered fatal to bench show form, and although I think too much stress is laid upon this point, it is undoubtedly right to consider the lack of proper tan markings a serious defect. Much has been said and written about the faking practiced with the Black and Tan, but so far as I can observe, there is no more of it done with this breed than in most others. Of course, where correctness of markings is so essential, the closest scrutiny must be exercised by the judge to detect fraudulent practices. I have referred in this writing to the Black and Tan Terrier proper, whose weight ranges from about 7 to 22 pounds. The following is the latest standard of points of the Black and Tan Terrier, as set forth by the Black and Tan Terrier Club of England. Head should be narrow, almost flat, with a slight indentation up the forehead. Long and tight-skinned, level in the mouth, with no visible cheek muscles. It should be slightly wedge-shaped, tapering to the nose, and well filled up under the eyes, with tight-lipped jaws. Eyes should be small, bright, and sparkling, set moderately close together as near black as possible, oblong in shape, slanting upward on the outside. They shall neither protrude nor sink in the skull. Nose should be perfectly black. Ears should be button, small, and thin, small at the root, and set as close together as possible at the top of the head. Neck and shoulders. The neck should be slim and graceful, gradually becoming larger as it approaches the shoulders, and perfectly free from throatiness, slightly arched from the occiput. The shoulders slope off elegantly. Chest narrow between the legs, deep in the brisket. Body short with powerful loin, ribs well sprung out behind the shoulders, the back being slightly arched at the loin and falling again to the joining of the tail to the same height as the shoulder. Legs perfectly straight and well under the body, strong and of proportionate length. Feet compact, split up between the toes, and well arched, with jet black nails, the 2 middle toes of the front feet rather longer than the others, and the hind feet shaped like those of a cat. Tail should be moderately short and set on where the arch of the back ends, thick where it joins the body, and gracefully tapering to a point, and not carried higher than the loin. Coat close, short, and glossy, not soft. Color black and tan as distinct as possible. The tan should be a rich mahogany color, a tan spot over each eye and another on each cheek, the latter as small as possible. The lips of the upper and lower jaws should be tanned, the tan extending under the jaw to the throat, ending in the shape of a letter V. The inside of the ear is partly tanned, the foreleg is tanned to the knee with a black patch, thumb mark, between the pastern and the knee. The toes have a distinct black mark running up each, called the pencil mark. The tan on the hind legs should continue from the penciling on the feet up the inside of the legs to a little below the stifle joint, and outside of the legs should be perfectly black. There should be tan under the tail and on the vent, but only of such size as to be covered by the tail. In every case, the tan should meet the black abruptly. Weight. A medium-sized dog should not exceed 14 pounds, and a large-sized 22 pounds. End of section 32. Recording by tommack.
Section 33 of the American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Hayley McCardle. The American Book of the Dog, G.O. Shields, Editor. Section 33, The Maltese Terrier, by Miss A.H. Whitney. Centuries before the existence of other toy or pet dogs, this exquisite little creature was the admired companion and faithful friend of the ladies highest in rank in Greece. Later, when Rome ruled the world, he continued to be first favourite with the fair sex. Historians considered him worthy of mention, sculptors carved his image, he was the darling of wealth and luxury. Truly a gentle dog, as Dr. Caius describes him. In the 1st century of our era, Strabo extols his beauty, his diminutive size, the esteem in which he was held, and adds, "Yet are they not small in their intelligence or unstable in their love." End quote. What a pity that in modern times the dainty, quick-witted, affectionate little Canis mellitus should be so nearly extinct, so little known. From sturdy Skye to pampered Blenheim, Spaniels owe more than a little of their beauty to a cross, more or less remote, with the Maltese. Yet it is now well nigh impossible to obtain a really fine specimen for love or money. Malta is as barren of them as America at the present time. Poor ones, indeed average specimens, are to be found both in the East and West Indies, but the best are in England, where they have been carefully bred, with more or less success, by a few fanciers during the past 40 years. Of course, unscrupulous dealers have always a supply of long-haired little mongrels, glossy white, and freshly combed and flat-ironed into smoothness of coat, to palm off upon the unsuspecting customer in search of a pure Maltese. But anyone who has seen both poodles and Maltese need not be imposed upon. Reclining upon his cushion by the side of his mistress, a purebred little Maltese looks more like a handful of brilliant white-spun silk than a living creature. But pay him a little attention, and he will spring to his feet, lift his fine, short ears, and hasten to show you how keenly alive and alert he is, from the black tip of his atom of a nose to the waving end of his snowy plume of a tail. As an indoor companion of rank and beauty, the tiny fellow is peerless, and his devotion to his owner is absolute. It is said that the faithful pet of hapless Mary, Queen of Scots, found at her feet after her execution, was one of this breed. Out of doors he is sharp and full of frolic, but his long coat sadly interferes with his fun. Then, too, he is not as vigorous in constitution as dogs of common clay, and is very susceptible to cold and chills. In short, he pays the penalty of living in the boudoir. A chien de luxe emphatically, he will always be precious. He cannot condescend to become popular. And as for his utility, why demand any such commonplace quality of a gem? Beauty is its own excuse for being, and truly a typical Maltese is beautiful when in full coat and well groomed. Numberless are the stories of the quick-witted devotion of these little pets, as excitable as they are affectionate, and as sagacious as the wisest philosophers of dogdom. One incident worth recounting occurred many years ago. A baby boy was asleep in an upstairs bedroom, the servants in the kitchen, and the master and mistress at a public assembly. Suddenly, the gentleman's attention was attracted by the unexpected appearance of his tiny Maltese dog, whom he supposed was safe at home. The little creature was in a frenzy of excitement, barking, whining, and tugging at his coat, as if to pull him from the room. His master, trusting to the sense of his pet, yielded to his frantic entreaties, and allowed himself to be led home, the dog jumping up and barking all the way. Upon reaching the house, it was found that a candle burning by the bedside of the baby had set the curtain on fire, and the dog, after rushing downstairs and calling the servants to the rescue, had made his way out of doors and to the assembly rooms in search of his master. We hope that dear dog lived as long and happily as Lady Gifford's wonderful Brendolin, who at 19 years of age enjoyed good health. One little 4-pound Maltese was so fond of her mistress that she would make incredible efforts to keep near her, and one day the dauntless creature leaped from a second-story window in order to share the morning drive. These dogs are wonderfully alert watchmen, and not a sound escapes their keen ears. Like their relatives the poodles, they are quick to acquire tricks and eager and proud to show off their accomplishments. To Mr. R. Mandeville of London, Mr. J. Jacobs of Oxford, and more recently the late Lady Gifford of Red Hill, and Mrs. Bligh Monk of Coley Park, are we indebted for the patient and persevering breeding which has produced the best modern strains of the Maltese dog. Indeed, their specimens, or specimens bred by them, or of their stock, are tolerably sure to sweep the board at all the leading English shows. Here in America, the breed is practically unknown. I doubt whether anyone can be found among our impatient fanciers willing to keep a Maltese more than 2 years, waiting for it to appear in full coat. But 4, and often 5, years elapse before he is quite furnished and in full bloom. It is said that a pair, Cupid and Psyche, were brought from the East Indies at great expense in 1841 by Captain Lukey of the East India Company's service. They were purchased to present to the Queen of England, but after a rough voyage of 9 months and little or no grooming, their coats were so matted and soiled that they remained in private life and never knew how great an honour they had missed. A dog needs a court costume as much as a man, if he is to be presented to royalty. I fear the lot of these dainty creatures would hardly be a happy one in our northern states, save in the palace homes of millionaires. They are very delicate during puppyhood, and the litters rarely number more than 2 or 3. To make amends, however, when they do live, nature grants them a remarkably long lease, and they keep their faculties unimpaired many years after the majestic Mastiff and the noble St. Bernard have gone to their long rest. For indoor pets and ladies' companions they will always be desirable, and we live in the hope of seeing some good specimens at our important shows ere long. Of course, such precious dogs must have every care. During their first year they must be handled like our best china, kept from all risk of cold, fed simple food, and handled but little. The less meat the better. Bread and a scant allowance of butter or milk. Vegetables and gravy make the best diet. Heating food spoils the beauty of the coat and causes many internal diseases. Regularity in feeding and in exercise is of vital importance. They are hardly mature under 2 years of age, but if they survive the first year and the perils of puppyhood, become fairly strong and able to bear ordinary exposure. As the coat of a Maltese is his greatest beauty, and exceedingly liable to become matted or soiled, too much attention cannot be paid to it. It is very long, sometimes from 6 to 7 inches on a 4-pound dog, perfectly straight, glistening and brilliant. Even in length, from tip of nose to end of tail, and unless parted and brushed aside from the forehead, it completely hides the bright, intelligent eyes. Many owners braid the long locks and tie them back with ribbons for the comfort of their pets, and it is not uncommon for exhibitors to fasten back the ears at meal times to keep the hair which covers them from being soiled by the food. Daily grooming from puppyhood is desirable, but nothing harsher than a soft hairbrush of good quality must be used. The best time for this is always just before a meal, and the dog will enjoy his food the more for his toilet. If the hair is matted or snarled, it may be necessary to disentangle the knotted locks with a pin before combing. A fine comb must never be used, as it would be sure to do harm, but a coarse-toothed one saves time and aids the brush. Some exhibitors are so anxious to keep their pets from indulging in the luxury of scratching that they make little wash leather boots for the hind legs, so that the nails cannot penetrate the skin or take off a single hair. We do not recommend the use of these. Proper diet and careful daily grooming are far better precautions against skin irritation. The Maltese is a merry, frolicsome creature and full of vivacity. Some writers accuse him of snappishness, but some writers call all dogs snappish, so we will forgive their ignorance of the sweet temper, as well as the wonderful intelligence of this breed. As an indoor pet, companion, and watchman, few other toy dogs can compare with the exquisite tiny Maltese. The chief objections to him are the dangerous delicacy of his constitution and the care required to keep him in presentable condition as to his jacket. To prepare him for exhibition is not difficult, if he has been dressed regularly. Let not the novice think an all-over tubbing necessary. That would invite a severe cold, unless given by an experienced assistant. Far better and easier is the egg bath, prepared and applied as follows. Break 2 fresh eggs in a hand basin. Beat them sufficiently to mix yelks and whites well. Add a gill of warm water, and then apply with a soft, small sponge or the hands, working it thoroughly and gently in through the coat to the skin, beginning at the head and carefully avoiding the eyes and the inside of the ears. When the dog is well lathered, wash off with tepid water and a sponge, but no soap, as you value the brilliancy of your future prize winner's jacket. Then wrap up your pet in a big bath towel, wipe him dry gently, give him a good meal, and do not think of combing him until after his nap. A hand smoothing makes a good finish. And then beware lest the little Dandie catches cold, and has to be kept at home from the show after all. A quarter-grain pill of quinine night and morning before feeding, continued for 3 days, will usually put him in good health and spirits, and enable him to throw off the threatened illness. Of course, no one interested in this valuable and delicate breed will be so unwise as to exhibit puppies no matter how promising. For them, the paths of glory lead but to the grave. The points of a Maltese, according to the present standard of judging, are as follows. Skull, muzzle and nose, value of 5. Eyes, 3. Ears, 7. Body and legs, 5. Tail, 5. Coat, 10. Colour, 10. General appearance and size, 5. Total value of 50. The skull is somewhat broad and slightly rounding, but not like that of toy spaniels, the muzzle tapering gradually to the jet black little nose. The eyes should be of fair size, neither prominent like those of the King Charles and Pug, nor very small and deep set. Brilliant and black they must be, and the roof of the mouth is of the same colour. The jaws are level, and the teeth good enough for a terrier. The ears are small, thin, and fall close to the head. When excited, the dog lifts them a little. The body is rather long, deep-chested, level in back, muscular, and well-knit. The legs are shortish, straight, strong, and barefooted. The tail, an exquisite little white plume, is carried gracefully, curving over the side and back. The coat, the all-important, must be long, the longer the better, from 7 to 11 inches on a dog standing no more than 7 inches high at shoulder, and as soft and silky as nature and art can make it, dazzlingly brilliant and snowy white. Lemon markings sometimes occur upon the ears, but they are a disqualification, even on the best specimens, and even worse than any tendency to curl in the coat. The weight should not exceed 7 pounds, and many prize winners are under 5. It may interest our readers to study the accompanying group of the creme de la creme of Maltese prize winners, owned by the late Lady Gifford of England. The illustration is taken from a photograph from life. Tiny little Brendelin was a wonder, as frisky and strong at 19 years of age as most dogs are at 4. She was the dam and granddam of many prize winners. Lord Clyde and Sir Roger are exquisite specimens and well known on the show bench. Sir Roger is rather the better in head and coat, and strongly resembles the famous champion Hugh. Queenie is a tiny, charming atom of 3 pounds weight, the sister of Hugh, and probably the smallest of her breed yet exhibited. Champion Hugh was whelped in 1875 and first shown in 1877 at the Royal Aquarium, where he won second prize. His career was a series of triumphs from that time on until his death. He took his 23rd and last prize at the Crystal Palace, July 1885, and died in that year after a very brief illness. He was devotedly attached to his mistress and never happy in her absence. His proportions and measurements are worth knowing. We quote them from Cassell's Book of the Dog. From nose to stop, 1 inch. Stop to top of skull, 2 1/2 inches. Length of back, 8 inches. Girth of muzzle, 4 inches. Girth of skull, 9 inches. Girth of neck, 7 inches. Girth of brisket, 11 1/2 inches. Girth round shoulders, 11 inches. Girth of loins, 9 inches. Girth of forearm, 2 1/2 inches. Girth of pastern, 1 3/4 inches. Height at shoulders, 7 1/2 inches. Height at elbows, 4 inches. Height at loins, 7 1/4 inches. Length of tail, 5 inches. Hair on tail, 7 inches. Length of coat, 11 inches. Length of ear, with hair, 7 1/2 inches. Weight, 4 pounds and 10 ounces. End of section 33. Recording by Hayley McCardle.
Section 34 of the American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Michele Fry, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The American Book of the Dog, G.O. Shields, editor. Section 34. The Collie, by Henry Jarrett and J.E. Doherty. The origin of the Collie, like that of most other breeds of dogs, is unknown. Many different theories have been advanced by various writers on the subject, most of them, however, being without any foundation. The theory offered by Hugh Dalziel in his excellent work on the Collie is that the breed is a result of selection carried on through a long series of years, and this is no doubt as near the truth as we may ever expect to get. The name Collie is supposed to have been derived from the same root as collar, and to refer to the white collar or band around the dog's neck. The Collie is probably the most useful of all our non-sporting dogs. Many authentic instances are recorded showing the almost human intelligence of these dogs in the execution of their duties in driving and herding sheep and cattle. In fact, it is well nigh impossible to overestimate the intelligence of a well-trained Collie. Besides being indispensable to the farmer, they make most excellent watchdogs and companions, and may also be trained for retrieving game both on land and from the water. Although much has been done in this country to encourage the breeding of show dogs, the working qualities of this breed have been sadly neglected, and it is to be regretted that sheepdog trials have never been encouraged here. There are plenty of well-trained dogs in the United States, and if trials were once established, they would soon become popular. There are numerous trials held in England every year for sheepdogs, which are invariably successful, and which act as reminders to breeders that collies are sheepdogs. The importation of so many first-class specimens by the Chestnut Hill Kennels of Philadelphia has been a great assistance to American breeders, and has done much toward raising the breed to its present popularity. I know of no breed that has advanced so rapidly in public favor in America as has the Collie. I am often asked why nothing has yet been bred in America to equal the best of the imported dogs. The reason is that there are very few really first-class brood bitches in this country. We have some of the best stud dogs in the world, and what we need now are a large number of good brood bitches. Many people seem to attach no importance to the quality or breeding of the bitch so long as they have a good dog to breed to. In England, you will find at least 100 first-class bitches to 1 in this country, and this means so many more thoroughly good puppies. There is generally one extra good one in each well-bred litter, and that one frequently dies before reaching maturity. This being the case, it will easily be understood that America cannot compete successfully with England in breeding collies until the number of our brood bitches is largely increased by importation. The fault to be found with most American-bred collies is the want of character and collie expression. The best collie ever bred in this country was probably Glenlinnat by Strepfon out of Mavis. He was bred by Mr. A.R. Kyle of Sound Beach, Connecticut, and was a very fine specimen of the breed. He won first prize at Winstead in 1886 and gave considerable promise of making a great name for himself, but was unfortunately killed on the railroad by a passing locomotive while he was at exercise. Mavis is one of our few good brood bitches. She is now owned by Mr. James Watson of Philadelphia, who is one of our best collie judges. Unfortunately, good collie judges are, like good collie brood bitches, rather scarce. The most difficult point to produce is a good coat, and in spite of all that has been written to the contrary, there is no danger at present of our breeding collies with coats so heavy as to interfere with their movements while working. A great many writers seem to think that the collie, when working, has always to contend with a blizzard or a mud pond, and that if his coat is long, the snow or mud will cling to him in such quantities as to soon tire him out. This, however, is the exception rather than the rule, and the texture of the coat is of much more importance than its length. The most important point is the undercoat. Although color is immaterial, the sable with white points is at present the most fashionable. In the early days of shows, black and tan was considered the best color, and to improve the color of the tan markings, it is said that the Gordon setter blood was introduced, which would account for the large saddle flap ears and soft open coat frequently found in dogs of this color. It is probable that we shall soon have a strain of pure white collies, several having recently been bred in England, and the Chestnut Hill kennels have 2 white puppies by Michele Wonder. These white collies are pretty, but do not look like workers, and for this reason will probably never become popular. The dog selected for illustration is Champion Scotilla, owned by the Chestnut Hill Kennels, Philadelphia, here pictured. He was whelped October 28, 1885, and is by Dublin Scot Flurry II. He was imported in 1887 and has won over 40 champion prizes. He is the sire of a large number of first prize winners and is considered the best collie in the country. H.J. The rough-coated collie is one of the oldest breeds of dogs in existence. He is a true sheepdog, from which no doubt all other shepherd dogs derived their origin. Beauty, intelligence, and usefulness are all to be counted in the highest degree to his credit. The marvelous stories told of his sagacity and cunning are almost incredible, and yet it does not seem so strange when we take into consideration that he has been in training and in constant companion of the shepherd for hundreds of years. No other dog is so constantly with his master in his proper calling. This naturally increases the intelligence of each individual and reacts on the whole breed, so that, independent of the constant weeding out of puppies, which were useless from lack of intelligence, the superiority of the whole variety in mental attributes is easily accounted for. There is no authentic history as to the origin of the collie. He is supposed by some authors to have been bred from a wild dog, or dingo, whose form he strongly resembles. This theory is a plausible one, as his fine muzzle, dense coat, carriage of tail and ear, and his restless habits are not unlike those of the wild dog, the wolf, and the fox. Following is the Collie standard and scale of points adopted by the English Collie Club and the Collie Club of America. Head and expression, value 15. Ears, 10. Neck and shoulders, 10. Legs and feet, 15. Hindquarters, 10. Back and loin, 10. Brush, 5. Coat with frill, 20. Size, 5. Total, 100 points. The skull of the Collie should be quite flat and rather broad, with fine tapering muzzle of fair length and mouth slightly overshot. The eyes widely apart, almond-shaped, and obliquely set in the head. The skin of the head is tightly drawn, with no folds at the corners of the mouth. The ears as small as possible, semi-erect when surprised or listening, at other times thrown back and buried in the ruff. The neck should be long, arched, and muscular. The shoulders also long, sloping, and fine at the withers. The chest to be deep and narrow in front, but of fair breadth behind the shoulders. The back to be short and level, with the loin rather long, somewhat arched, and powerful. Brush long, with upward swirl at the end and normally carried low. The forelegs should be perfectly straight, with a fair amount of flat bone, the pasterns rather long, springy, and slightly lighter of bone than the rest of the leg, the foot with toes well arched and compact, soles very thick. The hindquarters, drooping slightly, should be very long from the hip bones to the hocks, which should be neither turned inward nor outward, with stifles well bent. The hip bones should be wide and rather ragged. The coat, except on legs and head, should be as abundant as possible, the outer coat straight, hard, and rather stiff, the undercoat furry, and so dense that it would be difficult to find the skin. The ruff and frill especially should be very full. There should be but little feather on the forelegs, and none below the hocks on the hind legs. Color immaterial. Symmetry. The dog should be of fair length on the leg, and his movements wiry and graceful. He should not be too small. Height of dogs from 22 to 24 inches, of bitches from 20 to 22 inches. The greyhound type is objectionable, as it gives little brain room in the skull, and with this there is to be found a fatuous expression and a long, powerful jaw. The setter type is also to be avoided, with its pendulous ears and straight, short flag. The smooth collie only differs from the rough in the coat, which should be hard, dense, and quite smooth. Point judging is not advocated, but figures are only made use of to show the comparative value attached to the different properties. No marks are given for general symmetry, which is, of course, in judging, a point of the utmost importance. Color immaterial, as placed in the standard, although virtually correct, is somewhat misleading. In these days of scientific breeding, nothing seems impossible, and by careful selection as to color, almost any color may be produced. After a careful study of the subject and several years of breeding, the writer has formed the opinion that the following colors are essential, and cannot be looked upon with any suspicion of a cross: black, white, and tan, sable, sable and white, red foxy colors, and in fact all the shades of tan, and colors formed by the mingling of the above colors. It is a well-known fact that nearly or quite all the greatest prize winners and most typical specimens of the breed are of these colors. The Collie is affectionate and obedient, is extremely sensitive, and will seldom bear punishment without becoming sulky. When once you gain his confidence, he will obey your commands at all times without restraint or compulsion. A large % of Collies are gun-shy and afraid of thunder. There is a peculiar, crafty, and cunning look about the Collie, possessed by no other species of the canine race. He is a faithful companion and a watchful guardian of his master's property. He is the ideal farm dog, and has no equal in that capacity. Except for the Collie, much of the Highlands of Scotland and England would be absolutely worthless. The sheep graze where a man cannot follow to advantage. A trained collie will take out a flock of sheep in the morning, remain with them during the day, and bring them home to the fold at night, alone and unaided. The collie will work on cattle and hogs as well as on sheep, and can be taught to herd all kinds of poultry. He makes the capital retriever, has a fair nose, and with proper training becomes a tolerable hunter. He is quick to attack and kill all kinds of vermin. The training of the collie for all kinds of farm work is not a difficult matter. As soon as the whelp is old enough to leave the nest and follow the dam, it will be tagging after her to the field to bring up the stock, and in a few short weeks the little fellow will go to the field alone. It is then necessary to curb him, to teach him to come and to go at your bidding. The most effectual plan to get complete control is to attach a light cord of sufficient length to the collar, and when the puppy goes too rapidly, pull him up sharply, and at the same time give the command, "Slow." A few repetitions of this will teach him to stop at the word. A collie instinctively chases sheep, and although not hurting them, will run a flock to death. He must be taught to drive, not chase. Teach him to go slow by the use of the cord. Be patient and painstaking in this work, and you will surely be rewarded. It is necessary to use gestures when giving commands, and in a short time the dog will obey the motion of the hand. This is advantageous in case of a strong wind, or of the noise made by a herd, or of the dog being too far away to hear the word of command. It should be considered the work of several weeks or months to properly train a puppy, but remember that he is likely to live many years, and hence it will pay you to lay the foundation of your teachings on solid principles, to keep him close in hand till your precepts are deeply grounded, and not to discharge him until you are sure that his education is complete and of a lasting character. The rearing of the collie does not require any different treatment from that necessary in the case of other canines, except in the care of the coat. In the summer season he should be washed at least once a week. When shedding his coat, the dead loose hair should be kept well combed out, otherwise it may become fleece-grown. Keep the skin clean, and the new coat will grow vigorously. The dog should have a cool, dark place to lie in, away from the flies, during the day. An old piece of carpet or bagging to lie on is sufficient for a bed. Straw, shavings, or any kind of litter is a harbor for fleas and hangs to the coat. In winter, the dog requires less care. Cold does not seem to affect him in the least, and he delights to roll and burrow in the deepest snowbanks, thus cleansing and adding luster to his coat. A collie that has been kept as above directed, and that has been habitually well fed on wholesome food, may be considered at any time, after receiving a good combing and brushing, as ready for the show bench. The collie is constantly growing in favor, not only with stockmen and farmers, but with lovers of the dog everywhere, and we predict for this noble breed a brilliant future. In Europe he has been transplanted from the hut of the gillie to the palace, and has become, to use the words of the well-known English breeder, the gentleman's dog. The credit is due to England for breeding the collie up to its present high standards, but America is not far behind in this matter. The collie has a strong hold in the States, and numbers among his friends men of wealth and influence who strive to attain the best specimens, regardless of price. It is not an uncommon thing today to see the collie on the plains of the far west, following the bands of sheep, guarding and protecting them from the hungry coyote, and when his qualities are better known, every farmer in our country will be the happy possessor of one of these faithful animals. Here omitted are the names of a few of the collie breeders and exhibitors in America. Almost a full page. Boss, AKC SB 12656, is a Black and Tan collie owned by the writer, was whelped August 15, 1886, is a large, upstanding dog, weighing 70 pounds, has abundance of coat, the outer coat long and hard, has a long, lean head, good expression, ears a trifle large, but correctly carried. He is a grand specimen and shows a deal of collie character, yet, like many other good ones, he has his faults. He lacks finish, is a little too straight in the stifle. and for the latest craze would be considered a little coarse. He was sired by Donald III, by Long's Rob Roy out of BettyB, by Champion Coxey out of Bell III, Damzella, AKC SB 11696. Boss has never been shown outside of his own state, has won 3 firsts in the pet stock shows held in Indianapolis and Richmond, and won the 2 special premiums, 1889 and 1890, offered by J. Van Schaik for the best collie bred and owned in Indiana, JED. This ends Section 34, the Collie.
Section 35 of the American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tommack, Tucson, Arizona. The American Book of the Dog, G.O. Shields, editor. Section 35, The Old English Sheepdog, by William Wade. Nothing is more promising for the future position of dogs of actual usefulness than the recent revival of interest in this breed. They are not handsome dogs by any means, and that such uncompromisingly ugly customers are becoming fashionable demonstrates that the real value for practical purposes is being recognized. They are one of the oldest of breeds, and certainly without a superior in value as farm working dogs. Yet they were so neglected for many years that the breed was almost lost. That they are a very old breed is shown by references to them by early English writers. G.R. Jesse quotes from The Passionate Pilgrim, "My curtailed dog that want to have played, plays not at all, but seems afraid." And from Merry Wives of Windsor, "Hope is a curtailed dog in some affairs." In Drayton 10th Eclogue, these exquisite lines occur. He called his dog, that sometimes had the praise Whitefoot, well known to all that keep the plain, that many a wolf had worried in his days, a better cur there never followed swain, which, though as he his master's sorrows knew, wagged his cut tail his wretched plight to rue. "Poor cur," quoth he, and him therewith did stroke, "Go to our cote, and there thyself repose. Thou with thine age my heart with sorrow broke. Begone ere death my restless eyes do close. The time is come thou must thy master leave, whom this vile world shall never more deceive." These lines were written about the year 1600, and show that at that time dogs with short or cut tails were well known. In Marryat's Mr. Shipman Easy, written about 1835, bobtails are introduced as a factor in the naming of that distinguished hero. Mrs. Easy wishes to call the boy after Mr. Easy, Nicodemus, but Papa objects. As there will be 2 Nicks, they will naturally call my boy Young Nick, and of course I shall be styled Old Nick, which will be diabolical. Then when Mrs. Easy selects Robert, Mr. Easy interposes. "I cannot bear even the supposition, my dear. You forget that in the country in which you are residing, the downs are covered with sheep. I will appeal to any farmer in the country if 99 shepherd's dogs out of 100 are not called Bob. Now observe your child is out of doors, somewhere in the fields or plantations you want, and you call him. Instead of your child, what do you find? Why, a dozen curs at least, who come running up to you and all answering to the name of Bob, and wagging their stumps of tails. Marriott was a close observer of dogs, mentioning many breeds, and always associating them with their own peculiarities and vocations. How the Scotch Collie came to supplant the original English sheepdog is well described by Mr. F. Freeman Lloyd in his admirable monograph on bobtails, originally published in the columns of Turf, Field, and Farm, and by that paper published in very handsome pamphlet form. To this I would refer all inquirers for more minute particulars as to bobtails, merely confining myself to general statements that Mr. Lloyd seems to have somewhat overlooked. As to the appearance of bobtails, it may be said they average about the same as a collie in size, being generally much more cobby in build, with immense power in their hind quarters and not infrequently higher behind than at the shoulder. The head should be somewhat pointed, but nothing like that of the collie in either length or narrowness. The ears should be small, set on fairly high, and easily raised. There are two varieties of coats, the single and the double, which perhaps might be better defined as the short and the very heavy ones. Fashion or the weight of authority undoubtedly has gone for the very profuse double coat, although it is admitted that the other type is equally characteristic of the old breed. The heavily coated legs clear down to the feet and the densely coated face are also correct type. But although the authorities have so decreed, I must dissent most strongly from the desirability of either characteristic. The densely coated legs cannot but collect mud, snow, and slush, and seriously impede the dog in his work. Any shepherd will tell you that the same holds good with sheep, that those with heavily wooled legs clear down to their feet tire much more quickly than the cleaner-legged ones. The useless hair of the face can only collect the ice and snow of a winter storm to distract the dog's vision. The absence of tail is the special characteristic of this breed, and in the best bred specimens it is not a stump or a short tail, but absolutely no tail at all, the extremity of the spine being free from any lump or vestige of a tail. Half or even whole tails are not at all uncommon, even in well-bred litters, but this is to be attributed to a cross of foreign blood at some period, and these long-tailed puppies, mated with others naturally long-tailed, will throw short-tailed or tailless puppies. I know a dog, the produce of litter brother and sister, both naturally long-tailed, who is bob-tailed naturally, and never got a full-tailed pup, although tried with mongrels with full tails, Black and Tan Terriers, etc. The common supposition is that this short tail is a relic of the days when dogs with shortened tails were exempt from taxation, but this is clearly inadmissible. Cropping the ears of terriers and boarhounds, docking the tails of spaniels, fox terriers, etc., and shaving the coats of poodles has been practiced from time immemorial. Yet no change in the natural conformation of either breed has been the result. The cats of the Isle of Man are naturally tailless, and so must the bobtailed dog have originally been. It is for practical work that the bobtailed dog stands unequaled. Apparently his uncompromisingly ugly looks have saved him from being a victim to the pranks of fancy, and having no use but use, he has naturally been bred for use alone. It would be but natural that the owner of a good working bitch should select a good working dog as her mate, and thus the instinct of work has been kept alive in the breed, and in fact stimulated to the highest possible degree. Then the breed has been more used around households than the Collie. In Scotland, sheep farming has been carried on lands remote from habitations, and the shepherd and his dog were often separated from human associations for a considerable time. Thus the Collie is less a household dog, hence his shy and suspicious nature, while the bobtail, being employed to herd, drive, and watch stock, to guard his master's premises, drive trespassing stock away, and being in general the friend and associate of his master's family, has developed that charming disposition that makes him by far the best companion among dogs, and has stimulated his wits under the incentive of constant praise and affection. No dog can have a stronger instinctive disposition for work than the bobtail, and none can do his work with less training. Queen Vic, at 6 months old, would bring up the cows to be milked half a dozen times a day, being too impatient to work to wait for the proper time. When the mare is plowing, Vic keeps a sharp watch on the colt and will not let it stray a dozen yards from the mare's side. Dame Bruin, at 9 months old, never having been worked on sheep, met a bunch of lambs stuck where a small stream crossed the road. Without an order from her master, the lambs did not belong to him, she tried to force them across, and failing, grabbed one and tugged it over. Dropping it, she served another in the same way. Agricola had not seen stock for a year, other than horses on the streets of Boston. Yet the second day he was on a farm near here, he took a walk with his master, and on seeing a dozen cows turned out of a field half-mile from home, took charge of them without a word of instruction, taking them straight home without any assistance. Bob stopped fights between rams and drove the hogs away from the corn thrown down to the chickens, entirely on his own notion, and so I might go on ad infinitum. No dog is possessed of higher courage than the bobtail, and none is less quarrelsome. They go their way molesting no dog and tolerating meddling from nothing that wears hair. Agricola bristled up as quickly at my Mastiff Balder as he would at the merest cur. When a bobtail fights, it is not for fun, it is serious business. And the business is to kill the other dog in the shortest possible time. With their powerful jaws and strong teeth, they must be heavily overmatched if they do not come off victorious. The picture of Gwen shows the cracked specimen of the English show benches, and certainly shows a capitally strong, cobby, well-made animal, while the one copied from Stonehenge is the best illustration of a bobtail in action that can be imagined, showing the immensely powerful hindquarters, the shaggy coat, and the peculiar fashion of running with the forepart of the body very low down, or, as it is sometimes described, running on the breastbone. This picture looks as though the dog were an inch or two higher behind than at the shoulder. Yet if carefully scaled, it will be found that the dog is almost exactly level on the back. Although an English breed, the bobtail is peculiarly fitted for the needs of American stockmen. The Collie is rather more of a herder than a driver, and in herding, speed is a matter of prime necessity, while the bobtail is more of a driver, a work in which patience and deliberation is the main point. Thus, although as fast a dog as any, barring hounds, The bobtail is a much slower, quieter driver, much less apt to hurry stock, and in general more deliberate in his work. Any stockman will recognize the value of this trait when the dog is entrusted with driving cattle or sheep in our intensely hot summers, where so much mischief can be done by overheating the stock. One thing which should always be borne in mind is constantly overlooked in use of sheepdogs. That is, that a dog is but a dog after all. Great may be his instinctive knowledge, and wonderful are the many manifestations of wisdom in dogs. But after all, there is a point they cannot pass. Now, to apply to sheepdogs some of the principles of ordinary good judgment. Don't expect that a dog can be used for the most diverse purposes and yet be perfect in all. You could not expect that a man just through with a fight for life with a vicious tramp would be in a proper frame of mind to lead a prayer meeting. St. Vincent de Paul himself would be but human in such a case. Therefore, do not expect the dog you use to chase swine out of your yard, where battles royal between the dog and vicious old sows are a matter of course, to be taken at once and set to drive a bunch of choice sheep. He cannot dismiss at once from his remembrance of the effects of his battle with the sow. So if your dog is used to chase and kill rabbits, groundhogs, play fetch and carry, etc., he will not be fully up to the mark for handling a lot of cows heavy with calf. The same dog can and will do both classes of work or play, but you must not expect him to go directly from one to the other and to be perfect at both. I would not be understood to mean depreciation of the Collie as compared with the bobtail. Each has his own characteristics and each his peculiar merits and demerits, and the lovely and useful Collie can well spare his unhandsome but invaluable compeer his due need of praise. The rudiments of training sheepdogs are simple. The fine points need a master's hand, and no instructions can fully supply the knack or really genius required. First, you should breed your worker. See to it that the parents of your puppy were workers. That is half the battle. Then make your puppy fond of you. Secure his entire confidence and affection. Never speak a cross word to him. If he needs reproof, administer it in kind and warning tones, for such are much more effectual than the blustering, savage howls some breakers think is indispensable. Teach the dog to lie down at the word, the initial step being to gently press him to the ground with the hand, with the word down. Now move away from the dog, and if he rises, return and repeat the lesson. After he will keep his position when you have gone some distance from him, take him out with sheep and make him lie down. Then go around the flock with a pan of salt, gathering the sheep until they are between you and the dog, and then call the latter. If he is the right kind, a few lessons will enable him to comprehend what you desire him to do, and by waving either hand he will soon understand which side of the flock you wish him to pass by. This is the foundation of training, and once acquired, the rest of the dog's education is comparatively simple matter. Remember that it is education you want your dog to have, not the ability to perform certain tricks at the command of his master. For it is not what a sheepdog does at command that gives him great value. It is what he knows should be done without urging. The above directions on training are simply a condensation of the admirable paper prepared by Mr. S. M. Cleaver of East Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. They are, however, sufficient to qualify any good dog handler with the faculty of teaching dogs to train a sheepdog to any work that can be required of him, and without dog knack, nobody should attempt the work. Remember that each lesson must be thoroughly learned before the next is essayed, and always praise the dog when he does anything well. Above all things, never punish a dog except for doing what he knows is wrong. The essentials for rearing puppies, whatever be the breed, are exceedingly few and simple. In a general way, we may say, if one studies nature, profits by her teachings, and applies her principles, he will meet all the requirements. But this is scarcely definite enough, and we will go a little deeper into the subject. When a bitch is about to whelp, the fact is very evident in her manner. She busies herself with her bedding, pawing over her straw, placing and replacing the same. When these manifestations appear, it may be assumed that whelping is likely to occur within 24 hours. It is always best that a bitch at such an important time be in quarters to which she has been accustomed. She is always more or less uneasy for a time if a comparative stranger to her surroundings. Yet she should be in a quiet place, safe from intrusion from all but her master or mistress. This matter of seclusion is so important that it should be one of the first considerations, and she must be guarded against accidental blows or crushes. In cold weather, the room in which a bitch is whelping should always be provided with plenty of soft, dry bedding, and should be artificially heated. The temperature therein should not fall below 60 degrees Fahrenheit in the first week, and it had best be kept up to 70 degrees Fahrenheit during the first 24 hours at least. The reason for this is obvious. The puppies are drenched with the amniotic fluid when they come into the world, and the dam keeps them for a time more or less wet by frequent licking with her tongue. Hence it will be seen that for them to become chilled would be easy, and a chill to a young puppy means danger. Protection against cold is then one of the first essentials. Another equally important is that the puppies should nurse soon after birth. If strong and hardy, they will seek the breast of their own accord, but if weakly, they will need assistance. Any puppy which does not nurse voluntarily must be held to the breast and encouraged to suck within 2 or 3 hours after birth. This is essential and is very often neglected, and the fault is largely accountable for the great mortality among puppies. Once a puppy nurses well, it can safely be left to the mother, and the let alone treatment is the best, coddling being most mischievous. A bitch should nurse her puppies just as long as she and they do well. Probably between the 3rd and 4th week their gain will be less rapid, and the circumstance may be held as evidence that the dam needs assistance, and that feeding the puppies artificially should be commenced. The first food should be cow's milk, diluted with 2 parts water and slightly sweetened with a little cane sugar. 1 such feeding a day is enough for the first week. During the second, 2 feedings at least will be needed, and the following week 3. After weaning, 4 meals a day up to the 5th or 6th month are needed. The milk at first, as already stated, should be diluted with 2 parts water. How rapidly to lessen the dilution is a matter of experience. No fixed rule can be established. All depends upon how the food acts. Probably in the early part of the 2nd week, half milk and half water will be suitable. In the latter part, very likely the milk can be given without dilution. The puppy's discharges should be watched, for they give evidence as to whether or not the food is too rich. As early as the 6th week, puppies should begin to have meat broths, given very sparingly at first, however. Gradually, a more generous diet should be allowed. To secure growth and development, the first essential is abundant food, and it should be largely of meat. Scarcely less important are decent cleanliness and free exercise. After a puppy is once accustomed to solid food, the matter of feeding becomes simple. All the provoking minutiae of exact quantities, particular qualities, and fixed periods in the matter of food and feeding are of little moment. If a young dog has sufficient exercise, there is no danger of his being overfed. It is with dogs as with men. Give them enough muscular work to do, and no amount of food which they can eat will be likely to hurt them. Dogs should have bones given them at frequent intervals, but of course small bones should be kept from puppies, for they might be swallowed whole and produce serious trouble. Or if broken, the sharp points would be likely to play the mischief with the internal arrangements. Where puppies must be reared in crowded kennels with the scantiest exercise, I cannot suggest any course of procedure. The conditions are so unnatural, justice can scarcely be done them. Worms are the principal cause of puppy mortality. Ashmont, in another part of this book, gives full and complete directions for treating animals afflicted with them, but a pound of prevention, etc. About a week before a bitch is due to whelp, she should be dosed for worms, should be shut up in her kennel on abundant bedding until she has thoroughly evacuated. The bedding should then be carefully removed and burned, and the kennel well washed and cleansed with some insecticide, boiling hot water, carbolic acid solution, sulfate of soda solution, etc. Then wash the bitch carefully all over so that every nit sticking to her coat may be removed or destroyed, even taking care that the water used is accounted for. Puppies nosing and rooting around in search of the tit are likely to get into their mouths any nits that may be attached to the dam's hair, and a full crop of worms may be the result. I have thought that the eggs of worms are like the old saying as to certain tough cases in weeds. Burn them and be careful what you do with the ashes. If a dog is fed onions and turnips pretty regularly, he is not likely to be troubled with worms. I do not know whether these vegetables are vermifuges, strictly speaking, but I have often noted worms being passed by dogs after being fed these articles of diet, and I know it is the case with mankind, which brings me to the point that a dog is so much like a man in disease that it is a pretty safe rule to do about the same for a dog as would be the right thing for a man. It is also a safe rule in giving medicine to a large dog, Mastiff, St. Bernard, or Newfoundland, to give the same amount as would be given to a human subject of the same weight. Mr. G.W. Moore made some very sensible suggestions in Forest and Stream some time since as to care of dogs at and after dog shows, and advises thorough washing of an animal after returning from a show, that no contagium may remain attached to its coat and thus infect its kennel companions. You should be exceedingly careful about approaching a bitch just after whelping. It makes no difference whether her usual disposition is amiable or the reverse. A bitch, peculiarly gentle at other times, may be extremely savage when she has young puppies, and I have known bad-tempered bitches who were very indifferent about their puppies. Therefore, until this point is thoroughly determined by experience, use particular care to always approach the new mother with circumspection. Do not bolt into where she is suddenly, but go quietly. Speak to her kindly. Prepare her for your coming before she sees you. And when you come to her, first devote your attentions to her, not appearing to notice her puppies. And after she allows you to fondle her, you may handle her puppies with care, but in all cases disturb her as little as possible, and do not visit her for mere curiosity. See that she is comfortable, and let her alone. Take particular care that other dogs do not approach her. She has objects of tender care under her charge, and will fight for them to the death. As a matter of prime necessity, every dog lover should provide himself with Ashmont's Book on Dog Diseases. There are many works on canine disease and management, but nothing approaches Ashmont. It is so peculiarly simple and plain in description that by consulting it a layman can recognize what is the trouble with his dog in a majority of cases, and its directions are so clear that the danger of making a mistake is reduced to a minimum. But as the layman will sometimes be at a loss to determine from the symptoms what the trouble is, he should call on his family physician. For instance, the non-professional will not be able to determine from the breathing of the animal whether it has catarrh, pneumonia, or distemper. The physician can determine whether it be either of the former, thus reducing the elements in doubt to narrow limits. If your physician is a snob, he may be affronted by being asked to examine a dumb animal, but if he is a man of standing, he will do it for you with pleasure. One of the most distinguished surgeons in America once operated on a puppy for me, opening a deep-seated abscess with as much care and skill as though the President of the United States were his patient. The late Dr. E. Dyer, one of our most distinguished oculists and a most thorough surgeon and physician, who would not go out of his specialty for a man, would cut his office hours short to attend his friend's dog in an urgent case. What such men are willing to do ought not to be objectionable to the man of lesser fame. As a rule, the veterinarian knows little of canine diseases, as the symptoms and diseases of dogs approach much more clearly those of the human subject than they do of horses, cattle, etc. Without special training in canine diseases, the veterinarian is not well prepared to treat them as is the regular physician. It must be remembered, however, that when you avail yourself of the kind assistance of your physician, you must not insist on paying for it. That terra incognita to the layman, professional etiquette, has among its manifold unwritten laws one against receiving pay for treatment of dumb animals. I have jotted down the foregoing as that which experience has taught a layman in a somewhat lengthy course of dog raising, but distrusting my expert knowledge and fearing that I might have made some statement that might bring down on me the wrath of the faculty, I have submitted it to a distinguished physician who pronounces it okay. End of section 35. Recording by Tom Mack, Tucson, Arizona.
Section 36 of the American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ricarda, Detmold, Germany. The American Book of the Dog, G.O. Shields, editor, Section 36. The Great Dane, German Dogge, by Professor J. H. H. Manner. The noblest of all the canine race is undoubtedly the German Dogge, generally called Great Dane in this country and England. He possesses all the good qualities by which the large breeds are distinguished, and surpasses all others in vivacity, gracefulness of movement, elegance of form, and imposing size. The symmetry of his limbs, his proud carriage, his beautifully shaped head, supported proudly by a long, finely arched, perfectly molded neck, his bright eye, the eloquent index of intelligence, fidelity, and courage, his deep, broad chest and long, muscular legs indicating swiftness and fortitude, the short, glossy coat displaying his magnificent, muscular frame, All parts are so admirably and harmoniously combined as to render him the most perfect specimen of the canine race. Affectionate, strongly attached to his owner, and especially fond of children, he is a brave, faithful friend, ever ready, if necessary, to risk even his life in defense of his master's person or property. This breed has been known by various names in different countries and at different times, viz. Ulmer Dogge, Great Dane, Boarhound, Fanghund, Altdeutsche Dogge, etc. Such a variety of appellations naturally caused much confusion and misunderstanding. The German dog fanciers, therefore, met during the band show at Berlin in 1880, adopted a standard of points, and agreed to drop the difference between the heavy and light strains, and to call the breed Deutsche German Dogge. Previously, the Germans had usually called the breed Ulmer Dogge, after the city of Ulm in Württemberg, Germany, because the breeders in Württemberg had been most successful in their endeavors to improve the Dogge and raise him to such perfection that the fanciers in other parts of Germany soon vied with them. And now the Germans call the German Dogge with just pride their national dog, while the Great Dane, according to the Gartenlaube of April 1885, has gone to the dogs in Denmark. On the title page of the book Die Deutsche Dogge, published in July 1888, we read as follows. We have used in the English translation the term the German Dogge, in preference to that of Great Dane, the name the breed has in England, because we consider that the fatherland of the Dogge, the country in which they have been brought to their present state of perfection, has the right to choose the name which it considers correct. The Great Danish Dog, Danske Hunde, is an entirely different breed, which is found in Denmark, and the points of which were fixed at the exhibition in Copenhagen 1886. The Illustrierte Zeitung of February 5, 1887, contains a picture, 3 kindred races of dogs, the English Mastiff, the Danish Dog, and the German Dogge, and the following remarks. The Danish dog, little known in Germany, is unquestionably closely related to the English Mastiff, but it has better legs and feet than the thoroughbred Mastiff, and is faster, livelier, and not so clumsy. The best specimens are said to have been raised 30 or 40 years ago on an estate called Broholm, and are therefore also called Broholmer dogs. The Danish or Broholm dog does not at all resemble our German Dogge, as may be readily seen from our illustration, and it is proof of ignorance if many a fancier still classifies our German Dogge as Danish or Ulmer Dogge. The distinction appears to have been invented by dealers, for now we find the light than the heavy strain mentioned as Danish or Ulmer Dogge. During the great international exhibition of dogs of all races at Hamburg in the year 1876, it was evident that none of the breeders and connoisseurs present were able to classify and distinguish the numerous entries as Ulmer or Danish Dogges. During the following shows at Hanover, 1879, and Berlin, it was resolved to abolish this unwarranted distinction entirely, and to designate the breed as German Dogges, which they have been in reality for the last 3 centuries. At the same time, a standard of points was agreed upon after the best specimens. According to them, the German Dogge must neither be too heavy nor too light, but must keep exactly the medium between the Greyhound and the Molossus dog. Later attempts to have a heavier kind acknowledged, besides the one recognized by the standard, have always been rejected with overwhelming majority by the friends and breeders of this finest and largest of all canine races. The origin and descent of the German Dogge are not definitely known, but we do know that the breed is of great antiquity. In the agricultural, forest, and hunting laws of the old German tribes, which were not collected until the middle of the 10th century under the title Geoponica, 7 kinds of dogs are enumerated in the Lex Alemanorum. Of these, the Canis porcarius, boarhound, that catches the swine, or the Canis ursa ritius, bear catcher, that catches the bear, the cow, or the bull, and the Veltris leperalis, the greyhound or harehound, are thought to be the progenitors of the German Dogge, that probably owes his origin to the efforts made to raise a breed in which the principal qualities of the above-mentioned varieties, that is, strength and fleetness, are combined. A savage, strong, and courageous dog, whose origin is a mystery, existed in ancient times. In the book The Varieties of Dogs as They Are Found in Old Sculptures, Pictures, Engravings, and Books by Thomas Charles Burgot, we find pictures copied from the British Museum of this dog, the Canis molossus, now extinct, bearing a striking resemblance to the German Dogge. Aristotle mentions the Canis moloticus after Molossus or Molossia, the central part of Epirus in ancient Greece, 350 years before Christ, in his Historia Animalium. The Canis venaticus, hunting dog, mentioned in Marcus Terentius Varro's work De Re Rustica in the last century before Christ, is probably the same dog as the Canis moloticus or molossus, as well as the Canis venaticus that Junius Moderatus Calomela writes of in the 1st century of the Christian era. Shortly before that time, Gratius Faliscus, in his Synergeticon, treats of the manner of using the dogs for hunting, of raising and training them, of their qualities, diseases, etc. Also, Appianus of Anasarbos, in the 2nd century, in his didactic poem De Venatione, Marcus Aurelius Olympius Nemesianus of Carthage, in his Synergeticon, and Titus Julius Calpurnius of Sicily, in his Synergeticon Sen de Re Venetica Eclogae, describe explicitly the qualities of the dogs and their being employed for hunting. Many other historians and poets, among whom Virgil, Horace, Caius Plinius Secundus, living shortly before or in the beginning of the Christian era, describe and extol the Canis molossus and his valorous deeds. The Romans are said to have become acquainted with these dogs in England, and to have exported many of them for the purpose of using them in the circus to fight with wild beasts. 3 of them could overpower a bear, and 4 even a lion. The Romans, finding extreme delight in these contests, valued the pugnacious molossus dogs, whose daring exploits historians and poets extolled so highly, that they appointed officers in their British provinces whose business was the selection and training of the dogs to be sent to Rome. Long after the decline of the Roman Empire, these dogs were employed for such bloody contests, and when bears and lions became scarce, the bull was substituted for them. John Stowe describes a contest between 3 of these dogs and a lion, in the presence of James I. One of the dogs, being put into the den, was soon disabled by the lion. The second met with a similar fate, but the third immediately seized the lion by the lip and held him for a long time, till, being considerably torn by the lion's claws, he was obliged to quit his hold. The lion, greatly exhausted by the conflict, refused to renew the engagement, but, taking a sudden leap over the dogs, fled into the interior part of his den. 2 of the dogs soon died of their wounds. The last survived and was taken care of by the king's son, who said, "He that has fought with the king of beasts shall never fight with an inferior creature." The dogs, however, were not the antagonists of wild beasts only. They or their descendants were also trained to attack persons. During the conquest of Cuba and San Domingo in 1511, the Spaniards under Diego Velázquez employed the dogs in subduing the natives and pursuing them into the forests where they had sought refuge. Horrible deeds are recorded of the famous dog Berezillo that was killed by an Indian with a poisoned arrow during the conquest of Puerto Rico in 1514. A descendant of Berezillo, Vasco Núñez de Balboa's dog Leoncico, was also famous for killing and tearing to pieces numbers of Indians. In 1519 the Spaniards under Hernando Cortes employed these dogs in the same cruel manner to hunt down and kill the natives of Mexico. During the reign of Charles the Great in the 8th century the Canis molossus is mentioned, and in the forest laws of King Henry II of England of the 12th century we read of the Canis mastiffus. Many varieties are the descendants of the Canis molossus, the most popular of which are the Bulldog, his diminutive relative the Pug, the English Mastiff, and the German Dogge. In pictures painted by celebrated artists in the beginning of the 16th century, notable among which are the Wild Boar Hunt by Jürgen Jacobsch, the Bear Hunt by Francis Snyders, the Wild Boar Hunt by Peter Paul Rubens, we find a species of dogs of the same size and shape as the present German Dogge. These dogs also enjoyed high favor with the German nobility and were the constant companions of their noble masters. Famous dogs of this kind were owned by the Emperor Wenzel, Charles V, and the Duke Ulrich of Württemberg. The latter, when dispossessed of his throne by his enemies in the beginning of the 16th century, had to seek refuge in the caves near the castle of Liechtenstein for some months, where, principally through the sagacity, vigilance, and courage of his dog, he escaped several murderous assaults made against his life. There are at present 3 varieties of the German Dogge, viz. The brindled or tiger-striped, the spotted or harlequin, commonly called Tigerdoggen in Germany, and those of one color. While a distinction should be strictly maintained with regard to color, no difference is to be made in size, coat, or form. It must be admitted, however, that those of one color sometimes have finer hair, lighter forms, and a more pointed head, whereby some are induced to believe that there is more greyhound blood in them. Others are of the opinion that the fawn, or the red variety, descended from the brindled Dogge by a disappearance of the dark streaks, and also the black one by an increase of the dark stripes, and that the grey or blue one was produced by crossing the fawn or the sandy red and the black Dogge. The origin of neither the spotted nor the brindles being known, their color is to be considered original. It is supposed that the spotted variety received his wall eye and spotted or flesh-colored nose by a crossing of albinos with black Dogges, which theory is plausible since a similar coloring of the eyes and noses of the progeny from spotted and white horses is observed. The spotted specimens have white, silver-gray, or bluish ground color with irregular black, gray, or blue spots or patches. Those with white ground color and black spots are the most beautiful. The lighter the ground color and the darker the spots, the better. Some persons entertain the mistaken idea that these dogs were used for hunting or attacking tigers because they are generally called Tigerdoggen in Germany. In France, the whole-colored variety, especially the blue or black, is preferred. Also of late, the tiger as well as the brindled Dogge finds admirers there. At the exhibition at Paris in 1889, Charles Goutet's tiger bitch Calypso, his tiger dog Roland II, and his brindled dog Fidelio won first prizes. These dogs are very large, and their receiving the highest honors at an exhibition in France, where the smaller, elegantly shaped dog has always been valued highest, indicates a modification of taste in that country, where specimens over 30 inches high were not much thought of. Fidelio, one of the finest specimens known, is a powerful dog of strong bone, about 34 inches high, weighing 183 pounds. He is much admired in France now, though the brindled Dogge is called there by many a butcher dog. In England it is entirely different. There the tiger and the brindled varieties rank highest. Great size is highly appreciated there, and Mr. Riego's Cid Campeador, a dog of about the same height as Fidelio, is much admired. The admirers of the large specimens will even overlook a little dewlap, which is more frequently found on those over 31 inches high than on smaller ones. Besides, we find many very large Dogges with coarse hair and a faulty frame. The yellow dun Dogge with black mask is generally considered the result of a cross with the Mastiff in England, while in Germany the black mask is a desirable feature, preventing the appearance of red or flesh-colored noses in puppies. Brindles will often whelp yellow or dun puppies with black masks, which fact proves the erroneousness of the above-mentioned supposition. Another erroneous opinion prevailing in England is that dew claws indicate a cross with the smooth-coated St. Bernard. They are not an ornament or a desirable appendage, but are found on the specimens of the purest strains. Sometimes they are cumbersome and hurtful. They may grow into the flesh, or the dog may be wounded by them in another manner. Therefore it is advisable to relieve the puppies of them with a pair of sharp scissors when about 2 weeks old, or even sooner. The operation will cause little pain, and the loss of blood will be slight at so early an age. In Germany all varieties have their admirers, but the preference is generally given to the brindles. First-class specimens of that variety were scarce at the exhibition at Cannstatt in 1889, because they are in such demand that few of them remain in Württemberg for a long time. The German breeders endeavor to raise large specimens, but those not possessing a correct frame or being deficient in bone, muscle, or otherwise are but slightly valued. With reference to the size of Dogges, we often find exaggerated statements, but it may be safely asserted that the German Dogge is superior to all other breeds in height. Mr. Riego declares his champion Cid Campeador, bred in Germany, to be the largest dog ever raised in Europe, his height being 34 inches at shoulder, and that the largest St. Bernard measures about 33½ inches, but that his owner makes him 36 inches. According to the Jagd- und Schützenzeitung of April 15, 1889, the height of the German Dogge Victor, then exhibited at Chicago, is 38 inches. The Wittenberger Kreisblatt stated some years ago that Friedrichs Cäsar was 1.02 meters, or about 40 1/6 inches high. The latter assertions have to be taken cum grano salis. Not many dogs will attain a height of 34 inches, and few of those exceeding it will have a correct frame. Actual measurements of Boppel's Shandor, one of the largest and finest Dogges, taken not long ago, may be of interest. Length of head 12 1/8 inches, length of neck 11 3/4 inches, length from neck to set-on of tail 32 inches, length of tail 25 1/4 inches, girth of skull 23 inches, girth of chest 38 3/4 inches, girth of loin 28 7/8 inches, girth of thigh 10 1/4 inches, height 34 1/8 inches. The above measurements were taken and guaranteed correct by Mr. Siebert. Shandor is young and not fully developed yet. The ears of the German Dogge are generally cropped, because it gives the head a bolder and livelier expression and appearance. In England, however, a strong opposition prevails against the cropping of the ears of any breed, and the wish of the Queen of England, as well as the exertions made by the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals to put a stop to this so-called cruelty, may be of no little consequence. The Queen of Württemberg, who visited the exhibition at Cannstatt in 1889, expressed also a wish, when admiring the class of beautiful German Dogges, that the ears might be left to them just as God created them. The French, on the contrary, do not want a Dogge with uncropped ears, and a German sporting paper, the Hundesport, remarked not long ago, "There is danger that America will follow the example of England. We in Germany do not crop the ears of our Hatzrüde since the day before yesterday. Our ancestors did so centuries ago, and if it will be admissible to draw a general conclusion from a Greek coin, The cropping of ears was customary 2,000 years ago, and neither England nor America will alter it. The same paper had in its issue of January 22, 1890, the following. We have been informed that in 2 cases owners of young dogges were indicted by societies and fined for cropping the ears of dogs. Should any one of our readers be fined on that account, he is requested to enter protest against it, and to ask us to name him 2 experts who are ready to declare under oath that the non-cropping of ears was the cause of continual suffering in the ears, so that the cropping had to be performed in advanced age. Not the cropping of the ears is tormenting, but their remaining uncropped. We are convinced that on such evidence the parties indicted will be acquitted. On the other hand, experts spoke and wrote against the fashion of cropping ears. Professor Weiss of the Veterinary College at Stuttgart says in his book, The Dog, His Qualities, Breeding, and Treatment in Healthy and Sick Condition, the operation of cropping ears consists in a tormenting for the sake of satisfying a nonsensical taste. Besides, according to the opinion of the greatest dog fanciers, the dog looks, in his natural condition, much better than after squandering any cruel art on him. Moreover, the consequences of this useless mutilation do not cease when the ear is healed. The irritation caused by it often has an injurious effect on the internal ear, and frequently deafness is the result. Not a few dog fanciers affirm that the exterior ear of the dog, being movable, prevents the free entrance of insects, dust, rain, snow, hail, etc., protects against the changes of temperature, assists the animal in catching the sound waves, and thereby renders the sense of hearing more acute. Thus we see that the opinions of experts as well as of fanciers differ, and are even diametrically opposite with reference to the cropping of ears. The taste for cropping, however, is predominant, and we may predict a continuance of the fashion in spite of arguments and protests. Footnote: I wish to record here a most earnest and emphatic protest against cropping, docking, or otherwise mutilating dogs of any breed. In my judgment, these practices are cruel and useless, and the taste or notion that fosters them is erroneous. Editor. End of footnote. Standard of points. The Great Dane Club of England, whose object is the breeding and improvement of the German Dogge, has adopted the following standard of points, which is, a few unessential differences excepted, the same as the one laid down by the breeders in Germany. General appearance. The Great Dane is not so heavy and massive as the Mastiff, nor should he too nearly approach the Greyhound type. Remarkable in size and very muscular, strongly though elegantly built, movements easy and graceful, head and neck carried high, the tail carried horizontally with the back, or slightly upward, with a slight curl at the extremity. The minimum height and weight of dogs should be 30 inches and 120 pounds, of bitches 28 inches and 100 pounds. Anything below this shall be debarred from competition. Points: general appearance 3, condition 3, activity 5, height 13. Head: long, the frontal bone of the forehead slightly raised, and very little indentation between the eyes. Skull not too broad. Muzzle broad and strong, and blunt at the point. Cheek muscles well developed. Nose large, bridge well arched. Lips in front perpendicularly blunted, not hanging too much over the sides, though with well-defined folds at the angle of the mouth. The lower jaw slightly projecting, about 1/16 of an inch. According to German standard, the lower jaw must be neither projecting nor receding, so as to make the teeth meet evenly. Eye small, round, with sharp expression and deeply set. Ears very small and greyhound-like in carriage when uncropped. They are, however, usually cropped. Points 15. Neck. Rather long, very strong and muscular, well arched, without dewlap or loose skin about the throat. The junction of head and neck strongly pronounced. Points 5. Chest. Not too broad and very deep in the brisket. Points 8. Back. Not too long or short, loins arched and falling in a beautiful line to the insertion of the tail. Points 8. Tail. Reaching to the hock, strong at the root, and ending fine with a slight curve. When excited it becomes more curved, but in no case should curve over the back. Points 4. Belly. Well drawn up. Points 4. Forequarters. Shoulders set sloping, elbows well under, neither turned inward nor outward. Leg forearm muscular and with great development of bone, the whole leg strong and quite straight. Points 10. Hindquarters. Muscular thighs and second thigh long and strong as in the greyhound, and hocks well let down and turning neither in nor out. Points 10. Feet. Large and round, neither turned inward nor outward. Toes well arched and closed, nails very strong and curved. Points 8. Hair very short, hard and dense, and not much longer on the under parts of the tail. Points 4. Color and markings. The recognized colors are the various shades of gray, commonly termed blue, red, black, or pure white, or white with patches of the before-mentioned colors. The colors are sometimes accompanied with markings of a darker tint about the eyes and muzzle, and with a line of the same tint, called a trace, along the course of the spine. The above ground colors also appear in the brindles, and also the ground colors of the mottled specimens. In the whole-colored specimens the china or wall eye but rarely appears, and the nose more or less approaches black, according to the prevailing tint of the dog, and the eyes vary in color also. The mottled specimens have irregular patches or clouds upon the above-named ground colors. In some instances, the clouds or markings being of 2 or more tints. With the mottled specimens, the wall or china eye is not uncommon, and the nose is often parti-colored or wholly flesh-colored. Faults. Too heavy a head, too highly arched frontal bone, and deep stop or indentation between the eyes. Large ears and hanging flat to the face. Short neck. Full dewlap. Too narrow or too broad a chest. Sunken or hollow or quite straight back. Bent forelegs. Overbent fetlocks. Twisted feet. Spreading toes. Too heavy or too much bent or too highly carried tail, or with a brush underneath. Weak hindquarters and a general want of muscle. The diseases peculiar to this race are the same as those of other large smooth-coated dogs, and are generally the consequence of overfeeding and want of exercise, or of not being properly protected against dampness or the inclemencies of the weather. The Dogges are very hardy and easily acclimated. They can live in a cold climate, and better than rough-coated breeds in warm countries. If properly fed and cared for, they will rarely be sick. The best food for them is broth, milk, vegetables, cornmeal, boiled or baked, meat, cooked or raw, and bones. The future of the German Dogge in the United States. An enthusiastic admirer wrote not long since, "Make room for the great Dane, for he is coming." And it is no wonder that he is coming. The more generally his noble qualities, his superiority to other breeds are known, the more rapidly will the number of his friends and admirers increase. It is strange that this variety is comparatively little known here yet, and that not many years ago there were not enough in this country to have a class for them in the shows. In New York they were first exhibited in 1886, when there were 11 of them. In 1887 only 6 were exhibited. In 1888 7, in 1889 17, and this year 1890 25. In Chicago there were 53 exhibited at the Muscuta Kennel Club show this year. The Great Dane or German Mastiff Club of that city, organized last year for the purpose of popularizing this breed, has now a large membership and has already done and will doubtless do a great deal to call the attention of dog fanciers to the German Dogge. The efforts of the members of that club will certainly be appreciated by those who may acquire a specimen of this breed and thus become acquainted with the beauty and admirable disposition of the Dogge. It is, however, difficult to get the best specimens, and they command high prices. For importations we must rely principally on Germany, the home of the breed. In a review of the remarkable events in the dogdom of Germany during the year 1889, a German sporting paper prints the following. Foreign countries carried off several Dogges. 2 went to Mr. Riego in England, Mr. Underwater in Holland got Diana Essig, and Professor Menner in Baltimore bought Bravo Pluto and Minka Mia. To the kennel of Monsieur Goutet in France went Fidelio, Libussa, Roland, and Rheinperle. Thus we see that few specimens worthy of being mentioned left Germany last year, but a greater number will surely leave during this year and thereafter. As illustrating the noble disposition of the German Dogge, I quote some extracts from a communication to the American field. One in the issue of September 14, 1889, from Baltimore, signed Wisp, reads as follows. The recent importation of several fine specimens of the Great Dane by a gentleman of the city has created more than a passing interest in this noble breed of dogs. I was attracted to this breed a few years ago by witnessing a most remarkable case of transition of temperament, that is, from a playful mood to one of intense earnestness and courage. I was walking along a suburban road and saw ahead of me 2 little children crawling and climbing all over a large, fallow-colored, supple-looking dog that seemed to enjoy the romp as much as the children. It was an engaging picture, and the more I looked, the more interested I became in the kind of dog. For when I first looked, I thought, what an athletic-built Mastiff that is! Yet, on closer observation, I knew it could not be the ordinary English Mastiff, for his head was not so broad and was carried more proudly on a longer neck and higher. And the way he jumped over those children and stood aside, grandly erect, a moment to allow them to look up in his eyes and try to pull themselves over his back, was a position I never knew an English Mastiff to assume. While debating in my mind what kind of a strain, breed, or type of dog it was, I suddenly heard a growl. The dog positioned himself firmly where he was standing, about quarter-way across the road, threw his head up, curved his neck, and looked a very Vulcan of courage, immobility, and defiance as he gazed up the road. The children, meantime, had rushed up to him, clinging around his neck and foreshoulders. The scene was worthy the brush of, well, I doubt if there ever lived an artist capable of transferring that live picture to canvas. The cause of all the commotion was the sudden appearance of 2 tramps who had a large, vicious-looking specimen of a feist dog with them. Talk about Indians stealthily stealing by the foe! The way those tramps and their dogs slid to the extreme farther side of the road and scooted by in the most abject terror double discounted them, the protector of the children never moving a foot the while, his head only turning in line with the tramps, and a low roar issuing from his mouth when the tramps leaped over a side fence and disappeared. Then the children fairly hugged and caressed the dog, whose position, indicative of every nerve on tension, was instantly changed to one of, "Let's continue our romp," proving to me that such a thought as fear never entered his mind. I determined to learn what breed of dog it was and to become the owner of one. I entered the garden walk to my right and soon ascertained that the dog was a Great Dane and that $500 wouldn't buy him from his owner if offered. I have since become the owner of a very good specimen of the breed, and while it does not score quite as high as the recent importations, still it possesses every merit and characteristic of the breed of Great Danes, and nothing could induce me to again own an English Mastiff while it is possible to own a Great Dane. The following by Mr. Riego, Honourable Secretary of the Great Dane Club of England, referring to the above, appeared in an English sporting paper on November 2nd, 1889. I have read with interest a letter in the American Field of the 14th ultimo, signed Wisp, and headed Great Danes versus Mastiffs. Without entering into comparative merits of the two breeds, both of which I have kept, I will at once proceed to confirm the generous character and sagacity of the Great Dane, as evinced by the following cases among others which have come under my notice. One of my relatives, a farmer in Spain, owned a mill some 3 miles from town, and it was the miller's practice to call daily for the wheat, which was conveyed on mules to the mill long after nightfall. To insure the miller against possible attack by depredators, one of the house guards, a Great Dane, without apparently any training, would take upon himself to accompany the miller and his cargo to the mill, and the dog would retrace his steps home as soon as he saw the miller safe at his destination. Another relative, who also kept a Great Dane, finding his favorite pear tree lightened of its fruit, gave the dog free access to his orchard, with the result that next morning an unsuspected neighbor was found lying on his back at the foot of the tree, the dog standing over him and defying him to move hand or foot. But the man was still unhurt. In a letter to the American Field, published January 4, 1890, the writer of this article narrates the following. A dog fancier in the city, who had a pair of German Dogges many years ago and lost them, has had St. Bernards for several years, but brought a German Dogge not long ago, and intends to dispose of his St. Bernards, because he knows the qualities of the different kinds, and prefers the German Dogge to any other large breed. Another dog fancier in the city, who kept Newfoundlands for many years, bought a German Dogge last spring, and is so well pleased that he gave his Newfoundlands away, and does not want any other breed as long as he can get a German Dogge. This dog, when bought, was not quite a year old, and was soon admitted into the house, where he became the playmate of his master's only son, of about the same age. One evening, when they had been playing together a long while, the dog lay down to take a nap, during which the little fellow disturbed him by pinching him and pulling out some of his hair, whereupon the dog awoke and growled fiercely. The terrified mother saw the dog look around, and the animal, recognizing his little playmate as the disturber of his slumber, licked the child's hand. Last summer I engaged a young man to attend to my dogs, who made friends with them very soon, and was permitted by his wards to go about everywhere and handle everything on the place and in the house. But when he wanted to go into the cellar after he had been with me for a week, he was stopped by the dogs and not allowed to move until I came and told them to let him go down. Now he has the privilege of the cellar too. Another communication, signed E.G., Chicago, Illinois, appeared in the American Field of February 1st, 1890. It is headed Great Dane Intelligence and reads as follows. As this noble breed is daily assuming greater prominence, the following narrative of fact may be found of some slight interest. Several months since, the writer owned a St. Bernard puppy which had survived a very severe attack of distemper, only to be stricken by paralysis, and was sent to a veterinary hospital for treatment. The canine warden of the establishment, a young Great Dane called Jumbo, showed a deep interest in the new patient, apparently comprehending his helpless condition, and believing that it called for his special protection. When Prince moaned in pain, Jumbo would at once rush to his stall and regard him with the utmost sympathy and concern. Nor would he permit any person save the veterinarian to approach the sufferer. On one occasion, during Jumbo's temporary absence, a stable boy, in changing Prince's bedding, was obliged to disturb him, thereby causing a howl of distress. Instantly there was a responsive thud of flying feet along the hospital aisle, and Jumbo was upon the terrified boy like a fiend. The vigorous use of a pitchfork alone prevented serious bodily damage. Shortly afterward, my wife and daughter called to see the patient, and, proceeding directly to his bed, were welcomed with joyful whines. Jumbo's vigilant ear caught the sound, and believing it heralded his charge's distress, flew furious to the scene. Seeing him pass, the stableman, who had received orders to confine the dog when strangers were present, were terribly alarmed, and the veterinarian, who had just entered, turned sick with apprehension. Their fears were groundless. Reaching Prince's bed, Jumbo's vengeful aspect gave place to an expression of pleasure as he comprehended the situation at a glance, and knew his ward was in the hands of friends. To the end, which came too speedily, his vigilant care continued, and we learned that every suffering animal received at the hospital became at once the object of Jumbo's protection. Not long since, a gentleman related that a friend of his and the latter's neighbors, living in the country in the state of New York, had been troubled by tramps, but that this annoyance ceased since his friend had become the possessor of a German Dogge that is a menace to the tramps and a faithful protector of persons and property within a circuit of more than a mile. A few months ago, Prince Bismarck was met and caressed by 4 splendid specimens of German Dogges when arriving with a train at his country seat, Friedrichsruhe. One of them he received as a present from the Emperor of Germany shortly after his dog Tyras, known all over the German Empire and beyond its limits as the Reichshund, had died of wounds received in the attempt to rescue property belonging to his master from a burning building at Friedrichsruhe. The news of the heroic death of the Reichshund was telegraphed and cabled all over the civilized world and recorded by the newspapers. Who can doubt that this grand species of dog will soon be the gentleman's dog in this country, as he has been in Germany for centuries, the dog of the student, the high officer, the nobleman, the prince? He accompanies his master while walking or riding in the carriage, and follows with ease the cavalier on his fiery steed. Because of a mutual attachment, the owner does not like to be without his handsome, cleanly favorite, and admits him into the parlor. But if the dogge will be the favorite of the gentleman in America, he will rise still higher in the estimation of the ladies and children. Where can they find a friend as faithful and firm? Where a protector as reliable, courageous, and at the same time as tractable as the German Dogge? Even when aroused, he is easily controlled. Especially in the country and in lonesome places, this sagacious, clever, and powerful animal will be invaluable. End of section 36. Recording by Ricarda, Detmold, Germany.
Section 33 of the American Book of the Dog. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Book of the Dog, G.O. Shields, editor. Section 33. The Saint Bernard, by F.E. Lamb. The real origin of this grand dog is shrouded in mystery, for although we find records of his existence in Switzerland during the 10th century, there appears to be no authentic record concerning its origin or early development. It is evident that the monks at the hospice and Simplon had a breed of dogs, which was named after the good old monk Saint Bernard de Menthon, who educated a few large dogs in his possession to traverse the mountains and aid or rescue weary and travel-worn pedestrians who had attempted to cross the snow-capped cliffs. These dogs were trained to go out in pairs, and when they succeeded in finding a belated traveler, one would hasten back to the monastery to alarm its inmates, while the other would endeavor to arouse the almost dying man with its barking and other demonstrations of distress. A writer in the Fancier Gazette says, "The Alpine, or St. Bernard, dog was not manufactured at the monastery, neither was the variety originated some centuries after the death of St. Bernard de Maison himself. On the contrary, it is a well-known fact that the breed was in existence, in a crude and uncultivated state, I admit, but still in existence, long before the founding of the hospice at St. Bernard, as they are specimens of the old type to be found in some parts of Switzerland to this very day. A breed of dogs ingenious to the soil, but which has been, with judicious and careful breeding, so improved that in place of the rugged mountain dog of past ages, we have the fixed and admirably defined type of the modern St. Bernard." End of quote. Vero Shaw, in his valuable work, The Book of the Dog, quotes portions of a letter from Monsieur Schumacher regarding the origin and early history of the St. Bernard, which I take liberty of reproducing here, meantime acknowledging my obligations to Mr. Shaw and his publishers, Messrs. Cassell & Co., for the use of the same. The letter is as follows. According to the tradition of the Holy Fathers of the great Saint Bernard, their race descends from a crossing of a bitch, a bulldog species of Denmark, and a mastiff, shepherd's dog of the Pyrenees. The descendants of this crossing, who have inherited from the Danish dog its extraordinary size and bodily strength of the one part, and from the Pyrenean mastiff the intelligence, the exquisite sense of smell, and at the same time faithfulness and sagacity of the other part, have acquired in the space of 5 centuries so glorious a notoriety throughout Europe that they well merit the name of a distinct race for themselves. In winter, the service of the male dogs, the females are employed or engaged only at the last extremity, is regulated as follows. 2 dogs, 1 old and 1 young, travel over every morning the route on the Italian side of the mountain towards Aosta. 2 more make the voyage on the Swiss side, towards Martigny, to a distance of about 9 miles from the hospice. They all just go to the last cabins of refuge that have been constructed for the benefit of travelers. Even when the snow has fallen during the night, the dogs find their way surely and correctly, and do not deviate from the beaten way a yard. The marks of their feet leave a track which is easy for travelers to follow as far as the hospice. 2 dogs are made to go over the same road together, so if one perishes, it is replaced by another, a young one, who is instructed and trained by the surviving dog, of which he is the pupil. When the dogs arrive at the cabins of the refuge, they enter them to see if there are any travelers seeking shelter there, in which case they entice them to follow. If they find any travelers who have succumbed to the cold, the dogs try to revive them by imparting warmth and licking their hands and face, which not seldom produces the desired effect. If these means are inefficient, they return in all speed to the hospice, where they know how to make themselves understood. The monks immediately set out, well provided with the means of recovery. In 1812 a terrible snowstorm took place, and the aid of the monks and dogs was so constantly required that even the female dogs, the most feeble animals, were called into requisition and perished. There were a sufficient number of males left, but not a single female. How was the breed to be kept up? The monks resolved to obtain some females of the Newfoundland breed, celebrated for its strength and accustomed to cold climate. This idea turned out useless when put into practice, because the young dogs had long hair. In winter this long hair so collected the snow that the poor beast succumbed on its bite and perished. The monks then tried crossing one of their own dogs with the offspring of the crossbreed, with their short, stubby hair. At last this plan succeeded. From that bastard female dog, they have reconstituted the race of dogs that are now at the hospice. These dogs, notwithstanding their cross with the Newfoundland, have the same valor and courage as the ancient race, because, by intelligent and systematic choice, they rear for service and reproduction only the puppies who approach the nearest, by their exterior form and appearance, to the original and fatherly race. Those that proved themselves unable to sustain the work, or who from their long hair were disabled, were either given as souvenirs to friends of the hospice, or else sold. Of such are those that have been sold to Monsieur de Pourtal at Melin near Bern, and to Monsieur Rougemont at Löwenberg near Morat. These dogs come directly from the hospice, where they are not fit for work on account of their long hair, but are distinguished by their colossal size and excellent qualities. They always retain in the hospice the finest dogs and train them for service. Those who do not possess all the marks of genuine breed are given away or sold, because among the number they still find some puppies with long hair, who thus reveal their motherly ancestry. It is now some 10 years since it could be read in many papers that a Mr. Essig of Leonberg had presented to the hospice a couple of dogs of the celebrated Leonberg breed, which is extraordinarily large and handsome. His intention was laudable and worthy of acknowledgment. But these dogs shared the same fate as those of Newfoundland some 50 years previous. Their long hair was their ruin, they perished, and at present there does not exist in the hospice a single trace of these beautiful dogs of Leonberg. As already said, the Count of Rougemont at Löwenberg, near Morat, possessed a couple of superb dogs, which were presented to him from the hospice, because they were not good enough for the work on account of their long hair. These dogs were very large and very handsome. The color of their coats was a red-brown, and they had white spots in their feet, their necks, their breasts, and their noses, muzzle. They were on the paternal side of the ancient Bernardine race and on the maternal side of the Newfoundland race. Several litters of puppies were reared from this couple, which were given away and sold, and thus became spread about. In 1854, the female dog gave birth, among others, to a little puppy of wretched appearance, spotted white and brown, which was not at all valued by the owner. This wretched-looking puppy was sold as a miserable abortion to Mr. Klopfenstein of Neueneck, who trained it with care and attention. It prospered marvelously, and growing up, attained a striking likeness to Barry, the most beautiful specimen of the ancient unmixed race, which is now preserved at the museum at Bern. Its resemblance was so remarkable in regard to external appearance and color of its hair, that when I saw the dog for the first time, I resolved to obtain it at whatever sacrifice. I bought then this dog in 1855, it being a year old, and called it Barry, on account of its striking resemblance to his illustrious ancestor. I entrusted it to Baron J. at Glockenthal, near Thun, and both of us reared some young dogs during many years, but without success. Never could we get young dogs resembling the original race until 1863, when a puppy was born from the bitch Weiermann of Interlaken, of which Barry was the father. This puppy named Sultan, which was the image of Barry, came into my possession. I bred from Sultan without success until I received a bitch from St. Gall, whose father had been one of the St. Bernard dogs. This bitch, named Diana, with Sultan, produced such beautiful puppies that at last I saw my end achieved. At the second birth were two, male and female, so surpassingly fine that I resolved in silence to present them as a gift to the hospice, in the belief that these dogs, habituated now the fourth generation to a temperate climate, well selected from generation to generation, would invigorate and regenerate the ancient ways with descendants of its proper blood. The gift was accepted. I took them when they were 7 years old, in January 1866, to Martigny, where some of the old brothers passed the winter. The oldest of the monks received me with this exclamation, "Mais, mon Dieu, c'est comme le vieux Barry!" "Why, this is exactly like the old Barry." I asked him which Barry he alluded to. "Why," said he, "to that one that is stuffed at Bern," and then continued to relate that in the year 1815 he had himself taken Barry, the living, on foot to Bern, where he was killed and stuffed. The old man wept with joy, and said without ceasing, "Ça donnera Barry, le vrai vieux Barry, que je suis heureux!" This is Barry, the genuine old Barry, how happy I am! There are at the present time, 1867, at the hospice, some young puppies of Barry that promise well, and which will be, according to all appearances, still finer and larger than Barry himself. End of quote. The St. Bernard, as we find him about the beginning of the present century, was much the same as we know him at this time, an animal of great size, immense bone, and a large head, expressive of great character and intelligence. There existed then, as now, two varieties, the rough or long-haired and the smooth or short-haired. The latter were preferred by the monks, for when the dogs were obliged to go out on their errands of mercy in heavy snowstorms, the rough coats of the former would in a short time become matted, and owing to continued exposure, colds, rheumatisms, and kindred troubles would ensue, thus rendering them unfit for duty at times. Hence the long-haired type came to be looked upon with disfavor, and numerous specimens were given away from time to persons who visit the monastery. In this way the breed was introduced pretty generally into the south of France and throughout all of Switzerland. Several authorities on the subject tell us about the year 1810. Through the effects of a terrible avalanche, all the dogs owned at the hospice were swept away and killed. After this, a pair that have been given away when mere puppies were returned, and from these alone the true Saint Bernard of today is descended. Idstone gives a different version of this affair. He says, the breed of Saint Bernards had undergone some changes within the last half-century. A pest of virulent distemper at one time carried off all the dogs of the breed but one, and that, I believe, was crossed with the Pyrenean wolfhound. End of quote. Whether this be true or not, there can be no doubt that during several centuries of its existence as a breed, there have been many crosses and experiments made to develop its strength, scent, endurance, and this fact probably accounts for the great variety which we now find existing among our best dogs. The first Saint Bernard of which any authentic history exists is the now famous Old Barry. This dog was descended from the pair returned to the monks after their loss, and he is reported to have saved the lives of 42 persons in the mountains of Switzerland. It is from this celebrated dog that Schumacher's Barry I traces his pedigree, and from a union of this dog with a bitch at the hospice that Sultan I was produced. Favorita I and Tony I were bred from Sultan out of Diana I, and to these dogs and their litter brothers and sisters is as far back as any authentic St. Bernard pedigree can be traced. Herr Schumacher of Holligen, Switzerland, is the man to whom we are indebted for the introduction of the breed into England, and from thence into this country. It was from his kennels that Reverend J.C. McDonough and Mr. Dillon, who are considered the first to import St. Bernards, secured their stock. Mr. McDonough's Champion Tell was considered for many years the best smooth-coated dog in existence. He was 30½ inches high at the shoulder, and weighed only 150 pounds in his best condition. His skull measurement was but 22 inches. By comparing these measurements with those of the largest dogs of today, we may obtain a good idea of the great improvement that has been made within comparatively few years, not only in size, but in type, if we are to judge from the paintings of the famous dogs of 18 and 20 years ago. A few years later, Mr. MacDonald imported into England Thor, afterward a champion, and Jura, two grand, rough-coated specimens, and achieved great success with them on the bench. It might be well to note here that although bench shows have been held for the past 80 years, yet it was not until a show held at Cremorne in March 1863 that a class was made for St. Bernards. Prizes were won at the show by Bates Monk and Stones Monk, both having been imported from the hospice when puppies. From this time on, the breed grew in favor and popularity, and gradually came to occupy the conspicuous place in which we now find it at our shows. No standard of points, color, or markings was adopted to guide the breeder or exhibitor until 1886, when the Swiss Kynological Society adopted a standard, which, while approved by many fanciers, was not generally accepted. At an international congress held in Zurich, for the purpose, a standard of points was adopted, which was shortly afterwards approved by the St. Bernard Clubs of England and of America. We give it herewith in full. Standard of points, the smooth St. Bernard. General character: powerful, tall, upstanding, with hard muscular development, massive head and very intelligent expression. In dog with dark face markings, the expression is more solemn, but should never be sour. Head: like the body, very powerful and imposing. The massive skull is wide, slightly arched and sloping at the sides, with a gentle curve into the well-developed cheekbones. Occiput: only slightly developed. The supraorbital ridge is strongly developed, and forms nearly a right angle with the horizontal axis of the head. Between the supraorbital arches at the root of the muzzle begins a deep furrow, which, clearly defined in the first half, extends over the whole skull, getting gradually shallow towards the occiput. The lines at the side, from the outer corners of the eyes, diverge considerably toward the back of the head. The skin on the forehead forms over the supraorbital arches deep wrinkles, which converge towards the above-mentioned furrow. They are particularly noticeable when the animal is very animated without giving a savage expression. Stop. Clearly defined. Muzzle. Short, not snipey, and an imaginary line through the muzzle, straight down from the stub, must be longer than the length of the muzzle. The bridge of the muzzle is straight, not arched, and in some good dogs slightly broken. From the root of the muzzle or stop descends its whole length to the nose a rather wide, well-marked, shallow furrow. The strongly developed lips of the upper jaw do not form an angle at the turning point, but slope with a graceful curve into the lower edge, and are slightly overhanging. The lips of the lower jaw must not be pendant. Teeth, in proportion to the size of the head, only moderately large. Nose. Very substantial and broad, with well-dilated nostrils and, like the lips, always black. Ears. Medium-sized, with the burr strongly developed, which causes them to stand away a little at the base, and bending suddenly they drop without any curl to the side of the head. The flaps are not too leathery, and form rounded triangles slightly elongated towards the points. The front edge ought to be close to the head, but the back edge may stand away a little, particularly when the dog is in attention. Ears with weak burr, causing them to lie close to the head from their root, give it an oval shape, which imparts too much softness to the outline, whereas strongly developed ear muscles make the skull appear more angular and wider, thus giving the head more character. Eyes. Set more to the front than to the sides, are of moderate size, brown or nut brown, with an intelligent and friendly expression, set moderately deep. The lower eyelids do not, as a rule, fit closely to the eyeballs, and form toward the inner corner an angular wrinkle. Eyelids which are too pendant, with conspicuously protruding lacrimal glands or a very red haw, are objectionable. Neck. Set on high, carried upright when the animal is animated, otherwise horizontal and slightly downward. The junction between head and neck is distinctly indicated. The neck is very muscular and rounded at the side, giving it an appearance of shortness. Clearly noticeable dewlaps, but too great a development not desirable. Shoulders. Sloping and broad, very muscular and powerful. The part of the body answering to the withers in the horse, well developed. Chest, well arched, moderately deep, not reaching below the elbows. Back. Very broad and only slightly arched over the loins, otherwise straight to the hip, and from the hip gently sloping to the rump, and merges gradually into the tail. Hindquarters well developed, legs very muscular. Belly. Only slightly drawn up and showing distinctly where it joins the very powerful region of the kidneys. Tail, starting broad and powerful directly from the rump, is long, very heavy, and ending in a blunt tip. In repose it hangs straight down, turning gently upward in the lower third. In many specimens is slightly turned up and hangs, therefore in shape of an F. In excitement, all dogs carry their tails more or less raised, but it must not go to the extent of being erect or even curled off the back. A slight curling around the tip is sooner admissible. Arms. Very powerful and extraordinarily muscular. Forearms, straight and strong. Hind legs, slightly bent in the hooks, and according to the presence of single or double dew claws, the feet turn outward more or less, which, however, must not be understood to mean cow-hooked. Feet, broad, with strong toes, moderately well closed up, and knuckles razor high. The single or double dew claw set on low, so as to be almost on a level with the pad of the foot, giving a greater surface and preventing the dog from breaking so easily through the snow. There are dogs which have on their hind feet a regularly developed fifth toe or thumb. The so-called dew claws, Wolfsklauen, which sometimes occur on the inside of the hind legs, are imperfectly developed toes. They are of no use to the dog and are not taken into considering in judging. Coat. Very dense, broken-haired, lying smooth, hard without being rough to the touch. Thighs are slightly feathered. The hair at the root of the tail is rather long and dense, getting gradually shorter toward the point. The tail appears bushy, but not feathered. Color. White with red or red with white, the red in all its various shades, white with light to dark barred brindle patches, or these colors with white markings. The colors red, brindle, and tawny are of equal value. Obligatory marks are white chest, feet, point of tail, and white round the nose and collar. The white spot on the nape of the neck and the blaze are much desired. Never self-colored or without any white. All other colors are faulty, except the favorite dark shadings in the face markings and on the ears. Height at shoulder. Dogs, measured with the hound measure, ought not less to be than 75 centimeters, 29.5 inches, and bitches 70 centimeters, 27.5 inches. The bitches are throughout of a less powerful and slighter build than the dogs. Variations from these points are to be considered faulty. The long-haired, rough St. Bernard is exactly like the other, with the exception of the coat, which ought not to be broken-haired, but of medium length, smooth or slightly wavy, never very wavy, curly or shaggy. The coat, as a rule, more wavy on the back, particularly in the region of the hip and rump. The same thing is noticeable in the short-haired, even the hospice dogs. The tail is bushy, with much but moderately long hair. Wavy or locky hair on the tail is not desirable. A feathered tail, or one with a parting, is faulty. Face and ears are covered with soft hair. At the bases of the ears, longer silk hair is permissible. In fact, this occurs nearly always and must be considered normal. The feathers on the forelegs is only slight, but on the thighs it appears bushy. Balls are all formations which indicate a Newfoundland cross, such as a saddleback and a disproportionately long back, hooks too much band, and spaces between the toes with upward growing hair. There has been considerable controversy regarding the exact number on the scale of 100 that each point should count. There has never been adopted a scale of this kind, as point judging, as it is termed, is but seldom resorted to. However, the following scale is popular with many of the English judges of the St. Bernard. As a matter of information, we give it space. Scale of points. Head, value 20. Neck and shoulders, 5. Chest and loin, 5. Body, 10. Tail, 5. Legs and feet, 10. Coat, 10. Color and markings, 10. Size, 15. Character and symmetry, 10. Total, 100. Regarding the question of coat, there is a great diversity of taste and opinion among American fanciers, but many prominent breeders are endeavoring to accomplish greater uniformity in this matter, and it is to be hoped that in future the St. Bernard exhibits at our shows may not present such a bewildering and unintelligible display of coat in both rough and smooth variety as we now often see. Mr. K.E. Hopf, one of our most prominent breeders, recently discussed the subject in a most interesting letter to one of the sportsman's journals. He says, "Many people believe that the short-haired and long-haired St. Bernard are two distinct breeds, and that the latter is not so pure as the former. This is no more the case in the St. Bernard than in the Collie. The idea originates, undoubtedly, from the fact that the monks use smooth coats only. It is not generally known that, as far back as there is any history of the breed, rough-coated puppies were found in litters from smooth-coated parents. Such was the case long before the Newfoundland made its appearance in Switzerland. The monks, however, had no use for the long-haired puppies, and hence gave them away to their friends and patrons. Since their breed has become so well known, they have sold many of them at round figures, thus making their kennels more or less self-supporting. In view of the above-stated facts, the question arises, how is it that some of the progeny of smooth-coated have long coats? Those of your readers who have visited the mountain fastnesses of the Alps, where the winters last from September until May, and where during the remaining 4 months it is cold, or those who have traveled or lived in the northwest, and know what snowstorms and blizzards are, will readily understand that neither a pointer nor a setter would be comfortable in either place out of doors in a stormy winter's day. Not only would they not be comfortable, but in many instances it would be certain death to them. And why? Because the pointer's coat would be no protection to him, and the setter's would be a detriment. Sportsmen know that if a setter, while in the field, gets full of burrs, he will, game or no game, sit down and endeavor to free himself from them. While so doing, his attention is entirely centered on himself. He would do the same should his legs and feet get so full of ice or frozen snow as to hinder him in his movements. In respect to the Mastiff and the Newfoundland, the case would almost be a similar one, as far as coat is concerned, except that the Newfoundland, if he be of the curly-coated variety, would be still worse than the setter with his flat coat. The Mastiff and Newfoundland, however, have greater size and strength in their favor. The kind of coat, therefore, that is needed for mountain service is exactly that found in the short-haired mountain St. Bernard. Neither too short nor too long, dense and smooth, such as is called stockhaarig in Switzerland. a coat that will be a protection in the coldest weather, and yet short enough to prevent its being clogged by snow and ice. Whether this coat was produced by systematic crossing of short-haired and long-haired dogs, or whether it is a freak of nature, I cannot say, but I am inclined to believe that the former, an account of the frequent appearances of rough-coated puppies in the litters from smooth coats, and vice versa. In other words, the difference in coat in the breeds from which the Saint Bernard has its origins continues to manifest itself in the progeny. Nature has no doubt done its part also, for we find in dogs bred in the mountains a much denser coat than in dogs bred in the lowlands. And as the undercoat is shed in the summer, so the coat becomes shorter and lighter in Saint Bernards, transported from their mountain home to a warmer zone. As to the distinction that is made in this country between the short-haired and long-haired variety, not breed, one cannot go wrong in following the custom that prevails in Switzerland and England. Apart from the difference in coat, there are slight differences between the two species, yet the type is the same, and it is certainly advisable to separate them at shows, as is done with rough and smooth collies. In the long-haired Saint Bernard, the coat has a great deal to do with the general appearance of the dog, when comparing him with others in the same class. In the short-haired variety, the coat is more uniform, and whether a dog be out of coat or whether the coat be of the correct quality or not, the nature of the coat is more readily overlooked. Place a smooth coat along a rough coat of the same height and weight, and you will invariably decide in favor of the latter, as to size, when not seeing them together. The smooth coat is of a more compact build and shorter than the rough coat, generally speaking. There is no reason to fear that the crossing of the two varieties will be at the expense of type. On the contrary, it is necessary. This fact has been demonstrated in England, and the continuous breeding of rough coats with rough coats has taught English breeder that the breed loses in type, and in order to get back to genuine Saint Bernard quality, they have imported, and still import, smooth coats, especially bitches, from Switzerland. The coat is also liable to grow too long, and the longer it gets, the farther it is from its proper form. According to the standard of the Swiss Kynological Society, the rough-coated Saint Bernard is supposed to have a coat of medium length, not bushy or shaggy, not curly or too wavy, but flat, only slightly feathered on the forelegs, and yet, with many Americans, the longer the hair, the more the coat is appreciated. This is wrong, but such is the fancy. End of quote. The development of Saint Bernard interests in America has been remarkably rapid during the past 10 years, and is illustrative of that enterprising spirit and that marked liberality with which Americans always engage in any work that enlists their sympathy. As illustrated of the magnitude of this movement, it is only necessary to state that at the New York show of 1890, the Saint Bernard entries numbered 151. At the Chicago show of the same year they numbered 58, at Boston 59, and at all other shows the entries in this breed more than doubled in number those of any previous year. The total investments in Saint Bernards in this country would run into millions of dollars, and some of the choicest blood of Europe has within the past few years found its way into American kennels. The special characteristics of the Saint Bernard are his immense size, his powerful muscular organization, his great frame, deep and broad chest, his massive head and spacious brain pan, his heavy coat, his courage, his unswerving devotion to his human or canine friends, his kind, benevolent disposition, his sagacity, and his aversion to disregard of the attention of strangers. Several specimens of the breed have reached a height of 34 inches or more at the shoulder, and a weight of 200 pounds or over. Plinlimmon is 35 inches high, Sir Birdie-Ware and Watch are each more than 34 inches, and many others are over 33 inches. Volumes could be filled with anecdotes and incidents of the remarkable instinct, the superior judgment, the almost human intellect of the Saint Bernard. The heroic services rendered by these dogs in rescuing and aiding snowbound travelers in the Swiss Alps are too well known to require further mention here. Hundreds of instances occurring in our own country should be cited had we the space for them. As showing the steadfast devotion of the Saint Bernard for his friends, I may recall the case of a boy who was drowned in a lake in New York while skating. The body of the grand old Saint Bernard dog who had been the constant companion of the boy was found at the bottom of the lake, near that of his young master, and the indications pointed plainly to the fact that the boy having broken through the ice, the dog had gone to his aid and had caught him and tried to pull him out, that the ice had broken and the dog had fallen in. Then he had released his hold, climbed out on the ice, seized his master, and tried again to drag him out, but again the ice had broken. These struggles had been repeated again and again, until the noble brute, exhausted by his efforts, had sunk and died by the side of his young friend. Mr. G. W. Patterson, writing of a St. Bernard bitch that he formerly owned, says, "My little girl was enjoying a slide last winter back of my house, and Sylvia was accompanying her down the hill by running alongside. When she reached the bottom of the hill, the girl held out a rope, saying, 'Here, Sylvia, you must draw me back up the hill.' And although the dog had no training and was only 8 months old, she performed the task admirably, if not as quick as she did afterward. Carrie never took a slide after that without having Sylvia to draw her up the hill. I could never tell which enjoyed it most, both growing stronger under the influence of bracing air and exercise." End of quote. It has been claimed by some of the opponents of the St. Bernard that he is dull of comprehension and difficult to train. My experience and observation tell me that such is by no means the case. I have known many St. Bernards that have been trained to perform some truly wonderful tricks, errands, and services, and that with as little time and labor it would have been necessary to train the brightest spaniel to do the same work. Colonel C.A. Swineford of Baraboo, Wisconsin, had a St. Bernard that would, at his bidding, stand on his hind feet, place his forefeet on the office railing, and walk from one end to the other of it in this position. Then, at command, he would place his hind feet on the railing, and with his forefeet on the floor, repeat the operation. He would place his hind feet on the barrel, and standing with his forefeet on the floor, rolling it back and forth across the floor. His master could send him with a note or package to any house or office where he had ever been, and the dog would return promptly with the answer. A few hours had been sufficient in which to teach the dog either of these tricks. The St. Bernard is one of the most useful and valuable of all breeds as a watchdog. While not vicious or savage, he is alert, courageous, faithful, sagacious, and his great size renders him an object of dread to wrongdoers. Few men would care to disturb property of which he had charge. Besides being an excellent guardian for children, he is also an affectionate and patient companion for them. He may not romp or run with them, but will, if harnessed and hitched to a toy wagon, draw them as faithfully and patient as an old horse. He will allow them to ride him, rule him, or impose on his good nature in almost any way they may choose, and never resent or object. Many of the noble qualities of the race are illustrated in the case of Safe, a noted St. Bernard formerly owned in England, of which a contributor to the American Field recently wrote as follows: "Mr. G. F. Smith mourns the loss of a dear friend and most faithful companion. This was Champion Safe, E. 10626, one of the most notable St. Bernards ever seen. He was bred by Reverend G. A. Snight, being by Othman, E6422, Hedwig. He was born in March 1879, and he was the only survivor of a litter of 15. It was on this account that he was called Safe. In color and markings, he was admittedly the handsomest dog ever shown here. His strength was such that he was carry his master with ease, although he weighed 14 stone, and no 2 men could hold him with a chain or slip, if anyone whom he knew caught him. Yet he was so gentle that the smallest child could do anything with him. He was very fond of the company of ladies, among whom he was known as Gentleman Safe. He was also passionately fond of children, and delighted in their company. For some years a cot has been maintained in the Children's Hospital at Sheffield, solely by money collected by Safe, who always carried a small cask attached to his collar. He used to go to the hospital twice a year, in January and July, to pay his contributions, and his visits were looked eagerly by the little ones, as all that were well enough in the ward which contained the Safe cot had to ride on his back. He died calmly and painlessly on July 3rd. This grand dog is sincerely mourned by his late owner and his family, as well by all the children of Sheffield and many of their parents. Probably no other dog had so wide a popularity, for his portrait, first published in 1882, afterward figured in almost every illustrated journal, and the story of his life, his strength, his intelligence, his docility, and his love for children had been told 100 times. End of quote. The St. Bernard has frequently been utilized as a retriever, and it is believed by many that with proper training he would excel in this class of work. A writer in the Kennel Gazette gives interesting and valuable testimony on this point. He says, "I had just put together my belongings preparatory to starting for Scotland in the evening. My friend with whom I was staying had kindly promised that during my absence he would take care of a valuable St. Bernard bitch, sister to Blin, which had recently been given to me, and as though conscious of our impending parting, Mitch, who has become greatly attached to me, lay at my feet, from time to time casting upward such beseeching glances as only our affectionate damp pets are capable of. As the afternoon wore on, and during the early evening, the dog closely followed my every movement, almost appearing to ask that she might accompany me, until at the last moment I decided to take her. The first outburst of cordial greeting which welcomed me as I drove up to the house of my friend was somewhat toned down upon the appearance of my pet. I saw at once I had brought a visitor by no means popular in a sporting establishment, but trusted that time might make matters smooth, nor was I mistaken, for the dog's very looks soon worked wonders. Days went happily by, and with Mitch for my companion, I rambled by the river, rod in hand, she upon occasion leaving me to flog some pet stream, where she took small hunting excursions on her own account. I noticed on several occasions that she became wondrous keen with the sound of a gun, and found one had only to raise a gun to one's shoulder to put her at once upon alert. One day I had gone up to a loch for a day's trouting, and while I was thus occupied, two friends went to the upper end of it in quest of ducks. It was with some difficulty that I prevented Mitch from following them, and later, on her uneasiness at the sound of each shot, and her efforts to jump over the side of the boat, gave rise to such anathemas as might well have sunk a less sturdy craft. After some time we were nearing the spot where the shooters were, and when we got within some 300 or 400 yards of them, a duck was duly brought down, at the sight of which Mitch broke away from me, swam to the bird a considerable distance, retrieved it in perfect form without disturbing a feather. Later in the day other chances presented themselves, the results being always satisfactory, and especially so in 1 or 2 instances where a less powerful dog would have been utterly unequal to making his way through the thick reeds and sedge. Now, to me it seems that with very little training, these really well-bred St. Bernards might be the most useful in the field in such situations as I have mentioned, and over heavy marshy ground, and I send the above account, not desiring to claim more for them than they deserve, but to meet the assertions many people make that these dogs are treacherous and useless pets to have about a place. I may, in conclusion, say, to other accomplishments, Mitch adds that of poacher hunting, having on one occasion knocked down and held a man until the keeper with whom she had gone out on the quest came up, and the prisoner was only too glad to surrender his arms and a countermance on condition of the dog being called off, though she had not bitten him, but merely held him down by the moral persuasion of a pair of heavy paws and an ominous growl when he had attempted to move. End of quote. Principles of breeding. A would-be successful breeder frequently inquires, "What shall I do to obtain the best possible result from my stock?" There are in reality so many things to be taken into consideration that a short and concise answer would be hard to give. First, both the parents furnish their portion towards the production of the offspring, but since the bitch nourishes it until birth and for a month or more after, it is natural to draw the conclusion that the young will more closely resemble the dam than the sire. In a majority of cases, perhaps, they will resemble the sire in size and coat, while their disposition and nervous temperament will follow closely that of the dam. Second, as like produces like, in dogs as in other animals, the dispositions of both parents should be near to what is desired as possible, or bad results will ensue. Hence it cannot be expected to produce a good litter of puppies by the union of a poor bitch to a celebrated prize-winning stud dog, or by breeding a fine bitch to a second-rate dog. Third, as every dog is a compound animal, that is, composed by a sire and a dam, also by their sires and dams, etc., there is no certainty as to what one may expect in a litter unless he is fully acquainted with the dogs which make up the pedigree of its puppies for several generations back. Fourth, as it is a well-established fact that the first service has its effect upon several subsequent litters, the breeder cannot exercise too much care upon a suitable union for his bitches. We have known instances where a bitch, being bred to a dog with a butterfly nose, part white, produced in that litter 3 out of 7 puppies with the same fault, while in her 3 succeeding litters there was always at least one having this affliction, notwithstanding these subsequent litters were each from different sires. Fifth, inbreeding, as a rule, is to be discouraged, yet to produce certain results it may be practiced to a limited extent. Probably the best example of successful inbreeding may be found in the case of the rough-coated bitch Princess Florence. But continual inbreeding always produces smaller offsprings, so that by this mean it is possible to breed St. Bernards, so called, about the size of a toy terrier. It is extremely necessary that both parents should be in perfect health at the time of breeding, the bitch especially, so she may be enabled to sustain the growth of the puppies before birth and provide ample milk for them afterward. The best age at which to breed St. Bernards is, in bitches, from 15 to 18 months, but no dog should be allowed to serve a bitch until he has reached the age of 2 years, by which time he will have fully matured. The best season of the year for breeding is in the spring and summer, as the young produced at the season get more outdoor exercise, which tends so much to strengthen the muscles and development generally. Winter puppies frequently become chilled, and hence their growth is slow, they seldom reaching the stature of their more fortunate brothers. Another argument for spring and summer puppies is that these can compete at the following winter shows in the puppy classes, for by that time they are sufficiently matured to stand the excitement incident to such scenes. The bitch shows pretty plainly when she is about to come in heat, as she becomes restless, feverish, and exceedingly affectionate in her disposition. She usually has a bloody discharge from the vulva for 9 days, and from 3 to 5 days after the cessation of the discharge is considered the best time to take her to the dog. Although some bitches will refuse to have any connection whatever with a dog later than the 3rd day, so to be on the safe side, it is well to lose no time. Bitches as a rule come in season twice a year at pretty regular intervals, but we have known of some that produced 3 litters in 2 years. This, however, is unusual. When a bitch misses, her next season is very apt to be 1 month earlier than if she had produced her litter and weaned them. As soon as she is bred, she should be put in a secure place, as she will exercise great cunning in her efforts to escape and have intercourse with any animal she should chance to meet. During the earlier periods of her pregnancy especially, she should be in sight, if possible, of a typical dog, as the antenatal impressions are often very pronounced. She should also be kept apart from others not in a similar condition, and while she should get ample exercise, it must never be violent in any sense. Never allow her to jump or run to any extent, or to become alarmed. Toward the latter part of her time, when it has been clearly ascertained that she is in whelp, her food should be of a soft nature, with considerable milk given daily. A little raw meat, chopped fine, fed 3 or 4 times in the last week, often prevents bitches from eating puppies, though they may formerly have been in the habit of doing so. A piece of old carpet, placed on her regular bench, is about the best bed for a bitch when whelping. This can be thrown away after the whelping is over and replaced with a fresh piece, or with a bed of clean straw. A bitch that has been kept in good condition, neither too fat nor, on the other hand, too thin, seldom has any difficulties in parturition. Great care should be exercised that no cold or any draught is permitted to penetrate into the kennel at this time, as newly born puppies are easily chilled and thus destroyed. The temperature should never be allowed to fall below 60°F in the whelping room. Very young puppies should be given milk 2 or 3 times daily until they are old enough to pick at bones and food that is given to their dam. Then, after they are weaned, great care should be exercised in the diet to guard against worms. End of section 33.
Section 38 of the American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joshua Dickey. The American Book of the Dog. G.O. Shields, editor. Section 38. The Mastiff by William Wade. In writing of Mastiffs, certainly one of the very oldest breeds of dogs now existing, there is a strong temptation to go into an inquiry as to the origin of so ancient a breed, to inquire as to where it sprung from, how it was developed, etc. This, however, I cannot bring myself to do. All theories as to the matter would be but theories. Everything about the question would be misty and shadowy, and where it is perfectly evident that no valid proof can be produced for any of the many theories as to the origin or relationship of the breed, it seems to me most unprofitable to waste our time in hazardous speculation which can profit nobody. Should there be any readers of the American Book of the Dog who delight in such abstruse and antiquarian pursuits, I would commend to them the admirable monograph of the Mastiff prepared by Mr. M. B. Wynne, the noted English authority on the breed, in which work he has displayed a remarkable degree of patience and has devoted an amount of research to this branch of the subject, demonstrating most clearly that with him it was a labor of love. Footnote. A few of Mr. Wynne's most pointed observations on the subject may properly be quoted here. On pages 17 and 18, he says, that a true Asiatic Mastiff has existed from very remote ages is proved by their figures represented on Assyrian sculptures some 650 years B.C. These show the broad, short, truncated muzzle of the true Mastiff, the lips being deeply pendulous and the loose skin down the sides of the face falling in heavy folds. The ears being wholly pendant and the dewlap very pronounced, which seems characteristic of the Asiatic Mastiff in its purity. The body cylindrical and heavy, the limbs extremely massive, the stem mostly carried upward over the back in a hoop-like curve. These dogs appear to have been of vast size, equaling in proportion the largest of our modern dogs, and their height may be estimated to have been from 30 to 34 inches at shoulder, and at times even 36 inches, perhaps. Mr. Wynne traces the history of these dogs into Greece, Alexander the Great having introduced them there in 326 BC, and notes Marco Polo's mention, AD 1295, of mastiffs in Central Asia as large as asses. On page 23, the same author writes, "The earliest and most incontestable proofs we possess of the origin of the various races of dogs are of the delineations of the animals that existed in the days of early Assyrian, Egyptian, and Grecian sculpture, and among these we may trace dogs of the Mastiff as well as of the Greyhound and other types existing before the Christian era. The characteristics are the same today as they were when the noble Mastiff delighted the eyes of the Assyrian kings." Reverting to page 16 of the same work, we read, "The theory or opinion I hold is that the English Mastiff from the earliest times has existed in Britain in its purity, resembling in many respects a vast Bulldog, being the ancestor of that breed, such being the true pugnaces, particular to Britain and Gaul, mentioned by the historians, and by crossing these with larger breeds, particularly the Asiatic Mastiff, introduced probably by the Phoenicians, and other large races of the pugnaces, as the White Allan or war dogs of the Alani, a larger variety of the Mastiff was formed." Again on page 35, "From the preceding it will be seen that dogs of a true Mastiff type have existed from the earliest times, and it has been conjectured that the Phoenicians introduced the Assyrian or Asiatic Mastiff into Britain." Further on, the same writer states that Phoenician traders probably bartered specimens of the Asiatic Mastiff to the Britons in exchange for tin, which was in early ages an important article of commerce between the two countries. Idstone claims that the Mastiff existed in France at an early period, that it was known to the Greeks as molossus, from molossis, a part of Epirus, and that it was subsequently distributed from Middle Asia throughout Europe. End of footnote. For my part, I do not believe that the Mastiff as we have him today existed in anything but a very rough and crude form a few hundred years since. England evidently had, in a very early day, a dog used for somewhat the same purpose as the Mastiff is now used. This was the broad-mouthed dog of Britain. But whether it was the Mastiff or the Bulldog is, to my mind, pure conjecture. Whether the Mastiff is an offshoot of the Bulldog, bred in a different direction for size, etc., or vice versa, or whether both sprung from the same root and have been differently developed, is merely guesswork. And I never had the patience to thoroughly read such tiresome gropings in the dark, except when I read Wynne as a matter of duty. I fancy that the earliest picture of a Mastiff by a well-known and prominent artist is that shown in Van Dyck's picture of the children of King Charles I. As the child standing beside the dog appears to have been about 12 years old at the time, it may reasonably be assumed that the picture was painted about 1632, and the dog shown in the picture would not be disgraced now in a class of show specimen. Mr. Wynne characterizes this dog as of boarhound type, with which statement I cannot agree. The width of skull, the raised ridges over the eyebrows, the comparatively short muzzle, and the gentle, loving expression are most diverse from the long muzzle, narrow skull, and truculent expression common in the boarhound. No one can study the affectionate expression of the upturned eye of the noble dog shown in this picture without experiencing a feeling of admiration for the grand character of the dog. It indicates in unmistakable terms that serious trouble would instantly befall anyone who might attempt to harm his young protégé. Next in order of date to this picture, within my observation, comes the picture in Bingley's Memoirs of British Quadrupeds, published in 1809, wherein a dog of admirable Mastiff type in body and legs is shown, but this specimen appears too much tucked in at the flanks and with the most peculiar of heads, the muzzle being far shorter in proportion to the general size of the dog than in the most snub-nosed pet of the fancy of today, or rather of a few years since, while the skull is preposterously long in just the same ratio that the muzzle is short. It may be said that Hewitt, the artist who illustrated Bingley, had drawn on his fancy and that the picture was no likeness. But such a position is untenable by reason of the striking fidelity to life of the pictures of British wild animals shown in the same book and drawn by the same artist. It may therefore reasonably be assumed that his picture of the Mastiff was true to the subject. Thus it appears that the second type of Mastiff was a long-skulled, short-muzzled one. Coming on down through the Mastiff ages, we reach the pictures of Lukey's Bruce I and II, Lukey's Lion, Lord Waldegrave's Couches, and other fountains of our present Mastiff blood, and we find dogs of what would now be called a long-faced type. Couches showing in his portrait a most savage temper, while Lion appears singularly gentle and noble in his expression. Possibly I am in error in noting these last two dogs among English Mastiffs, as both came from Mount St. Bernard. But for all that, they were of high English Mastiff type, strengthening the claim of Mr. Wynne, Colonel Garnier, and others that the English and Alpine Mastiff only differed in point of size, the latter being the larger. The next type illustrated is the one that would now be called Houndy, lurcher, etc., as evidenced by the famous Old Champion Turk, Miss Hale's Lion, Colonel, and Salisbury. These dogs had long muzzles, deep and blunt, showed general symmetry and vigor, and were succeeded by the Crown Prince disposition of puggy, undershot muzzles, straight hocks, flabby obesity, and lack of vigor. I do not mean to say that at any of these periods either type was universal, but it is certain that during the latter years the rage was for certain peculiarities, and dogs not conforming to the dictates of the fashion were, in the vernacular of dog shows, no mastiffs. Van Dyck's and Bingley's pictures only teach us that there were such dogs, but we do not know whether the majority of the breed then existing was of similar type. In fact, it is reasonable to assume that there was no such thing as type 100 years ago. In those days, breeders bred only for specific use, and the appearance of the animal was a matter of little importance. The early history of the Mastiff in America is a broken chapter, enveloped in a good deal of doubt. Of course, Mastiffs were imported into the colonies in early days, just as any other breed might have been, but their blood soon became mingled with that of the average dog of the land, and for years no pure strains were bred. New Englanders imported many, but unfortunately they were not careful as to the pedigrees they got with the animals, and the result is that New England pedigrees are an amusing study for their complications, and one is often puzzled to know whether the pedigree is a blundering fraud or an honest mistake. Messrs. Milliken, Kelly, Bowditch, and others imported dogs as early as the 18th century, some of which must have been of considerable merit. But as far as the value of their pedigrees is concerned, they are equal to by dog X bitch. Mr. Lloyd Phoenix of New York City at an early day imported a litter brother of the famous Champion King and a black bitch from the noted dealer Bill George, and there can be no doubt as to the honesty of this transaction, George being above suspicion, but unfortunately he preserved no records of what became of the dogs or what offspring they left. Colonel Garnier brought a pair with him from England to Canada about 1837, which he left there on his return, taking only a son, Lion, who was afterward the sire of the noted Lurkey's governor, and considerable of this stock was scattered over this country, some going as far west as St. Louis, Missouri. But no traces can be found of them further than this. The earliest importations of stock of known breeding and high pedigree of which any records have been kept were those of Mr. Underwood and Mr. E. Delafield Smith of Newark, New Jersey, who bought some dogs from Mr. Frank Heinzman of Bradford, England. The pedigrees of these dogs are thoroughly established and given in full, and their breeding was of the highest order. A curious mistake, however, occurred therein in printing Ornaker for Quaker. Any pedigrees running, as many do, to Delafield Smith's strain may be accepted as genuine and valuable. Mr. R. L. Belknap and General S. L. M. Barlow of New York also imported several Mastiffs some 15 or 20 years since, but the pedigrees of such of Mr. Belknap's as I have seen are unsatisfactory, while those of General Barlow's Ruth and others are clear and correct. Mr. W. H. Lee of Boston made an important record as a Mastiff breeder about 1883, owning Turk, a fine dog of the older type, and having imported Ilford Cromwell. Dr. J. W. Alsop of Middleton, Connecticut, also did a good service about the same time, importing Bodacia by Raja and the Pelham Manor Kennels, by importing Cato and Queen II. Mr. Charles H. Morgan of Worcester, Massachusetts, imported Duchess of Connaught, and Mr. Herbert Mead of Lake Wacabuck, New York, imported Princess Royal, Ida, and Fairy. The most decided impetus to Mastiff interest in the late years was given by the starting of the Ashmont Kennels of Boston, Massachusetts, by Dr. J. Frank Perry, with such dogs as Hero II, Ilford Cromwell, Lorna Doone, Balgal, etc., which may be said to have started the movement that led to the importation of such dogs as Ilford Caution, Minting, Alonzo, Ilford Chancellor, Lady Coleus, Lady Phyllis, Countess of Dunsmore, Ilford Comedy, Phaedra, Cambrian Princess, Beaufort, Gerda, Moses, Rosalind, Prussian Princess, Lady Gladys, etc. The leading breeder in the country today is Mr. E. H. Moore of Melrose, Massachusetts, with Ilford Chancellor as stud dog and his galaxy of brood bitches, including Cambrian Princess, Lady Coleus, Lady Phyllis, Lady Marjorie, etc., a collection not excelled either in England or in this country. Next in order comes Mr. J. L. Winchell of Fairhaven, Vermont, with Beaufort, Gerda, Ben, etc., followed by Mr. R. P. H. Durkee of Chicago, with Melrose Prince, Mr. C. C. Cook of Canton, Ohio, with Moses, not the imported dog of that name previously mentioned, Menglada, etc., Dr. George B. Ayers of Omaha, Nebraska, with Edwy, Duke of Connaught, Ilford Comedy, and Mr. Charles E. Prynne of Peoria, Illinois, with Ormonde, Phaedra, and Lady Colry, Mr. Clinton N. Powell of Omaha, with Edna, Donna, etc. Among other noted breeders, owners, or importers may be mentioned Messrs. E. B. Sears, Melrose, Massachusetts, Comset Kennels, 9 West 35th Street, New York City, Miss D. E. Hulk, 453 East 116th Street, New York City, W. E. Rothamel, Union Stockyards, Chicago, Illinois, F. A. Arrett, 92nd Street between 2nd and 3rd Avenues, New York City, J. B. Hefter, 419 East 106th Street, New York City, W. A. Power, 266 Washington Street, Boston, Massachusetts; C.A. Altmantferger, Minden, Iowa; Houston Wyeth, St. Joseph, Missouri; A.J. Mazer, Buffalo, New York; R.R. Osterreich, Detroit, Michigan; Hugh Falconer, Shelburne, Ontario. This list of leading breeders and owners is compiled from memory, and if I have omitted any, it must be laid to forgetfulness, not to intent. Certainly the Mastiff has come to stay. Other breeds of large dog may temporarily overshadow him in point of numbers or popular fancy, but the Mastiff has too firm a position in the canine interest of the country. He represents too much of the wealth of the canine world and is too highly appreciated by dog fanciers of all classes to ever be neglected, either at home or on the show bench. In one respect, the grand characteristics of the Mastiff have undergone little change. I might almost say none, as compared to the vast changes that have occurred in physical conformation. One of the very earliest English writers of dogs, Dr. Caius, I think, mentions the Mastie that keepeth thy house. Bingley gives the Mastiff a reputation for wise discrimination, careful watchfulness, vigilance, and fondness for affording protection that seems an inherent characteristic of the race, from its origin to the present day. I have known pets of the show ring, dogs of the bluest of blue blood, such as Lord Raglan, brother of the famous champion Orlando; Boadicea by Raja; Persephone by Debonair ex a crown prince bitch; the long-faced snippy gypsy, and others of her ilk, to display the same general measure of wisdom as watchdogs. And it is as the watchdog, par excellence, that the Mastiff is admired. Undoubtedly, dogs of other breeds, and even mongrels, often, but not generally, display the same traits that so glorify the Mastiff. For instance, I know that the champion St. Bernard Barry was eminent in this respect, but I also know that in this respect Mastiffs average very much higher than any other breed. I have owned and known intimately, with abundant opportunity to study them, fully 100 Mastiffs, and in that number there was but one real savage dog, but one that would attack except as a last resort. Let me illustrate, and in so doing I must perforce repeat stories I have told before. An old woman came to my house to stay for a fortnight. Being fond of dogs, she soon gained Gypsy's confidence, and Gypsy seemed as fond of her as of any member of my family. A week or so after the old woman left my house, she came back to get some vegetables, and the cook, knowing Gypsy's friendliness towards the old woman, gave the latter a basket and directed her to the garden, where she began to pick tomatoes. Gypsy, espying this, put a stop to it by pushing the woman away, but finding these intimations insufficient, she bristled up and growled at her. The old woman, in great distress, came to the cook and reported Gypsy's conduct, which the cook disposed of by going out to the garden, picking some tomatoes and putting them in the old woman's basket. When Gypsy seemed to consider herself discharged from further obligation in this case. When, however, the woman went to another part of the garden and undertook to pick beans, Gypsy vetoed that, and fresh authority had to come from the cook. Permission to pick tomatoes did not by any means involve the same as to the beans. Hector, going along the road, saw a woman beating a little child with great brutality. Although all were strangers to him, he jumped the fence and with bristled back and drawn lips inquired in doggy speech, "What are you doing that for?" The woman screeched like an owl and flew into the house, when Hector jumped the fence and went on about his business. Ariant got into the room where a dance was going on and incontinently broke up the business. It looked to him altogether too much like fighting to comport with his ideas of peace. Dr. Campbell, the noted blind American now resident in England, was going over his grounds with his champion Lily II, when she interfered with his progress in one direction, and when he did not comprehend her and persisted in going on, caught him by the leg, and not a step would she let him move. Then he called on a member of his family for explanations, and it transpired that he was on the point of walking into a deep ditch lately dug on his grounds, with which he was unacquainted. The famous old champion Turk was a dog of the very highest courage, fearing nothing that lived. Yet when a cat boldly kittened in his kennel, Turk guarded the little strangers with the utmost vigilance. Gypsy, Lion, Ginger, Lee's Turk, Boadicea, and Winifred all had the strong disposition to accompany members of the families when they went away from home, particularly if the person was a woman or a child. It was some trouble to coax Lion to go off the place with a man, and almost impossible to do so in daylight. But if a woman went away at night, he would use every endeavor to go with her, and if he couldn't go, would fume and fret in the most vexed style. Gypsy would never let my 4-year-old boy go off the place alone without getting up and going with him. Any of the dogs I have mentioned, when in charge of any person on a walk at night, might stray a considerable distance away from their charge, but let him hear a strange footstep, and they would immediately draw near the person they were escorting and remain near until the strange footstep was lost in the distance. These are but specimen bricks from many kilnfuls that I could deliver, and it will be noted that in no case did the Mastiff resort to violence, gentle means in each case proving sufficient. But will a Mastiff attack, rend, and tear if occasion demands? Listen, Lion was accustomed to working men coming around my place in their working clothes, and beyond keeping a careful watch over them, and occasionally remonstrating against what he deemed improper conduct, never molested anybody. But one morning a typical tramp came to the back door, one of your regular dyed-in-the-wool, dirty, ragged, frowsy, red-faced tramps, stinking of whiskey. Just as the cook opened the door, Lion came around the other side of the house, and with one short, hurried bark sprung straight at the fellow's throat. The cook interfered and ordered the dog off, but she might as well have whistled to the wind. And when she caught him by the collar, he jerked her across the floor as if she had been a feather, until the hired man came to her aid and succeeded in depriving Lion of a taste of that tramp. It is unnecessary to add that when my people finally got the dog under control, the tramp was out of sight, and for aught I know, is running yet. Now so obedient was Lion to that cook, under ordinary circumstances, that if she put food for him on the floor and said, "Lion, don't you touch that," he would back off, lick his lips, eye the food in the most wistful manner, but would lie by it all day without touching it. He knew, however, that his duty in life was to dispose of tough-looking tramps, and no order would drive him from so relished a duty. Mr. Lukey, the father of the Mastiff, was once attacked by a large Newfoundland he owned, and was in most imminent danger when his noted Countess, Dam of Governor, broke the chain by which she was fastened, attacked the Newfoundland, and although much the smaller animal, actually killed the assailant. That this role of protector should be the Mastiff's inborn disposition is perfectly natural. As long since as the time of Queen Elizabeth, he was the masty that keepeth the house, and for some centuries previous this must have been his vocation, to have established it so firmly in his character. After perhaps 600 years of use for this purpose, it is not, I repeat, strange that protection of life and property should be the one object in life of this grand dog. If I have not made it sufficiently plain, let me say now that the crowning glory of the Mastiff and the immeasurable value of the breed as watchdogs lie in the marked unwillingness to resort to strong measures until mild ones have been tried and failed. Almost any breed of dogs, or non-breed, will attack strangers if need be, but the Mastiff is the only dog whose special characteristic it is not to attack until warning and threats have failed. One of the most noble characteristics of the Mastiff is his peaceable, tractable disposition. He can and will fight most savagely if forced into it, but rarely indeed does a Mastiff precipitate a fight. Treat him kindly, and a child may control him. But if he be imposed upon to such an extent that he declares war, let man and beast beware, for no raging lion is more fierce or courageous than a thoroughly angered Mastiff. Perhaps the greatest pleasure of my Mastiff breeding experience was in giving a Mastiff puppy to the little blind, deaf, and dumb Helen Keller, whose remarkable history was noted in St. Nicholas magazine about a year since. To such a helpless object as this child, such a dog as my glorious old Gypsy was, would be invaluable. As to what a Mastiff should be in conformation, much, if not all, depends on which post you wish to tie to. If you wish to win prizes at dog shows, be exalted as owning the crack Mastiff, the nearer you can get to the standard laid down by Mr. M.B. Wynne for the original Mastiff Club of England, the better. If you interpret this standard and scale of points with strictness in every particular and breed to it faithfully, you will get dogs that will be, bodily at least, all you want, and it may be mentally. But if because the scale allots 40 points in the 100 to head properties, you magnify that 40 to 99 and condone weak loins, straight hocks, too short bodies, weak joints, and frightfully undershot muzzles, as weighing nothing against the grand head, you will probably get waddling ugly brutes that will never rise above the position of prize winners under fancy judges. That this standard and scale of points can be carried out and still breed mastiffs as the result is shown by the grand dog Beaufort, chosen as an illustration of this article. A dog with the extreme of short face and realizing as near the ideal of the standard as a dog is likely ever to do, yet without a single deformity and not overdone in a single particular. His only fault, if fault it may be termed, is large dew claws, which impede his action behind and which should have been removed when a puppy, as they possess no fancy merit or demerit, being simply admissible. Beaufort's merits are in his excellent forelegs, straight and strong, his deep, capacious chest, his admirable hind legs with perfection in hocks, the very broad, flat kind most desirable in mastiffs, his vast skull, neat ears, and bulky loin. His head is fashionable today, but should the longer head of Turk or Colonel, etc., become the fashion in years to come, Beaufort will still be thoroughly the mastiff in bodily properties. As to breeding, I have treated that subject at some length in the article in this book on the Old English Sheepdog, and the advice there given is equally applicable to the breed of mastiffs. All I would add is that the dog to breed to is the one noted for getting good ones, and when you strike a good strain, stick to it as long as it can be sustained. Remember that, in many cases, great show bitches are miserable failures as producers. The rules for rearing mastiffs, as distinct from those applying to other breeds, are few and simple, but it may be especially said of them that above all other breeds they need the most abundant exercise while young. They are certainly lazy dogs, indisposed to exertion, and if reared singly, are not likely to take the required amount of exercise. To supply this, it is well to procure some kind of playmate for the youngsters. Any cur will answer, as long as it be playful and not too small. If reared in litters, the mastiff puppies will stimulate each other sufficiently. Distrust a stud dog that is cooped up without free exercise. Some under these conditions do not seem to fail as stock-getters. Others do. Lord Raglan was set down as impotent until his last owner put him on the road, following his buggy. Then he got puppies with as much certainty as the average stud dog. In estimating the scale of points laid down by Mr. Wynne, it must be remembered that it was framed by a fanatic on head, one who exalted that property as high as anybody, but who at the same time insisted on bodily vigor, muscular development, and the utmost activity. I would remark as to his requirement, expression lowering, that this must not be misunderstood as savage or sullen, but that the dog must present such an appearance as is calculated to deter trespassers, and, as corollary, he must be above permitting undue familiarity from strangers. His work is that of a watchdog, and such a dog must not make up with every stranger that comes along. As an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, it is best to have your watchdog impress people that they must behave with circumspection, rather than that he should invite them into doing as they please and then have to check them. One piece of advice to the visitor who goes to the home that a mastiff keepeth: do not behave as though afraid of the dog. Many centuries of education have taught him that ill-fearers are ill-doers. Approach the house quietly but confidently. If the mastiff barks, growls, or smells of you, try to proceed without noticing it. If he seems determined to stop your progress, stand perfectly still until some member of the family comes to your relief, remembering always that the mastiff is only a dog after all, and in doing his duty he must not be judged by the standard of a Socrates. He acts from the standpoint of his nature, not yours. So don't be angry at his doing what you would do if in his place. And provoking as the experience may be, remember that it is only faithfulness on the part of the dog. Remember also not to attempt to caress or fondle the dog. Let him smell you to his heart's content and show that he is thoroughly satisfied with you before you attempt familiarities. Any good watch mastiff will suspect an attempt to seduce him from his duties if familiarity be resorted to before he has made up his mind on the subject. Be assured that the chances are 99 to 1 in favor of the dog not hurting you in the slightest. To anyone who wishes to rear a true mastiff in all his perfection of utility, let me say, begin by making a friend of your dog. Let him accompany you on your walks abroad. Let him come into your house and lie before your fire, and in every way connect himself with you and your welfare. If you shut him out of your house, how in the name of common sense is he to know that he has any part or interest in it? You might almost as well expect watching from one of a litter of black Essex pigs. Don't attempt to conquer him, break him in, or any of the brutalities common to vulgar dog breakers. A mastiff that can be conquered is not the animal you could trust where you engaged in a battle to the death with a vicious burglar or tramp, nor would such an animal be a Bayard in the protection of your wife and children in a lonely farmhouse with you far away. Grave faults such as killing chickens, etc. must be eradicated, but don't go at it with a club. Remember how you would treat your child in such a case and try to follow the same lines with your dog. Of course, allowing for the difference in mental capacity. First, love your dog. Next, make him love you. You will never regret having gained his love and confidence, and the day may come when you will be repaid 100-fold. The nearest that a cloud ever came to my roof tree resulted from an episode that would never have happened had my glorious old gypsy, her sons Lion or Hector, Debuc or Ginger been at home. I gave the standard set forth by the original Mastiff Club of England in preference to that prepared by the present Old English Mastiff Club, as it is simpler, being free from much technicality, and therefore more readily comprehended by a layman. In all essentials, the two are substantially the same. Points of the English Mastiff. Head. General. Very massive and short, with great breadth and depth of skull and squareness of muzzle. Expression lowering. Forehead. Broad, flat, and wrinkled. Eyebrows heavy, with a broad stop extending well into the forehead. Cheeks. Full. Eyes. Wide apart, small and sunken. Dark brown in color. Muzzle. Short, truncated, deep and broad, not tapering toward the nose. Jaws very wide. Line of profile from stop level, not drooping toward the nose, i.e. not hound-muzzled. Black in color. Nose. Large. Nostrils large and a well-marked line between. Lips. Thick and pendulous. They should fall forward, not hanging at the corners of the mouth as in the bloodhound. Teeth. Large, undershot or level. Ears. Small, pendant or semi-erect, not placed so low as in the hound. The darker the color, the better. Body. General. Thick-set and muscular, with great length and bulk, on comparatively short legs. Neck. Short, thick and muscular, dewlap slightly developed. Chest. Deep, wide between the forelegs. Shoulders. Wide apart across breast and back, shoulder blades deep. Back. Long and broad. Loin. Broad, flat, and muscular. Thighs. Straight, muscular, and thick. Stern. Fine, short, straight, thick at root, tapering to tip, and carried down generally. Forelegs. Short. From elbow to ground straight, with plenty of bone and muscle. Hind legs. Straight. Well curved from stifle to hock, with plenty of bone. Dew claws admissible. Feet. Round, large, and compact. Coat. Hard, short, and fine. Color. Fawn, with black ears and muzzle. Or good brindles, equal pieds are admissible, and equal for purity. Award no points for color. Height. General. Produced by depth of body, not by length of limb. Dogs. From 27 inches at shoulder and upward. The greater the height, the better, providing there is no loss of symmetry and character, and that the weight increases in proportion. Bitches generally average 3 inches less than dogs. Scale of points for judging. Head, 40 points. Shape of skull, 10. Girth of skull, 10. Ears, carriage and size, 5. Muzzle, bluntness, 3. Breadth, 3. Depth, 3. Lips, 3. Color, 3. Body, 35 points. Neck, 4. Breadth of breast, 4. Loin and back, 4. Girth of chest, 4. Shoulders, 4. Length, 4. Thighs, 3. Stern, 3. Legs, 3. Feet, 2. General, 25 points. Size, height, and general appearance of bulk, 15. Coat, 5. Fawns with dark ears and muzzle, or brindles with dark ears and muzzle, 5. Red with black muzzle, or all black, award 3 points only. Total, 100. Fawns without dark points, brindles ditto, reds without black muzzle, and pies award no points for color. Dogs of 27 inches at shoulders should weigh 120 pounds. Dogs of 28 inches at shoulder should weigh 130 pounds. Dogs of 29 inches at shoulder should weigh 140 pounds. Dogs of 30 inches at shoulder should weigh 150 pounds. Dogs of 31 inches at shoulder should weigh 160 pounds. Dogs of 32 inches at shoulder should weigh 180 pounds. Dogs of 33 inches at shoulder should weigh 190 pounds. Dogs of 34 inches at shoulder should weigh 200 pounds. Award a less number of points in proportion to the deficiency in the specimen being judged. End of section 38. Recording by Joshua Dickey.
Section 39 of the American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by tommack, Tucson, Arizona. The American Book of the Dog, G.O. Shields, editor. Section 39, The Newfoundland, by L.F. Whitman. The history of the Newfoundland is very brief, and until the last century, no writer who treats of dogs has said anything about him. Among the leading writers on this breed, to whom I am deeply indebted for much of the information given herein, are Hugh Dalziel, author of British Dogs; Yarrow Shaw, author of The Illustrated Book of the Dog; and Stonehenge, author of The Dogs of the British Islands. It is common to call every large, black, shaggy dog a Newfoundland, as it is to call all small, shaggy terriers Scotch Terriers. The intelligence of the Newfoundland made him, in former times where a large dog was desirable, one of the greatest favorites in Great Britain long before the St. Bernard was known there, his fine formation, great strength, and stately carriage being unsurpassed, and rendering him highly popular as a companion. The early settlers in Newfoundland were mainly natives of the Channel Islands, and it is a question whether some of these did not bring with them some large dogs, which, being crossed with native dogs, formed, after a time, a new breed. Several writers speak of the impurity of the breed that is now found in Newfoundland, lamenting that it is only found there in a mongrelized form, having been crossed with various other breeds. It is extremely doubtful whether the breed, in its early day, possessed the intelligence of the present Newfoundland. It is more likely that the breed as now known was manufactured by Europeans, as it was very popular in England during the latter part of the 18th century, and is referred to by many English writers of that day as a well-known breed. It was especially valued because of the many instances recorded of Newfoundlands saving people from drowning. In England, long before dog shows were in existence, the Newfoundland was the trusted companion and guard of people of both high and low degree, and everyone had his own standard of excellence for his pet. He is still popular there, and there are more so-called Newfoundlands kept in England as guards and pets than any casual observer is aware of. Many of the early Newfoundlands differed widely in color and in other points from those now held to be of the proper type. In early times there were many large dogs in Newfoundland that were called Newfoundlands, but the inhabitants of the island looked only on such as were black or rusty black, with thick, shaggy coats as being of the true type. Some of the early writers declare the true breed to be only of an intense black with a small streak of white on the breast. This white marking, however, is found on nearly all specimens of this breed. Other authorities claim that the predominant color is white, with black head or face mark, a black saddle mark, and other black markings. And still others claim that the dog should be of rusty dun shade. No doubt there are many dogs of the latter color in Newfoundland, the faults arising from the improper selection of breeding stock, as they vary greatly in color, size, and coat. Some claim the dog should be curly, others that he should be wavy, and still others that he should be shaggy. The coat of a Newfoundland should be of a glossy jet black color, rather close, flat, and dense, and of a coarse texture. In the Sportsman's Cabinet, published in 1802, there is an engraving of a Newfoundland representing a dog very similar to our modern one, except that he is not so large in head, is of smaller stature, and nearly white. The author gives no accurate description, but says, quote, "The dog passing under this description is so universally known in every part of the kingdom, and is so accurately delineated by the united effort of the artists in the representation annexed, that a minute description of its shape, make, and form may be considered unnecessary. He is one of the most majestic of all the canine variety. Although at first sight he appears terrific, from the immensity of his magnitude, the placid serenity of his countenance as instantly dispels the agitating vibrations of fear." Close quote. The opinion of such an authority should be given great weight in considering what should be a true Newfoundland. This dog is very sensitive, and should, while young, be managed carefully. He is pleased when engaged to the advantage or for the enjoyment of his master. As a water dog he can scarcely be excelled. He has unlimited courage, and his swimming powers are so great that no sea runs too high for him to face in the discharge of any duty imposed on him by his master. On account of the water and retrieving propensities of this breed of dogs, it has been used largely in England by the leading breeders of retrievers to strengthen those qualities in their dogs. The blood of the Newfoundland has also been liberally used in producing the Chesapeake Bay Dog, so popular among duck shooters in this country. In 1876, chiefly at the instigation of Mr. Hugh Dalziel, water trials for Newfoundland dogs were held at Maidstone and Portsmouth, and Mr. Dalziel says, "Although neither could be pronounced a brilliant success, they were each of them in many respects interesting, and proved that, with more experience and if well carried out, such competitive trials might become more than interesting, highly useful." In 1883, the British Kennel Association gave water trials in connection with their dog show at Aston juxta Birmingham, many competing dogs showing great intelligence. The following are the rules drafted by Mr. C. Marshall for the conduct of water trials for dogs, adopted at Maidstone, England, in 1876. 1. Courage displayed in jumping into the water from a height to recover an object. The effigy of a man is the most suitable thing. 2. The quickness displayed in bringing the object ashore. 3. Intelligence and speed in bringing a boat to shore. The boat must, of course, be adrift, and the painter have a piece of white wood attached to keep it afloat, mark its position, and facilitate the dog's work. 4. To carry a rope from shore to a boat with a stranger, not the master, in it. 5. Swimming races to show speed and power against stream or tide. 6. Diving. A common flag basket with a stone in the bottom of it to sink it answers well, as it is white enough to be seen and soft enough to the dog's mouth. Water trials in this country for dogs properly managed would become extremely interesting and would be an incentive to the lovers of the Newfoundland and other species of dogs to breed and train them for this purpose. It would be well to add one of these noble animals to each of our life-saving stations, as, properly trained, they would doubtless be the means of saving many human lives. He would not only be ready to save persons from drowning, but would be of great assistance in other ways, as his keenness of sight and scent is surprising and his curiosity unlimited. Newfoundland dogs are not active on land owing to their carrying what dog men term lumber, which makes them rather slow and loggy. Therefore, they are unfit to follow a horse going at any great speed. The following is recognized standard for judging Newfoundland dogs, as formulated by Stonehenge in The Dogs of the British Islands. Symmetry and general appearance. The dog should impress the eye with strength and great activity. He should move freely on his legs, with the body swinging loosely between them, so that a slight roll in gait should not be objectionable. But at the same time, a weak or hollow back, slackness of the loins, or cowhocks should be decided faults. Head should be broad and massive, flat on the skull, the occipital bone well developed. There should be no decided stop, and the muzzle should be short, clean cut, and rather square in shape, and covered with short, fine hair. Coat should be flat and dense, of a coarsish texture, and oily nature, and capable of resisting the water. If brushed the wrong way, it should fall back into its place naturally. Body should be well ribbed up, with a broad back, a strong neck well set onto the shoulders and back, and strong muscular loins. Forelegs should be perfectly straight, well covered with muscle, elbows in, but well let down and feathered all down. Hind quarters and legs should be very strong. The legs should have great freedom of action and little feather. Slackness of loins and cowhocks are a great defect. Dew claws are objectionable and should be removed. Chest should be deep and fairly broad and well covered with hair, but not to such an extent as to form a frill. Bone massive throughout, but not to give a heavy, inactive appearance. Feet should be large and well shaped. Splayed or turned out feet are objectionable. Tail should be of moderate length, reaching down a little below the hocks. It should be of fair thickness and well covered with long hair, but not to form a flag. When the dog is standing still and not excited, it should hang downward with a slight curve at the end, but when the dog is in motion it should be carried a trifle up, and when he is excited, straight out with a slight curve at the end. Tails with a kink in them or curled over the back are very objectionable. Ears should be small, set well back, square with the skull, lie close to the head, and covered with short hair, and no fringe. Eyes should be small, of a dark color, rather deeply set, but not showing any haw, and they should be rather wide apart. Color: jet black. A slight tinge of bronze or a splash of white on the chest and toes is not objectionable. Height and weight. Size and weight are very desirable so long as symmetry is maintained. A fair average height at the shoulder is 27 inches for a dog and 25 for a bitch, and a fair average weight is 100 pounds and 85 pounds respectively. Among the fine Newfoundlands in this country, the most of which were imported from England, I will mention Sam, owned by Mr. J. A. Nickerson, Boston, Massachusetts. Miro, owned by Mr. S. S. McEwen, New Orleans, Louisiana. Mayor of Bingley, owned by Mr. C. H. Mason, New York, New York. New York Lass, owned by Mr. E. H. Morris, Stapleton, New York. Prince George, owned by Mr. John Marshall, Troy, New York. And Meadowthorpe Prince George, owned by Meadowthorpe Kennels, Lexington, Kentucky. Mr. John Marshall, Troy, New York, is the most extensive breeder of this variety of dogs in the country. The Meadowthorpe Kennels of Lexington, Kentucky, and Mr. J. A. Nickerson of Boston, Massachusetts, formerly bred Newfoundlands. But owing to the popularity of St. Bernards and Mastiffs, and there being very little demand for the Newfoundland, they gave up in disgust the breeding of this noble dog. To show how little they are thought of at present, I will say that out of 16,278 dogs registered to the American Kennel Club stud book, there are only 31 Newfoundlands, and of these, 3 are registered as black and white. It is singular that, as far as the records show, no one has imported a Landseer Newfoundland. They are a noble-looking dog, being white and black, nearly as large as a St. Bernard, and very intelligent. To show the intelligence of the Newfoundland dog, I quote the following incidents. Pistol Grip, in the American Field, says, "While in Helena recently, I saw a Newfoundland dog, which for intelligent will compare with any dog in the country. He is owned by Mr. Thompson, superintendent of the streetcar company, who resides about 2 blocks from the line where the cars pass every 30 minutes. From one of these cars, the family mail is thrown off. The dog is always there, ready to receive it. He has never yet made a mistake in the time upon which it arrives, or mistaken the car. He goes without being told and does his duty correctly. He never goes to the car on Sundays, as there is no mail, and always knows when that day arrives. He does many other things with equal intelligence." The following is from the Pittsburgh Dispatch. A well-known resident of Oakland has a large Newfoundland dog that is a wonder in his way, and he weighs about 160 pounds. The gentleman walked into the Dispatch business office yesterday accompanied by his dog and purchased an additional paper to mail to a relative in Illinois. The paper was wrapped up, and after placing a 2-cent stamp on the wrapper and addressing it, the gentleman gave the paper to the dog. The owner got into his buggy and drove to the post office, the dog running alongside the horse. At the post office, the gentleman stopped, but the dog didn't. He mounted the steps, trotted down the corridor to the receiving boxes, and taking hold of one end of the paper with his teeth, he inserted the other in the opening in the paper box, and with his nose pushed it through the hole. He had no hesitancy about brushing his wet coat up against the light check trousers of several young men standing near the box, and when one of them wanted to help him push the paper through the opening, he growled, as much as to say he knew his business and could get along without outside assistance. After depositing the paper in the box, the dog bounded out again to his master, who was waiting for him. "It took me 2 weeks to train him to do that trick, but it paid for me the trouble," said the gentleman. Stonehenge says, "The Reverend S. Atkinson of Gateshead had a narrow escape in trying to rescue one of 2 ladies who were immersed in the sea at Newbiggin, being unable to swim, but his fine dog Cato came to their aid from some considerable distance without being called, and with his help Mr. Atkinson was safely brought to shore, together with his utterly exhausted charge." There is another strain of Newfoundland dogs which has many admirers, who claim them to be the true breed. They are white and black, mostly white, with usually an even-marked black head and a white strip running up the forehead. Opinions differ as to this dog being the Newfoundland breed, the best authorities pronouncing it to be originally a fine mongrel, possessing many of the points but lacking some of the characteristics of the true breed. It is not known how the so-called Landseer Newfoundland ever came into existence, but it cannot be denied that it is, in appearance, much like the Newfoundland proper. It is true that many dogs of this color are found in Newfoundland, but that is not proof of their being the true breed. They differ little from the black except in color, the curling of the coat and the head, which is smaller and not so solid looking. Sir Edwin Landseer, in his painting entitled "A Distinguished Member of the Humane Society," represented a black and white dog of the Newfoundland type, which made this variety very popular for a time, on account of which the English bench show committees were compelled to make a separate class for them, calling them the Landseer Newfoundland. In England, this dog was esteemed highly as a companion, his color and markings making him a very attractive dog, his gentleness and devotion being unsurpassed. To Dr. Gordon's stables belongs the honor of first naming this breed the Landseer Newfoundland. There are very few, if any, dogs of this breed in this country, and as a matter of fact, they are not recognized as a distinct breed by our bench show committees. They make no classes for them. Some years ago, Master Willis Hoyt, Aurora, Illinois, had a fine Newfoundland dog who always accompanied his young master to school, carrying the boy's lunch basket. On the way to school, the young man was compelled to cross a bridge over a small river, and in warm weather it was the invariable custom of the dog to leave his basket on the bridge while he took a bath to cool himself off. One morning, one of the other lads took the basket and hid it for the purpose of annoying the dog and seeing what he would do. The dog hunted around for some time, and finally the lad gave the basket to him. The next morning, when the dog arrived at the bridge, he did not propose to have his basket tampered with. Therefore, he kept possession of it and plunged into the water, basket and contents being thoroughly wetted. His young master, seeing the damage that had been done, said to the dog, "Now you take that basket home and get me another dinner." The dog took the basket home, but did not return with the lad's dinner, for his people at home could not make out why the dinner was wet or what the dog wanted. No doubt he would have taken the basket to his young master if it had again been filled. A number of years ago, Mr. Rochester of Rochester, New York, had a pair of fine dogs, one a Newfoundland and the other a white French poodle. It was the owner's custom to put the poodle in a very small basket every morning and give the basket to the Newfoundland to take the poodle for an airing. In the neighborhood there was a black cur that used to nip the Newfoundland's hind legs as he was passing. One morning the Newfoundland put his basket down on the ground, went for the cur, and gave him an unmerciful shaking up, and after that he could perform his duties as nurse without being annoyed by that cur. The same dog went to the post office each day, and placing his feet up on the window, waited for the family mail, after getting which he trotted home, and was never known to lose any of it. End of section 39. Recording by tommack.
Section 40 of The American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The American Book of the Dog, G.O. Shields, editor. Section 40, The Bulldog, by John E. Thayer. There can be no doubt that the Bulldog belongs to one of the oldest races of dogs. This breed is accurately described in Edmund de Langley's Master of Game under the name of Allan. This manuscript is now in the British Museum. To the Bulldog, many of our most popular breeds owe some of their best qualities, such as courage and endurance, and nearly every species of the canine race has at one time or another been crossed with the Bulldog in order to strengthen it in some way. The Bulldog has always been highly prized by the English people on account of his great courage and endurance, and, indeed, he has become so identified with them as to be frequently used to typify their national character. In the reign of James I, bull baiting was at its height. It was a favorite pastime for all classes of people, and it was this sport that first brought the Bulldog into prominence. A dog that could bring a bull to the ground was in great demand, and nearly every butcher in the kingdom had one trained to this work. It was claimed that the meat of a bull that had been baited was much finer than that of those which had not been, and consequently few bulls were slaughtered that were not first subjected to this cruel ordeal. The Bulldog took readily to bull baiting, it being natural for him to run at the head of any animal he attacks, and, after pinning him, to remain there as if glued. So tightly does he hold that there have been instances known where the bull has torn the body of the dog from the head, and yet the head has clung to the bull. The dog would creep up to the bull, seize him by the nose, and stay there until he had pinned him. For a dog to have been expert in this so-called sport, he must have possessed certain essential points. He must have had a big head, which is an unvarying indication of courage. His nose must have been well turned back to enable him to breathe freely when fastened to the bull. He must have been low on his legs, as a long-legged dog would be in greater danger of being gored by the bull. Of course, this occupation required great courage, fortitude, and endurance, but the bulldog has plenty of these. Bulldogs were therefore bred for these points and characteristics, and the type thus developed is the one that is considered standard today. In 1835, an act was passed by the English Parliament for the prevention of cruelty to animals, and this put a stop to all public exhibitions of bull baiting, although it was kept up by minors and professional sports in out-of-the-way places for a good many years thereafter. Although it was a most cruel sport, and was justly prohibited, yet it was unfortunate that on that account this noble dog should have fallen into disrepute and neglect, as he did. As soon as public baiting was prohibited, the bulldog fell into the hands of the lowest and most disreputable class of sports and toughs, and deteriorated rapidly in form and general characteristics. The qualities for which the dog was formerly most valued, not having any further employment or opportunity to develop, soon began, under this loose breeding and handling, to disappear. Fine specimens became rare, and in time almost unknown. The bulldog is only used now, generally speaking, as a pet or a watchdog, and is carefully bred for points, in order that he may win prizes at bench shows. At one time there were so many different types of bulldogs, and so few good specimens and sizes, that a few prominent English breeders got together and formed the New Bulldog Club, which has since exerted a great influence in rescuing this breed from extinction. It is amazing that the bulldog is as affectionate as he is when we remember how the breed has been treated for generations past. Bred solely with a view to developing their savagery, their viciousness, their bloodthirsty nature, confined, hampered, and in many instances tantalized purely for the purpose of cultivating their savage instincts, it would not have been strange had we seen them today utterly uncontrollable, instead of the gentle, affectionate, tractable creatures that they are. The bulldog of today is faithful, and if brought up properly, is affectionate. He is not remarkably intelligent, as his brain has never been developed. In his present uses and occupations there is no occasion for mental qualities or instincts of a high order, and it is not likely, therefore, that these will ever be cultivated to any great extent. Nor can the present type, in my judgment, be much improved. His traits and characteristics can be greatly improved, however, by better treatment than that which is in many cases accorded him. Many farmers, and others who keep bulldogs as sentinels and for handling stock, keep them chained day and night. When a stranger enters the gate, the dog of course flies at him, and is only prevented from tearing him up by the shortness and strength of his chain. Such treatment always spoils a dog of any breed. If allowed his freedom, and treated with due kindness, this same bulldog could readily be trained not to molest visitors other than thieves, tramps, and peddlers whom he would readily recognize as his legitimate prey. The savage appearance of the bulldog causes many people who do not know his real nature to fear him, and only when they see him securely anchored with a chain big enough to hold a ship can they be induced to go into the same field with him. This prejudice is readily removed when these people learn to know the breed. Another reason why this breed is unpopular is that every mongrel cur that has a short, thick nose and an ugly face is popularly dubbed a bulldog, while in many cases there is not a drop of bulldog blood in him. Many people who are prejudiced against bulldogs have never seen a pure one in their lives. I have owned over 40 bulldogs, yet I never owned but one that was cross, and that any respectable person could not safely approach and handle. This one had been spoiled by being chained before I got him. He would not allow me to touch him, and once attacked his keeper savagely while grooming him. Yet the keeper's child, 5 years old, would go into this dog's kennel and play with him by the hour. This illustrates a strong trait in the character of the bulldog, his affection for children. This trait is constant. The bulldog, like all other noble animals, is fond of children. In fact, I can safely say that no more affectionate dog lives than the one under discussion, provided his early training is kindly and judicious. Bulldogs are difficult to breed and demand the greatest care and attention. They are extremely poor mothers and often eat their own puppies. I raised but 10 puppies from 12 bitches one year, and for a good many years never did as well. While in England, I took special pains to learn from other breeders what success they had met with, and found it was not much better than my own. No breed is more liable to deterioration. In a litter, you seldom get more than one puppy that is up to standard. In fact, I never raised but one first-class bulldog in all my experience, and I think that there have only been 2 or possibly 3 ever raised in America that were first-class in every particular, although we have had the very best of material to work with. There were so few good dogs bred that a few fakers undertook to aid nature. In order to shorten the upper jaw and turn the nose well up, the operators first severed the middle and 2 side lip strings which connect the upper lip of the dog with the gum. When this was done, a small wooden block, hollowed so as to fit the bridge of the nose, was applied to it, just in front of the eyes, and was struck a heavy blow with a mallet. This had the effect of compressing the bone and cartilage and of turning the nose up as desired. This cruel and inhuman operation was performed when the puppies were but a few weeks old. It was practiced only in private, and whenever the perpetrators were detected in the act, they were severely and justly punished. The following may be mentioned among the many American breeders or owners of good bulldogs. Hillside Kennels, Lancaster, Massachusetts. E.S. Porter, New Haven, Connecticut. R.B. Sawyer, Birmingham, Connecticut. Retner Kennels, 4 West 66th Street, New York City. J. Lee Taylor, 12 East 10th Street, New York City. John H. Matthews, 333 East 26th Street, New York City. W. J. Comstock, 220 Canal Street, Providence, Rhode Island. H. D. Kendall, Lowell, Massachusetts. William J. Leckie, Jamaica Plain, Massachusetts. F. R. Varick, Manchester, New Hampshire. J. P. Bernard, North Weymouth, Massachusetts. J. W. Heights, Burlington, Iowa. H. P. McKean, Jr., Pulaski Avenue, Germantown, Pennsylvania. R. W. Livingston, New York City. The following is the scale of points as adopted by the new Bulldog Club in 1875. General appearance, symmetrical formation, shape, make, style, and fineness, points 10. Skull, size, height, breadth, and squareness of skull, shape, flatness, and wrinkles of forehead, points 15. Stop, depth, breadth, and extent, points 5. Eyes, position, size, shape, and color, points 5. Ears, position, size, shape, carriage, and thinness, points 5. Face, shortness, breadth, and wrinkle of face, breadth, bluntness, squareness, and upward turn of muzzle, position, breadth, size, and backward indication of tip of nose, size, width, blackness of, and depth between nostrils, points 5. Chop, size and complete covering of front teeth, points 5. Mouth, width, squareness of jaws, projection and upward turn of lower jaw, size and condition of teeth, and if the 6 lower front teeth are in an even row, points 5. Chest and neck, length, thickness, arching, and dewlap of neck, width, depth, and roundness of chest, points 5. Shoulders, size, breadth, and muscle, points 5. Body, capacity, depth, and thickness of brisket, roundness of ribs, points 5. Back roach, shortness, width at shoulders and height, strength, and at the loins, points 5. Tail, fineness, shortness, shape, position, and carriage, points 5. Forelegs and feet, stoutness, shortness, and straightness of legs, development of calves, and outward turn of elbows, straightness and strength of ankle, roundness, size, and position of feet, compactness of toes, height and prominence of knuckles, points 5. Hind legs and feet, stoutness, length, and size of legs, development of muscles, strength, shape, and position of hocks and stifles, formation of feet and toes as in forelegs and feet, points 5. Size, approach 50 pounds, points 5. Coat, fineness, shortness, evenness, and closeness of coat, uniformity, points, and brilliancy of color, points 5. Total points, 100. End of section 40.
Section 41 of The American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by BettyB. The American Book of the Dog. G. O. Shields, Editor. Section 41. The Dalmatian Dog by T. J. Woodcock. The Dalmatian, or Coach Dog, came from the province of Dalmatia in the southern part of Austria, bordering on the northeast shore of the Adriatic Sea, and from this province it derives its name. It is known in France as the Braque de Bengale, and is there supposed to be an Indian variety. It is impossible to speak with any degree of certainty regarding the origin of this remarkably handsome breed, but it is apparently the result of a cross between the Hound and the Pointer. Some English breeders have believed it to be a cross between a Bull Terrier and a Pointer, but neither its form nor its markings appear to justify this claim. The breed today in America certainly does not resemble the Bull Terrier, although it has a striking resemblance to the Pointer, and possesses at least one of his most prominent characteristics. In fact, the writer, in strolling across the country near one of Chicago's suburbs, accompanied by a favorite, untrained Dalmatian, has frequently seen him point game in a manner that would do credit to a well-trained Pointer. It is certain that the Dalmatian was used in his native country in the field, although the breed, from lack of practice on game, has, generally speaking, lost its keenness of scent. The type of the breed has changed but little in several centuries, the oldest pictures extant showing him in substantially the same form as he is seen at our modern bench shows. Formerly, the barbarous custom of clipping the ears prevailed among fanciers of this breed, as among those of the Bulldog and the Bull Terrier, some breeders taking off the whole ear-lap, giving the animal a most hideous appearance, and subjecting it to great suffering. In many instances canker and deafness resulted. Fortunately, however, this cruel practice has been abandoned under the more humane public sentiment of modern times, and bench show judges no longer tolerate such mutilation. Few breeds attract more attention at bench shows than the Dalmatian, notwithstanding the few entries that are made. The trim, graceful form, the high, well-carried head, the alert expression of eye and ear, and the beautiful marking of the coach render him an object of interest to all lovers of the dog. The body of a typical Dalmatian should be white, with black or liver-colored spots evenly distributed over the body, head, neck, legs, and tail. These spots should be round, not smaller than a silver dime, nor larger than a $half. Black markings are preferred by most fanciers to the brown. Both colors are found on some specimens, and while this is admissible, it is not generally regarded as showing careful breeding. Such marking indicates a mixture of blood of the two varieties. Many otherwise good specimens fail in competition through having no spots on the tail, and common flat black faces or ears are decided blemishes. In buying a Dalmatian, it is well to examine the feet and legs, for a dog with imperfectly formed or weak legs cannot endure the fatigue of a long run after a carriage. A noticeable peculiarity in this breed is the fact that the puppies, when first whelped, are often pure white, the spots developing within a few days. A friend of the writer, not being aware of this fact, destroyed a very promising litter, with the exception of one which showed faint signs of black spots. The spots developed in time, but the specimen did not prove a handsome one. Doubtless several of those that were killed would have proven far better. The Dalmatian is the coach dog par excellence. His love for horses, his fleetness of foot, his sagacity and courage as the guardian of property left in his charge, render him extremely valuable, and it is strange that so few of them are owned and trained for this purpose. It is so seldom that a well-trained Dalmatian is seen in his proper position, between the heels of the horse and the fore-axle, or under the pole between both horses, if a span, that when such a sight is presented, it invariably excites the curiosity and admiration of all beholders. It is a common error to suppose that the breed in question is devoid of intelligence and unsuitable for use in any other capacity than in the stable and about the carriage. The writer has owned many fine dogs of various breeds, and for general usefulness and intelligence, as a house dog and as a companion, prefers the black spotted Dalmatian to any other. One specimen that I owned was a most excellent ratter, and on one occasion killed 11 rats within a few minutes. This was an exceptional animal, however, for this quality was almost entirely lacking in others descended from this same stock. Once on a cold winter evening, while driving home, the faithful Dalmatian called our attention to a figure at the roadside. On investigation, it was found to be a man, insensible from drink, and but for the dog he would have been run over, or, escaping this, would probably have been allowed to remain out all night and would have frozen to death. A Dalmatian becomes warmly attached to a horse, and will at once notify his master of any danger that may threaten the animal. An instance is recalled in which a horse was allowed to pasture on a vacant lot near the railroad tracks. The horse wandered among the tracks and was in immediate danger of being killed by a train that was nearly due. The dog at once ran to the master, barking and showing by unmistakable signs that something was wrong with the horse. He guided the master to the horse in time to avert the threatened disaster. Schuyler, a dog of the breed in question, once owned by the writer, and who was awarded a first prize at a Chicago bench show, was a splendid watchdog. At night the inside doors of the house were all left open, and he had full range of the house. He would go into a room, glance over the bed, as if to see if all were there and sleeping soundly, making thus the complete circuit of the house. He would then lie down for a while, and would make the rounds at frequent intervals during the night. One dark night, during the labor troubles, a man laid violent hands on the owner of Schuyler, but regretted it for many a day thereafter, for the dog at once sprang and seized him by the throat in a deadly grasp. The poor fellow was only too glad to have the dog called off. A good coach dog has often saved his owner much valuable property by watching the carriage. It is a trick of thieves who work in pairs for one to engage the coachman in conversation while the other sneaks around in the rear and steals whatever robes or other valuables he can lay his hands on. I never lost an article while the dogs were in charge, but was continually losing when the coachman was in charge. The same general rules for breeding, kennel management, and the treatment of diseases will apply to the Dalmatian as to other breeds. In training for the carriage, it is usually found necessary to tie a young dog in proper position under the fore axles for 7 or 8 drives before he will go as required. Some bright puppies, however, require little or no training, especially if they can be allowed to run with an old dog that is already trained. The Dalmatian may easily be trained to perform tricks, errands, etc., the method employed being the same as that used in training a dog of any other breed. Kindness is essential in the training and handling of this, as of any other dog. You must secure the dog's love and confidence before you can hope to make him obey you. Under kind treatment, the Dalmatian is always bright, playful, and intelligent, but with bad treatment is sure to become sullen and treacherous. As a rule, he has great love for children, is faithful in guarding them, and is desperate when they are molested. He is kind and gentle, friendly even to strangers when off duty, is brave, and averse to fighting, but when compelled to fight is a dangerous antagonist. In preparing the Dalmatian for the bench, never fail to give him a thorough bath, as a perfectly clean coat is necessary in order to make the black spots shine out from the white body with the greatest brilliancy. It is well to bathe the dog frequently when not on exhibition, as it is conducive to the health as well as beauty of the animal. The Dalmatian bitch Lulu, owned by the writer, was a beautiful specimen, descended from notable English prize winners. She, with a litter of puppies, attracted so much attention at the Chicago bench shows that the commissioner in charge of the bench show held at the International Centennial Exhibition at Philadelphia in 1870 sent for her. She was placed on exhibition there with a litter of puppies, was shown great attention and was greatly admired by thousands of people. She was awarded a diploma and medal as Best Dalmatian Bitch, with honorable mention for puppies. Unfortunately, no photograph of this bitch was taken, but the accompanying illustration is that of one of the best living specimens. Following is the standard and scale of points for judging the Dalmatian. Scale of points. General appearance, value 10. Color, markings, and coat, 25. Neck, chest, and body, 5. Head, including ears and eyes, 5. Legs, feet, and tail, 5. Total, 50. The head should be wide and flat, blunt at muzzle and light-lipped, nose black. Ears rather small, V-shaped, and very fine. If these are well spotted, great beauty is added to the dog's appearance. Eyes dark and inclined to be small, not extremely large. Neck, arched and light, tapering onto powerful and sloping shoulders. Chest deep, rather broad. Body round in ribs and well ribbed up behind. Forelegs straight and very muscular. Plenty of bone is essential in this breed so as to enable a dog to stand the wear and tear it has to encounter on hard roads over which it is compelled to travel. Feet round with toes arched and well split up. Pads round, firm, and elastic. Hind legs muscular with clean hocks placed near the ground as in the Bulldog. Tail tapering down from the root and carried as that of a pointer. This must be well spotted. Color and markings. Well spotted all over with either black or liver-colored spots. These should not intermingle and should be of the size of from a dime and not to exceed a silver $half. The larger spots being on the body and the smaller on the ears, tail, and legs. Coat is close, short, and fine. General appearance is that of a strong, muscular dog, capable of enduring considerable fatigue and possessing a fair amount of speed. End of section 41.
Section 42 of the American Book of the Dog. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Melin. The American Book of the Dog, G. O. Shields, editor. Section 42. The Poodle, by W. R. Furness. A few years ago, if you told a doggy man, either in this country or England, that he owned a poodle, he repudiated the charge immediately, and felt deeply insulted, as these dogs were deemed fit only for the circus or for mountebanks. Now, I am happy to say, these truly noble dogs have become better known, and their real sterling qualities are beginning to be appreciated. The origin of the poodle is not known, though he certainly belongs to the spaniel family, and his special characteristics have been developed by climate and the particular uses for which he has been required. There is, however, little doubt that he is, comparatively speaking, a modern dog. The first mention of him is by Conrad Gessner in 1555, and Dr. Fitzinger in Der Hund und seine Rassen says, I quote from The Poodle by Wildfowler in Stonehenge's Dogs of the British Islands, that Der Grosse Poodle originated in the northwest of Africa, probably in Morocco or Algeria, and that the origin of the Schnurrpoodle, or corded poodle, has been a matter of discussion among savants, some saying that he came from Spain or Portugal, others that he came from Greece. But from these two dogs, if they were originally distinct, came all our modern classes of poodles, of which there are 4, the Russian Poodle, the German Poodle, the French Poodle, or Caniche, and the Barbet. Mephistopheles first appeared to Faust in the form of a black poodle, and Littré, in his Dictionnaire Français, says that the dogs of Ulysses were Barbets. though by this he probably meant dogs from Barbary, like our large poodles, and not the little woolly dogs which now go by that name. Of the 4 varieties of poodles, the largest is the Russian, which is quite rare both in this country and England. The usual color is black, but they are sometimes white, or black and white. They are rather leggy dogs, the head long and wedge-shaped, with very little stop. The eyes, in the best specimens, dark red, but many otherwise good dogs have yellowish eyes. The ears are set on rather high, and lie close to the cheeks. The legs are straight and muscular. The feet rather splayed, and webbed halfway down the toes. The coat is long, coarse, and almost wiry, showing little inclination to curl, and none at all to cord, like that of the German poodle. This, I think, probably comes from some admixture of Russian setter blood. These dogs are bold, hardy, and excessively courageous, but inclined to be too excitable and intolerant of restraint in the field. The German poodle, which is really the type of the family, is a powerful, compactly built dog, with a deep, narrow brisket, in shape not unlike that of the greyhound. A strong loin, slightly arched, with a good square back. Powerful hind quarters to propel him through the water, for the poodle is almost an amphibian. Round and compact feet, with the toes webbed all the way to the nail. The head is wedge-shaped, like that of the Russian poodle, but shows more stop and more cheeks, is very broad and almost flat between the ears, giving the dog great brain capacity, with the sense bump or occiput strongly marked. The eyes should be rather small, placed far apart, and should show the great intelligence and sprightliness. A stupid expression in a poodle should, in my opinion, condemn him at once. The ears should be long and pendulous, set rather low on the skull, the leather reaching to the tip of the nose when stretched out, but hanging along the neck when the head is erect. The lips should be close and thin, barely covering the incisors. The nose in black specimens should be coal black, in white ones a dark pinkish brown. The neck should be bony, muscular, and so set into the long sloping shoulders as to enable the dog when swimming to carry whatever he is retrieving well above the water, and it is really astonishing how heavy a weight a poodle can carry without any apparent inconvenience. There is a peculiar suppleness in the poodle's back when he is either swimming or running, and which gives him the appearance of being able to flex his spine more than any other dog that I know of. Whether or not it is this which gives him his extraordinary power in the water, I cannot say, but he certainly excels all his race in that element, at least being able to distance the strongest water spaniel, and swim round and round a Newfoundland. In nose, the German poodle almost rivals the bloodhound, and so keen is his power of scent that he can trail his master through the most crowded street, or retrieve a wounded bird, no matter how cleverly it may hide. In color, the German poodle is black, white, black and white, and occasionally liver-colored, though the last, to my mind, should always be looked upon with suspicion as showing a strain of spaniel blood. In black dogs the eye should be a dark, rich red, and in white ones a dark brown. In Germany, where these dogs are kept solely for use, color is not deemed of such consequence, but in this country and England solid black or white are considered absolutely essential. A few years ago, black was by far the rarer color, but lately, since black poodles have become fashionable, many more of them are seen, though if a thorough examination be made, it will be found that at least 50% have either a white star on the breast, a white lower lip, or a white toe or two. In coat, the German Poodle differs from every other dog, inasmuch as the hairs should felt or cord, to use the technical term, in the long strings, slightly knotty and wavy, and of about the thickness of a crow quill, though they are often seen much thicker. But this is due to lack of care when the coat is growing. The entire coat, from the base of the skull to the root of the tail, should divide evenly down the back, showing a clearly defined parting, and should touch the ground, completely hiding the forelegs and feet, and thus, combined with the cords from the throat and chest, give the dog the appearance of being in petticoats. Whether or not this enormous amount of coat is all composed of living hair, I have never been able to satisfactorily determine, but I strongly suspect that where we see extraordinarily long and closely felted cords, and I have seen one dog who, though only 18 inches in height, had cords on his shoulders 21 inches long, the greater portion of them is old and dead coat, especially as toward spring many cords show a disposition to become attenuated at about 1 inch from the root, and to come away with a slight pull, causing the dog no pain, which certainly would not be the case if the hair were alive. So decided is the tendency of the German Poodle's coat to cord that even if you should comb it out, an almost impossible task, with a few hearty shakes it divides up into separate locks, and in a few days is so felted as to almost defy the comb again. The coat should cord all over the body, except in the eyebrows, mustache, and imperial, which should be straight, even without wave, and of a glossier texture than the rest of the coat. The cords on the ears should reach far down on the shoulders, and so mingle with those of the neck, as to render the ears nearly indistinguishable. On the head, the cords should all fall away from the center, leaving a well-defined crown, and should have no tendency to stand erect, like those of a water spaniel. The tail, which is usually docked, should be perfectly straight, and carried at an angle of about 70 degrees with the back. Many Poodles have curled tails, and an otherwise good dog should not be debarred for that fault. I once had an excellent dog whose tail had not been cut, and it curled as tight as that of any pug. By cutting his tail and giving it careful attention, he acquired an excellent carriage, and a great improvement in appearance, much to my satisfaction, if not to his. In Germany, where these are almost the only retrievers used, it is customary in summer to cut off the coat, for the greater comfort of the dog, leaving the hair on the head, breast, and feet only, for the protection of these delicate parts, and from this custom has arisen the present fashion of shaving Poodles, and to such an extent has this been carried, that in most shows the artistic shaving of a Poodle is not without weight with the judges, and though the straps and tufts of hair seem at first sight to be merely the vagaries of fashion, yet on closer examination it will be seen that they all have their uses, and add considerably to the symmetry of the animal in emphasizing curves and suppressing angles. And certainly the rakish mustache and imperial, combined with the venerable eyebrows and intelligent eyes of a well-shaved Poodle, give to his face a quaint air. I give, on following pages, a diagram for shaving a Poodle in the style generally adopted in England, and which is best adapted to showing off the dog to the greatest advantage. Many people allow the cords of the straps and tufts to grow to their full capacity, But this is, I think, a mistake. They should be cut about 2½ inches in length and kept combed as far as is possible to make them stand out more clearly, and also to show the texture of the coat. The shoulders, breast, and ears should show its courting qualities quite well enough. The French Poodle, or Caniche, derived from the word canard, a duck, was and is still in some districts of France the only ducking dog or retriever used, and is most admirably adapted to that work, as his courage and sagacity prompt him to brave all sorts of weather, and his thick woolly coat, by retaining air, buoys him up, and retains animal heat when he is in the water. In most respects he is like the German Poodle, though generally a smaller and more slightly built dog than his Teutonic cousin. The colors of Caniches are the same as those of the German Poodle, and solid colors are deemed absolutely essential for a good dog. The skull should show a well-defined stop, very broad across the ears, and with a pronounced dome. The eyes should be larger in proportion than in the German Poodle, should be of a clear dark red in black dogs, of a dark brown in white specimens, and without any inclination to weep. The ears should be set on rather high, the leather seldom reaching to the tip of the nose. The neck should be moderately long, and the shoulders rather upright, the barrel well ribbed up with strong arched loins. The feet should be round, slightly splayed, with the toes webbed down to the nails. The legs should be long and muscular. The hind ones are usually rather straighter than those of the German Poodle, thereby giving the dog a proud, though rather stilty, action when walking. The coat all over the body should separate into tightly curled ringlets, but with no tendency to cord. In France it is not customary to shave Poodles as elaborately as is done in England, and the majority of Caniches that you see have only the mustache, imperial, wristlets, and anklets, with perhaps a backstrap and tufts. They are also shaved much higher up the body, nearly to the shoulder, while German Poodles are never shaved farther forward than the last rib. For many years the Poodle has been the national dog of France, and no cartoonist would think of drawing a picture of Johnny Crapeau without his Caniche sitting on its hind legs beside him, and indeed it is this dog's innate love of fun and drollery, in contrast to his very wise and dignified expression, that particularly endears him to a Frenchman's heart. The Barbet is, or should be, a miniature Caniche, though the head is always larger in proportion and is inclined to be too round. The ears are long, pendulous, and should reach to the tip of the nose. The color should be white, though many good dogs are seen with fawn markings, especially on the ears and back. The legs are strong, well set under the body, with the hind ones, as in the Caniche, a little too straight for real beauty. The body should be strong and well ribbed up, giving the dog a firm, cobby appearance. A long, weak loin is a great blemish. The tail is long, slightly curled, and usually docked. The eyes should be large, full, and nearly perfectly black, and should show very little inclination to weep. The coat should, as in the Caniche, show light ringlets, but at the same time should be somewhat fluffier, with a beautifully white and glossy appearance. As weight is of great importance in Barbets, a good dog should not exceed 6½ pounds, and as much less as is compatible with a good shape, and should not stand much over 8 inches at the shoulder. These dogs are, of course, utterly useless as sporting dogs, but show a remarkable aptitude for learning tricks, and have extraordinary strength and agility for such frail-looking little creatures. Their tempers are apt to be a little uncertain, for though they are nearly all docile to their master or mistress, they are prone to be snappish to strangers, and, like all small dogs, to have a great idea of their own importance. If it were not for these traits, they would be an almost perfect lady's lapdog. Barbets are usually shaved like Caniches, and the tail is generally docked. Poodles, no matter of what variety, are quite difficult dogs to rear, and he may esteem himself lucky who has 2/3 of his puppies reach maturity, for they seem, on the slightest provocation, to contract every ill that dog flesh is heir to. In the first place, great care should be taken in selecting the sire and dam, and the pedigrees of both ascertained as fully as possible, for the modern Poodle, like most of our manufactured dogs, if I may be allowed that expression, has a great tendency to breed back. And, indeed, in 9 cases out of 10, it is but a waste of time and money to get a Poodle dog and bitch of unknown genealogy and expect to get good puppies. The faults are usually in the coat, which is either too flat or too woolly, or in the head, which is either too coarse or too snipey. But supposing we have a thoroughbred dog and bitch, our troubles are only just beginning. In the first place, while the bitch is in whelp, she should be allowed perfect liberty as nearly as possible, and this I regard as almost essential. She should have a clean, dry bed of pine shavings or straw, away from other dogs and such disturbing causes, and should have a plentiful supply of good, nourishing food, though unless the weather is cold, but a small amount of meat, and that raw, or at least very rare. Her coat may be brushed and corded as usual, but while she is in whelp I would not advise shaving. A tolerably long coat will be more comfortable for her, and for the puppies, especially if the weather is at all cold. As her time approaches, be sure that she is satisfied with her quarters, for if she is not, when the little strangers appear, she will try to carry them elsewhere, and if not allowed to do so, will fret, lose her milk, neglect her puppies, and so cause them to die. After the litter is born, the bitch will need but little attention for about an hour, by which time she will have cleaned her little family, and will have time to think about herself. Let her have a pan of water, not too cold, and then, if she will take it, a little oatmeal gruel and milk. Place it far enough from her nest to make her leave her puppies, but not so far as to make her feel anxious about them. After an interval of about 5 hours, or even less, give her some more gruel, with perhaps a little bread and gravy, or some such nourishing food. Now for the first time examine the puppies. Harden your heart and decide which are to be given to the bucket and which to the world. Remember that you stand more chance of getting 4 good dogs if you leave but 5 with her than if you leave 8. From this time until the puppies are weaned, feed her plentifully. 3 times a day is none too often. Remember you are feeding many mouths, and very greedy ones at that. After about 6 weeks, take her away from the puppies, but do not move them, as any change is likely to give them cold, and allow her to be with them for an hour or so each day, to draw off what milk she may have left, and that she may clean and care for her family. When the puppies are 8 weeks old, they may have a run in the open air, of about an hour, each clear day. And even at this early age, they had better make the acquaintance of the clippers. Shave their feet, because if they get them wet, they dry more readily if the long hair is cut off, and so avoid colds or distemper. Shave also their faces, as in my opinion it strengthens their eyes and keeps them from weeping. From this time on, no particular treatment is necessary. Keep them dry and clean, with a plentiful supply of food, but give them no milk that has not first been boiled, on account of worms, to which parasites these dogs seem peculiarly susceptible. When about 5 months old, if it be summer, give them their first entire clipping, and cord and brush their coats as best you can. But do not be discouraged if they do not seem to cord as they should. That will come later, and indeed but few poodles attain a really good coat until 2 years old. Pay particular attention that the coat does not felt into thick wads along the brisket and under the ears. If these are found, they should be carefully pulled apart, beginning next the skin, and separated into cords of the proper size, about 1/5 of an inch in diameter, and twirled between the finger and thumb until they lie apart. Go over the entire coat, and you will probably find many locks composed of 2 or 3 cords joined together throughout the greater part of their length, but with the ends separate. Seize these ends, and with a firm pull divide them down to the skin, but never cut them apart, as that tends to kill the hair and make it turn of a rusty color. After going over the coat thoroughly, and on your thoroughness in this particular depends its future quality, rub in the following mixture: 1 part kerosene, 1 part olive oil, 1 part castor oil. Hand rub until nearly all greasiness disappears. Use a brush sparingly, always rubbing or brushing with the hair. Comb out the mustache and imperial. Rub with a stiff brush all the shaved part, to remove scurf or dandruff, and your poodle is, or should be, in pretty good condition. In fitting poodles for the bench, many breeders first clip them and then shave them with a razor. To my mind, this practice is to be deprecated. In the first place, it is painful to the dog, and no matter how skillful he may be, the operator is likely to take out a few nicks, especially on the face, where the skin is most wrinkled. And in the second place, it not only does not add to the beauty of the dog, but conceals an important point in his coat, viz., the close wave, which should be seen a few days after clipping on the back of a first-class poodle, giving it the appearance of watered silk. For my part, if I were going to show a really first-class dog, I would rather clip him as close as possible 3 days before he was to appear before the judges, and take my chances against an equally good dog that had been shaved the day before. Great care should be taken in keeping a poodle free from fleas, as he does terrible damage to his peculiar knotted coat by constant scratching, and also, by the constant irritation, induces surfeit or some other skin disease, which is exceedingly difficult to cure in a poodle, on account of the difficulty of applying any wash directly to the skin. If you notice that your dog seems restless, and is constantly scratching or biting himself, get a gallon of sheep dip, which can be bought from most fanciers, dilute it with 15 gallons of water, bathe the dog thoroughly in this mixture, allow it to remain on for 3 days, then wash clean, using very little soap, and you may reasonably hope for a cure. Poodles are also subject to canker in the ear. For this, the best advice I can give, I think, is that you go at once to the best veterinary surgeon that you can find. But do not attempt any experiments yourself, further than putting a cap on the dog so that he cannot scratch the cords off his ear, or by constant shaking of his head bring on external canker, which is difficult to cure. These two ailments, surfeit and canker, are the ones from which Poodles are most liable to suffer, and both may be avoided by ordinary care as regards diet and cleanliness. For though difficult to rear, when he has once reached maturity, there is no dog so healthy or hardy as a Poodle. He is also, in my opinion, more susceptible of education than any other member of his race, seeming to have an innate love for tricks, and needing only to understand what you wish to do it immediately, and then enjoy the fun of it as much as you do. Yet, notwithstanding his wonderful intelligence, the greatest patience is required in teaching each new trick. Remember that he is even more anxious to understand you than you are to make him comprehend what you wish, and that a word of encouragement or a friendly pat on the head goes 10 times as far as a scolding or a blow. At the same time, bear in mind that the greatest firmness is required, for if the dog for a moment suspects that your whole heart and soul are not in the matter, he at once thinks it must be of small consequence, and loses all interest in it forthwith. Make him think that you are both doing something for mutual amusement, and he will respond and do everything in his power to follow out your wishes, provided he is already firmly attached to you. And in this lies the secret of success or failure in all training, for as he cannot understand your language, he must know by heart all your gestures and intonations. Remember what a very wide space divides us from even the most intelligent dog, and as he is our servant, we force him to study us much more than we study him, and to make his lower intellect travel over more than half that wide space, and even then not get credit for having done much, and after all to be made to feel that if he has misinterpreted a word or a sign, he has disappointed the one creature in the world that he most wished to please. Another important point in training a Poodle is, on account of his inquisitive and excitable temperament, to have him amidst familiar surroundings and without any exciting causes. Most professional dog trainers, I believe, give their pupils lessons at 2 or 3 a.m. only, as at that time greater stillness reigns. But this I do not think is absolutely essential, and need not be followed out by the amateur, who does not require such a high degree of proficiency as does the professional. Though as a rule other dogs should not be present when a pupil is learning a new trick. An old dog who already knows it is often useful as an interpreter, and seems to be able to communicate our wishes to the poor perplexed pupil. And finally, never attempt to teach 2 tricks at once, unless you wish to see an utterly bewildered and unhappy-looking dog. It is an intelligent dog that can learn 1 trick a day and know all his tricks thoroughly, and the average dog cannot master over 2 or 3 a week. But each trick learned makes the next one easier, as we get more and more en rapport with our eager, intelligent little servant, the Poodle. Appended is the comparative scale for judging Poodles. Skull, value 10. Ears, value 10. Legs and feet, value 15. Coat, value 20. Eyes, value 5. Tail, value 10. Color, value 15. Symmetry, value 15. Total 100. There are but few breeders of Poodles in this country. Among these the following are noted. L. E. Wilmerding, 32 East 39th Street, New York City. Prescott Lawrence, 196 Madison Avenue, New York City. W. C. Sanford, Amsterdam, New York. George S. Mott, Babylon, Long Island, New York. Robert McKinley, 49 West 18th Street, New York City. A. W. Purbeck, Box 244, Salem, Massachusetts. C. A. Baldwin, Union Club, New York City. G. W. Fairchild, 421 West 57th Street, New York City. F. E. Perkins, Providence, Rhode Island. C. F. Leland, 7 Beck Hall, Cambridge, Massachusetts. T. M. Alley, 1240 Wilcox Avenue, Chicago, Illinois. C. E. Hill, 514 Rialto Building, Chicago, Illinois. L. Biddle, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Dr. Samuel G. Dixon, 58th Street and Elmwood Avenue, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. William Ryring, 10 Cook Street, Cincinnati, Ohio. End of section 42. Recording by Roger Melin.